Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again. This is Mtembei TV. Your open forum political discussion show is here with us. Welcome you wherever you are around the world, even as we start out tonight. Well, Murathe has come out clear, says President Uhuru Kenyatta will not join the campaign trail. Is it necessary for him to do that? What is your feel and thought about the same? Is Mother Karua enough to deliver the mountain with Uhuru Kenyatta behind the scenes? A very interesting angle for us to look at the campaigns for AZIMIO at this point in time. The Wiper leaders and Ukambani leaders have come out strongly asking KALONZO to drop his beat and back up Raila Odinga. Will he hit the call? Will he do the necessary? What do you think? Are they being sincere or they are woodwinking him? Well, let's get talking. Kenya Kwanza were in NAKURU today. AZIMIO campaign team gathered for deliberations. A lot happening on our political front. We want to know what you feel and think about the same. This is one show that gives you an opportunity to do exactly that. So wherever you're joining us from, if you're able to get us, please ensure that you invite somebody to join into the discourse. The link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be here in this very space for us to get talking. Thank you so much, those of you that are joining us. We really appreciate your continued support and followership for this particular program. Thank you for the partnership and the invitations that are helping us reach more people even through this programming. We really want to salute all of you that are doing their best to share in their Facebook groups, WhatsApp groups, Twitter, and every other place where Kenyans can reach and find this information. God bless you wherever you are. Salome Mbone, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Kuna Rahiman Ahmed. Thank you so much. Jina complicated lakini nashukuru. GFHGG. Hi to you. Sama ijafunguliwa. We'll see. I don't know. Stephen Musemi, karibu kwa show. Judith Berry, karibu kwa show. Cheraisi Samuel, thank you. The link is in the comment section. Amos Okeyo, karibu kwa show. Patel Seboka Manyi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Kevo wa Books, karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Wycliffe baba yao, tunakushukuru kwa kujiunga nasi. Karibu kila mmoja. Jacob Theoria, we appreciate you. Peter Sugar what? Oh God, hilo limepita. Sugar boy. Thank you so much. Kuna Florence Machengo, you're welcome. Michael Cheng, you're welcome. DJ Achiever, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Tukopoa Jackson Ogutu, we appreciate you. Kuna Nyakuor Obondo, GI Diana, karibu kwa show. Kuna Favor Akita, you're welcome. Abraham Atako, you're welcome. Nani huyu? Belindo Gueno, asante sana. Kuna Douglas Ratemo, we appreciate you. Kuna Chris Obili, we appreciate you. Fabiano Adriano Ndani, karibu sana. Kuna nani Olara Obuya, thank you so much. Kuna Bernard Onyari Nyasoko, karibu kwa show. Kuna John T Njemu. We really want to appreciate all of you. If you are able to get us, please make sure you invite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join into the discourse and be able to follow the discussions tonight. We trust all is falling in place even as the campaign hit the home stretch. The official campaign period is about to be declared, and so everything is high stake and all are working out everything to see to it that their campaign carries the day. So wherever you're joining us from, please make sure that you don't watch alone. Watch with every member of your family. Watch with their diaspora and every person. Tempe TV is one special TV station that you can hook to from anywhere on the corner of the earth, anywhere. As long as you can connect on the internet, you will be able to get us. So don't limit yourself by inviting everybody around you. Invite everybody from everywhere. Thank you so much. Bwana Wangira, vipi leo?
How are you, Bernard?
I'm fine, thank you.
How is everybody? Steve and the rest? Bernard, just like I told you last week,
Yes.
sisi siku hizi hatuna mioto mingi kwa sababu kazi yetu ni kama imefanywa kuwa rahisi kidogo. So let me start my submissions by commenting on Wiper Democratic Party, whose party leader is Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. I understand that today the party has prevailed upon him to reconsider his decision to run for the presidency come the 9th of August. Bernard, one thing before I even comment further, I tend to think that either this meeting was stage managed or Kalonzo Musyoka, having discovered that he had hit the end of the road, he had to come up with a mechanism that was going to salvage him, or perhaps he lacked money that could enable him to go and run a campaign as a presidential candidate. Bernard, because everything here sounds choreographed. If you watch their meeting today, everything is choreographed here. And when they met, they say that they were asking Kalonzo Musyoka to exhaust all dispute resolution mechanism within AZIMIO, One Kenya coalition, before you can think of disembarking. Then I was asking myself, what was this dispute? Was there any dispute in the first place? Bernard, which was this dispute? I didn't see any dispute. If you are contesting for a position in an organization and you are not elected, does that become a dispute? So by the fact that he missed out on becoming Raila Odinga's running mate, that's one become a dispute. But I agree with them on one thing, where they say that the interest of the country, which is the Republic of Kenya, outweighs the interest of Wiper Party and the interest of Kalonzo Musyoka himself. That one I agree with them fully. Because we need each and every vote here, Bernard. You remember the other time I was telling you that we need every vote, and any single vote that you can consolidate towards the Raila's victory. We need that particular vote. So that one I agreed with them fully. I agreed with them fully, and I also agreed with them that they should be part and parcel of this new Kenya, Bernard. Tumeteseka na ndugu zetu na dada zetu kutoka Ukambani tangu mwaka wa 2013 Bernard. Tumekula tia gas hapa barabarani. Kwa nini dakika ya mwisho wawe kama bibi ya Lota? Mnamuita Lot? Waamue kubaki nyuma dakika ya mwisho Bernard. Na ndio tunasema Lutu, anaitwa Lutu. Kwa nini dakika ya mwisho wawe kama bibi ya Lutu? Hatutawawacha nyuma Bernard, tutasukumana tu nao mpaka tufike Kenani bwana. Hatutawawacha, tumekula nao tia gasi town miaka mingi sana. Hatuwawachi nyuma Bernard. Hapo hatuwawachi nyuma. And this just came out shortly after Martha Karua yesterday spoke firmly and boldly. And this is what she said about Kalonzo Musyoka. She said that the problem with Kalonzo Musyoka and what made him lose on that race was that he was synonymous with conditions, demands, and self-posturing. And that's true, Bernard. And I think we have discussed about that character of Kalonzo Musyoka here severally, that his demands were becoming too much, that even if you were to give him that position of deputy president, you would not have, Raila Odinga would not have felt comfortable. Imagine even a woman that you want to marry and she's giving you 101 demands, Bernard. Would you feel comfortable to bring her to your house as your wife? That becomes very, very difficult. That becomes very, very difficult, Bernard. Bernard, the other issue that I want to talk about, this one concerns our brother Weta. You guys call him Papa Waroma. This guy called Papa Waroma. You know, he was promised that he'll become the Speaker of the National Assembly. You know, the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya, the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya is the third highest state ranking officer after the president and the deputy president. Because when the president is not in place and the deputy president is also not in place, the next person who can take over the presidency is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. Oh no, the Speaker of the National Assembly, sorry. So, you know, I've always wondered, this guy, Papa Waroma, why does he always like hanging on that senatorial seat ya Bungoma? You know, even in 2013, it was the same thing. Even when people were promising him big positions, he was like just hanging on that senatorial seat. In 2017, hanging on the same thing. And today we are also seeing him hanging. You know, as much as William Ruto has promised him that big position, Bernard, he's hanging on that senatorial seat. You know, as if he knows something that we don't know. This Papa Roma seems to know that William Ruto will not become president. Perhaps like he knew that Raila Odinga will not become president in 2013 and 2017. That's why he hanged on that particular seat. He seems to know that William Ruto will not become president in 2022. And the reason why perhaps he's hanging on that seat. Finally, Bernard, we say that the guilty are always afraid. And the guilty always being afraid, Bernard, you know, any small thing, you know, will rattle them. Yesterday, Raila Odinga just gave a general comment that when he becomes president of the Republic of Kenya, those prisons that he tested, which includes Manyani, Chimolatewa, and Naivasha, will belong to criminals who are involved in corruption in this country. Today, did you listen to what Moses Kuria was saying? You know, why are they rattled? You know, Raila Odinga did not talk about any specific person. Why are they rattled? I believe that they are being rattled because they know that, you know, their camp belongs to the criminals. Most of the criminals in this country belong to Kenya Kwanza Alliance, and that's why they are feeling rattled. But you know, that one will not shake Raila Odinga. Hiyo tunawaahidi kwamba after 10th of August, Bernard, Raila Odinga must ensure that most of those guys who are hiding in Kenya Kwanza go either to Chimolatewa, Manyani. Nasikia Manyani huko pia nyoka uanga zinatembea mpaka kwa sel. Lazima waende huko, wengine waende Naivasha, so that Bernard, we sweep this country and we have clean people who can develop this nation on equal terms. Bernard, ni hayo tu, wacha niwachie mtu mwingine pia achangie.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Wangira, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na utangulizi ambao ni muhimu sana. Tunaomba kila mmoja mahala popote ulipo unatupata, karibisha watu wawili watatu ili wote tukamakinike katika kufahamu siasa zetu na jinsi ya kuzicheza ipasavyo. Asante kwa watu wa comments. Tafadhali tulinde nidhamu, tuheshimiane, tufanye kile ambacho kinapaswa kufanyika. There is no need of insulting anybody or inciting another. It is time for us to come face to face with the truth and the reality of our politics and what needs to be done rightly. Thank you so much, Steven, namna gani?
Poa sana, ni aje Ben?
Niko salama.
Wangira, Nicholas na Samuel. Hi. Okay, I want to take a note with the Kalonzo first. I said here 3 days ago, Kalonzo is a watermelon, but I don't think that term people understand it the way it should be understood. That term means when you look at the size of a watermelon, it's so big, but when you ask at the price, you'll be shocked. You see? That's exactly what Kalonzo is. He has a big name, he has a big character, but when you look at his impact, every 5 years, This guy always wants to pass through, anataka tu vitu za rahisi. Impact yake kwa siasa ya Kenya, apart from the numbers, which is so sad, in this century we still have tribal groupings, people vote according to tribes. It's so sad. We are not supposed to go that way, but that's how it is as of today. So I think Kalonzo is cornered. The tricks is trying to bring around, he has no way out. Ameangalia huku akaangalia huku, ako pale katikati. Unaona, ako kwa bahari, meli imekataa kwenda, kwa maji kuna papa. Sasa ameamua afadhali tu niingie kwa hiyo maji, naweza kuswim papa akanikosa. Unaona, so Kalonzo is really losing the plot, because if we come back to 2007, he did the same things. If it was not for him, Raila would have been the president of this Republic of Kenya. And of today, we will be talking of a former president. Kalonzo will have also been a president of this country. That's the reality of things. No. But the same tricks, the same gimmicks he's trying to do, ni vile tu vitu anafanya. Unaona? So I think the way Raila has appointed his team, Nzioka Waita and the rest, I think that's the way to go. Yeah, akija mwisho wacha ingie, but he should not lock Baba from doing his things because we are waiting for him, Wacha akae tu mahali yuko, afanye vitu anataka, but let's move ahead. When he comes, that's good for us. Like Mr. Wangira is saying, we need every vote on our board, We can't dismiss him because of his character. He's the same person. He's just like that, you see. So we need him on board despite his gimmicks, despite his games. We still need him on board, yeah? Okay, the other thing about President Uhuru not joining the campaign, I think that's the best thing Uhuru will be doing to Raila, because, to be honest, the government of Jubilee has had its high times and its low times, They promised our kids laptops, they promised a lot of things. But in terms of delivery, they did not live up to the word. So to some point, Uhuru not joining directly the campaign of Raila Odinga, it's like we have a chance not to associate directly Uhuru with Raila. Unajua kuna wale wapiga kura wako mashinani huku, si kama sisi wenye tunajua hizi vitu. They just listen to propaganda, they just listen to things that don't make sense and they'll go with it. So when they don't see Uhuru with the president, at least hiyo propaganda ya kina Itumbi haitafanya kazi, kuwa mnaona handshake ilikuja, wakamtoa Ruto, akaingia Raila, you see? The same things Gachagua has been saying, that they took projects. So you wonder, pesa ilichukuliwa ikapelekwa huku. It's nonsense, you see? So I think by Uhuru avoiding the campaigns, it's going to give space for a new narrative that they won't find, because time is not on their side. Yeah? Okay, the other thing I want to talk about is the Kenya Kwanza campaigns in Nakuru. As I was saying yesterday, I think I raised this issue yesterday. What's the IBC doing about these people who talk hate, they talk things that don't make sense? What's the National Cohesion Board? I know the one headed by Kobia. What are they doing? Because these small utterances are going to spark animosity. These things are going to bring a lot of issues. Because now it's like Moses Kuria can say anything he wants. He can talk what he wants, So I think it's high time, without taking sides, people should be responsible, should be accountable of the words they talk on live television, in their rallies. These messages go across the country. You see, there are supporters on both ends. People take these things personally. Others will take them with a lot of emotions. So it's high time, I think, the regulations about what people can say in campaigns is just put on. They should be put on notice. Those people spew hatred, tribal words, nini na nini. Hii kitu si nzuri, Bernard. Imefika mahali sasa lazima IBC ama hii bodi nyingine ya mambo ya hate speech, they should take charge. It's high time they should take charge. Okay? I think by leaving them doing what they are doing, talking what they are talking, it's going to get worse, because now it's the time before the official campaign period. It's the time they come up with guidelines, they come up with the procedures of what somebody can say. If you don't go by those rules, you are banned from the election. It should get that serious, It should get that serious. But by leaving them to talk anything they want, mimi sioni ikiwa poa. Nitachia hapo kwa sasa. Thanks
Okay, asante bwana Stephen, we appreciate it. Ni muhimu kuhakikisha kwamba kila mmoja anafuata sheria ipasavyo, but kama vile Nyerere alisema, wanasiasa wakati wamelemewa katika siasa zao huwa wanatumia either dini ama ukabila. Hiyo ni ishara kwamba siasa imekataa kupanda vile inapaswa kupanda, sera haziendi. So the easiest mode to go back to is the default mode of the politics of tribes or religion. So when we see that begin to happen, we should be aware that somebody is beginning to feel the heat, and he seems to know that what can work is when you drum up, or rather get everybody to get worked up on tribal lines. But we need not to be so. I want to appreciate those of you that are inviting people to join into the discussion. Please, let's do that faithfully. Ensure that you are inviting somebody to do that. We'll break the protocol to msikilize Mama Selina kwanza for ladies, and then we get back to Samuel. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Poa Penat. Nasalamia kila mtu kwa panel.
Karibu.
Nyumba naona Wangira, Steven, Cheraisi, Nicholas, Uhuru.
Mama Selina, net yako ime
ameshikwa ni stima.
Wewe jumba wewe. Murathe, pole. Turudi kwa Samuel, Murathe akitekeleza mitambo yake. Samuel, vipi?
Jambo. Nashukuru. Thank you for great work, Mr. Bernard. I'll be quick to the point. To the topic, it says Uhuru will not join the campaign trail. Yes, it's come to pass. All the time, like we've been engaging with different people. They were saying, "Oh, the campaign will hot up. Ngoja Uhuru aingie kwanza huko hivi alafu afanye hivi." Well, I think it's a good strategy for Uhuru not to join, because if you could, we could confirm that actually Raila is a project. So he's trying to hide that tech, and then also trying to give Martha Karua space to define herself. If Uhuru goes to Central and dominate the whole thing, then everybody else will be basically subservient to him. He'll be below. He's the president of the Republic of Kenya. If he goes over there doing the campaigns, I think he will diminish his value as the head of state. So I think it's a good idea. As far as Martha Karua, you had asked a question earlier about whether Karua can deliver by himself. I would say no. It's either side. Even on our side, UDA side, Rigathi alone cannot deliver. The ticket is charged on top. Like, people will judge the top candidate. Like, for us, it's William Ruto. They look at him. He had his support with even before he named his running mate. Same as Raila. Raila was not waiting for Martha to divine him or to deliver. She will be able to deliver something, but not alone. It has to be a team effort. It has to be a team effort with Raila going there and campaigning alongside Martha. Otherwise, they should not leave it to Martha alone. Because the way I see AZIMIO side, they're trying to, like, when Martha is in Central, they're trying to define the campaign as if it's Martha. It's as if she is the one running. They don't want to come straight. Like, when Martha is there, it's all Martha. It's been all Martha Karua in Central, going from Nyeri, going to Kiambu, going to Girinyaga, going to everywhere, basically. It's been her alone, so she will not win alone. She will not win alone. So people know who is running. What else? Let me see. Campaign, UDA Kenya Kwanza campaign in Nakuru. I think it was really well attended. It resonated well with the people there. You know, Nakuru is a cosmopolitan town, a cosmopolitan constituency. We have Kikuyu, we have Kalenjin, we have a good number of Kisii, we have Luo, we have every facet of the Kenyan population. So the campaign resonated very well, but as you know, we still have a long way to go. I'm sure the AZIMIO side will still come to Nakuru. And as far as somebody had mentioned, I think it was Stephen, mentioned about the language that needs to be used. I agree with him. I remember when AZIMIO started, there was this vile guy, Mr. Jenga Mungai, or somebody. He was very, very, very vile. You know, I did not agree with what he was saying. He was just trying to to bait people on tribal lines, like baiting, basically bringing in some whole history of like violence of 1992, trying to associate with the people currently running. Most of them were not even involved in politics at that time, but he was trying to do what they call dog whistling, you know, trying to rally the tribal baiting and all that. We need to stop that. This campaign of this year should be strictly on economic agenda. And also, I want to mention something. You talked about Raila talking about how the prisons will be open for this and this. This is a problem with Africa. You know, on our side, we agree corruption has to be stopped. But the way we want to approach it is strengthens the institutions and give them power to carry them. We should not make them tribal revenge missions, you know, whereby like if we win, we go around and say we will arrest Raila maybe for Pandora's, all those things we always see in newspapers. You know, those are substantiated things. We should not politicize the issue of corruption. You know, we have seen what has happened in other countries in Africa. You know, when another regime comes in, they go on revenge missions, you know, using all kinds of corruption and all that. We hate corruption, but the best way to do is strengthen the institutions. Don't make it a political revenge witch hunt mission. Let's stop that. I think that should be, as the AZIMIO campaign team meets. Yes, they need to meet. All campaign teams need to meet to strategize and see what's wrong, what need to be fixed, and so forth. On Kalonzo, I don't think I need to add anything on Kalonzo. We've been talking about this guy here all the time. Kalonzo is AZIMIO, and he should stay there. You know, whatever you people want to do with him. Yes, I think his position is still vacant. The position of like the super minister, whatever it was called, I think it's still there. I think he will come back and occupy his spot. He has no other chance. He said he's running for president. He unveiled his running mate, but he has not done anything after that. He has not campaigned anywhere. He's been hauled up in meetings and strategy and trying to negotiate for something that he has been offered. He has an offer already on the table. So I don't know what else is he trying to do. Does he want Raila to replace him, to take Karua out and replace him? He has been given a position. He needs to take it and move on. You know, this campaign has been defined already. He's in AZIMIO. We are not waiting for him on Kenya Kwanza. We are not. So
okay, thank you, Samuel. One quick question to you.
Yes, sir.
Do you believe Uhuru Kenyatta will not join the campaign trail?
I don't think he will. I don't think it's a strategically.
I ask if you believe.
I believe he will not.
That he will not.
I believe he will not.
Okay, thank you. Mama Selina, vipi?
Poa Penat. Sijui kama nasikika sasa.
Unasikika, internet yako ilikuwa imehang last time.
Yes, nilitumia iPad. Sasa nimeona inanipatia shida nikarudi kwa simu. But anyway, yes, naona mjadala ya leo, nasalamia kila mtu. Naona mambo ya leo, watu wanasema Uhuru will join or not will join campaign trail. Penat, always they are surprise. Yes, Uhuru will not join trail campaign ile ya kila siku, but he will tour some counties. He will have, ako na rusa. Wacha tupate calendar ya campaign and then you guys, you will see. Again, Martha Karua is able. She can campaign. Na ndio sababu ameenda Central akatesti the water. Na nasikia Cheraisi anasema Raila amewatia running mate yake. Yes, kama we ni running mate unatosha. You don't have to be going with Baba everywhere. Kwenyu, it is different because the deputy president yeye ndiye anaonyeshana wale viongozi wa UDA. But here comes Martha Karua. She knows amesimama kiti ya president before. She went round all the Republic of Kenya. Na unaona kampeni yake ilitosha, and she will start going round. They don't have to go one place. Kwanza kwa katiba yetu inasemekana rais na makamu yake waruhusiwi watembee pamoja in case of. So Martha Karua will continue doing the campaign. And again, AZIMIO niliona kama walitoa program ya campaign. So people will be dealing with the campaign, and then baba na mama wanakutana mahali inatakikana. But as we continue, everybody will do his campaign. That is why unatakikana kuwa na running mate ya kukusaidia, si kufuatana. Sasa mkifuatana nani anaenda mahali ingine, and this 3 months ni short. So we want people to Kashakwa aende mahali yake, TP aende yake, wakutanie mahali. And that is how campaign goes. Anyway, hiyo ni hapo. Ya Kalonzo, well, kulingana na mambo ya agreements waliandika na mambo mingi, I think anyway, we don't have much to say about Kalonzo. Anachipepi sita, he will come when he want. Anaweza fanya kwa sababu amejaribu njia sote. Ameenda kutaka kusimama, it is not working. Anajaribu other things, it is not working. So we let him stay there, and then we continue. We cannot wait. Kwa sababu, you cannot just sit down and wait for somebody to come in. Sisi tuko sawa, baba ako sawa. AZIMIO wanaendelea. And I like what I see with the candidates, because they are telling him walipiga kura 45 out of 50. 45 waliambia Kalonzo they are in AZIMIO, wametoa posters, and people listen to Crown. So I know Kalonzo, we give him time, we don't, akuja asikuche, we have no problem. Akitaka kukucha kwenyu Cheraisi also, we atakucha peke yake, labda na watu wawili watatu. But the rest of the people wameamua. This time round, watu wameamua mahali wanapiga kura Penat. You cannot change much. Ile watu tunatafuta sahi ni wale undecided. Kitu ingine nataka batu ni shukuru constituency ya wamama. Niliona leo Orengo, nikaona Gladys Wanga. na nikaona vile watu wanafurahia hiyo kiti ya deputy president, especially being a woman and not a woman, especially Martha Karua handling, because they know what she did in this country. Wanajua yeye ni kiongozi, wanajua anaweza pigania ufisadi, and that is what all Kenyans are crying. Hata hii watu ya bottom up ama sahi. And one thing Bernard, nataka kusahau nisisahau, ninasikia kina Moses Kuria, nilisikia wa Kabogo wakiambia Deputy Ruto ati aendelee na hii mkutano ya town hall. We did it, tulimalizana na hiyo mambo, tulianza na baba akaenda round na akachukua memorandum of Kenyans, and that is why ameweka kwa hii agenda yake. So anyway, nyinyi mlikuwa mnasema mkutano ya town hall ni ya mapwenyenye, haina maana, but now you have run on the road na mumekundua ya kwamba you cannot just run in the road, you have to go back to the people. So nyinyi endeni huko muanze for 3 months, mkiendelea kumaliza town hall. Tumechukua kura, tunajua hii kura ya 2022 is well done. Baba na mama wanaingia, ni sisi wa Kenya tu tuombe. So mimi sitaki kuendelea sana Penat, nataka kuachia watu wengine alafu nitarudi. Nakwambia tumechukua leave. Hii kazi si mchezo Penat, unaenda kazi siku moja, the following day you don't want to go. I hope hatutafutwa kabla tarehe 9 August, kwa sababu things are not working and everywhere. Thank you so much.
Asante Mama Selina. Ukifutwa wewe utakuwa appointed, usijali. Na Mungu hawezi kuacha bila msaada. So let's do what is our patriotic responsibility, kuelimisha Wakenya na kumakinisha kila mmoja, kusikue na yeyote ambaye atakayedanganyika na uongo wa siasa. Nashukuru wote kwa comment section. Thank you so much for keeping it clean. Please, let's keep it that way. Na kama unatupata, tafadhali karibisha watu 2 5. Usiwatch peke yako. Mtembei TV iko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anapata ujuzi wa kufahamu siasa na kufanya uamuzi ambao unaeleweka. Kwa hivyo don't watch alone, invite somebody, share in Facebook groups, WhatsApp groups, Twitter, every other social platform everywhere in the world. Invite the entire world in here. Let us have a great time together as we dissect our politics rightly. Mundu wa nyumba, how are you today?
I'm fine. Today niko mundu kwa mundu.
Hey, karibu.
Asante. Na wasalimia wote, mzee Wangira, Steven Cheraisi, Uhuru Jakenve, nani huyo naficha jina? Roba, kwani Selina amehepa? Sosten Koech, ni sawa, nimefurahi. Na ni mafupi sana. Nilikuwa nimestuka, nilikuwa nimeona Selina ameshikwa ni Kenya Power ya huko. Anyway, now President Uhuru will not join the campaign trail, says David Murathe. Murathe knows what he says, has been very close to President Uhuru, and most of his predictions have come through. And actually, I remember he's the one who said that Raila will be the next president way back, and people are throwing stones at him for having said that. So what he says is the truth. And Bernard and the people were on the panel yesterday or the other day. I think Murathe saw me, what I said, and now he's confirming. Bernard, you remember I said that President Uhuru will not be in the campaign trail. He'll be behind the scenes, and he let the Madam Karua and Kinamunya wafanye hiyo kazi. That's what I said. Okay, going back, and I hope Murathe is not watching. I was in the same time with the Murathe University of Nairobi. Hata saa hii walikuwa akishikwa, tulikuwa huko pia tu, itetu huko. Na akaachiliwa. Na he was a radical student leader then, so that's why he was among the people who were arrested. hata mimi niliponea chupu tu, Mungu alinijalia. Hata wengine walikuwa wamefika nyumbani wakaambia mama yangu nilipigwa risasi nimekufa. There are many enemies in this world. My mother actually, she was old and traveling to Nairobi, hata ajui ataanza wapi kwenda kuona mtoto yake mwenye amepigwa risasi. Sikupigwa, I was there. So now, so that I confirm that president, and there's no logic, there's no reason for him to start those movements, campaign. But I agree with Madam Selina. I don't know. I hope she's listening. He cannot be totally aloof to the campaign. He will be working behind the scenes, and once in a while he'll come into the open and go to the open campaigns once in a while, but not full time. Full time would have been counterproductive, and actually it would not have added any value to the AZIMIO team. He has enough manpower, qualified people, talented people, known people, and the campaign will go on well, even without him getting fully involved openly. Drop your bid. I'm moving to the second point. Drop your bid back, Raila, Kalonzo told. Hi, Kalonzo. I feel Kalonzo. Why do people get so much trouble and not making decisions? That indecisiveness is too much, is excess. And usually one has to make a decision. There's no worse offense than committing a mistake by omission. They're not equal. You might as well make a mistake by committing, that is commissioning. But a mistake made by omission is worse. And this is actually the problem, the disease with the Kalonzo. As a leader, you make a decision. If it's good, very good. If it's bad, it's better than just staying there and not making decisions, So I changed my mind. There's a time I said we raise placards and tell him to go away. But as an elder, I changed my mind. Offline kidogo, Bernard, I also changed my mind that I'm not going to be threatened by Jakendube, neither by Wangila, neither by Roba. I mean, what I'm implying is that either you're older than me, or my equal, or younger, I'm going to contain. I used to be very temperamental when I was younger, but now age has mellowed me a bit, and I take my sons and grandchildren. Yeah, so I'm here. I'm not going to quit. Jakendube, hata ukijaribu siondoki hapa. Azimio yangu sitaki ipotee. Hii ni azimio.
Thank you very much for staying. We are glad you are around.
Thank you, Bernard. So the other item is KKA in Nakuru. Why should I talk about KKA? Why should I start advising KKA on the mistakes they are making? Why? To give them power to compete with me in Azimio? No, that one, no comment. They can do their thing. I'm not going to give them points to make them make proper decisions. If I was to comment, I would actually mislead them and give them the wrong direction as we move on to win. And we have already won. Azimio has won. Azimio campaign team, they have met, and it's becoming strategic. You can see the campaign meetings for Azimio has been very well ordered, planned. It's not just the road shows, declarations, Yeah, everything is planned very well, ways to speak where. And now it has got a lot of momentum with the energy of Karoa and Munya. These are strong guys, And you can see from the first day, Karua was moving every day, she's still energetic. So I like the meeting, because without meetings and without programming, you can't move. In fact, you keep on making mistakes. One should know who is going to speak where, and it's a topic to be covered. Yeah, Azimio, we are very far ahead. Why shall I see? ameondoka. He is a good Kenya Kwanza person. Yeah? He's not aggressive. He's not abusive. Yeah, I like his presentation, although he's on the other side. Yeah? Sosten, pass that on to Nani, to Seraisi, because that end. And I played with the people on the panel. Most of the time I talk and make jokes, so don't take me seriously and get annoyed. It's a joke, and when I'm making a joke, I don't even laugh. I look serious. You may think I'm serious. Stone face, no, but I don't mean some of the things I say. Bernard, as I summarize, I have already recruited 2 people to appear on this panel. I don't know what time they will appear. They say today, actually today. They saw me, my colleagues in NAKURU, church members of Catholic St. Augustine, and they agree they will be appearing. So your pleading has been heard, and I've done my homework, and I keep on bringing more and more. They will come at their own time, but they observed me over the program, and they are very happy of what we are doing. What else? Selina,
Usimalize kila kitu. This is the first hour.
Ya mwisho natuma mtu yoyote ataona mtu anaitwa Keep, amwambie namtafuta kama shilingi. Nimemaliza. Asante.
Keep ndakukamatia, usijali. Nitakukamatia nikuite tu uchukue.
Haya.
Thank you bwana Nyumba, we appreciate it. Nashukuru kila mmoja, tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana, tuendelee ku make sure that the viewers are increasing even as we continue with the program. There is much that is coming your way. We are looking at Uhuru Kenyatta will not join the campaign trail, says Murathe. Drop your bid and back Raila, KALONZO told by Ukambani leaders and Wiper leaders. Kenya Kwanza was in Nakuru. AZIMIO campaign team meet. What are the significance of all this? What is your take? And are we heading in the right direction? Which ticket do you think will carry the day? We need to hear what you feel and think about this entire issues. And of course, the outcry of accusation on who is planning to rig where is still on. It's also a matter that we cannot ignore. It is important that we discuss it openly. Bwana Guru, how are you today?
I'm fine.
Haya, mawili matatu tukitangulia.
How are you doing?
Doing great, sir.
You have seen the way things are moving in the mountain.
Update us.
I have always told you this, Bernard, but you seemed not to take me seriously. That
Guru, unaonea bana.
That mlima inateresa sana. Not unless you stay the course until the last 2 weeks, you can never be sure what you are holding in your hands. So it's decided that the president will not be going to the mountain to campaign directly, but I can bet you that he's doing much more than just going there. You have seen already teams have been formed to deal with each region. I am sure now that the campaign period is just about, you will see a very liquidified campaign, vigorous, cutting across the whole of the country. And I bet that one of the reasons why they have decided the president to keep off is because of the narrative that the other side had started weaving around, that this will be a puppet government where the president wants to leave what we call a puppet government, where he will be the one ruling the country by pulling strings in the background. But one thing that has happened is that in his own right, Raila Amolo Odinga is not one who can be somebody's puppet. Number two, Martha Karua has never been a puppet to anyone. In fact, if you look at the history, even in the last 10 years, it's not that she has been a bosom political friend of the current president. They just respect one another and respect the views of one another. Otherwise, she cannot really be termed as a bosom political friend, meaning the president has looked beyond his personal interests and is going by what is good for the country. Because if it were for him, perhaps he would have picked someone who is very close to him as a friend for certain specific reasons. However, now the narrative of a puppet government will disappear. Number two, Baba is ODM, Mother is NAK Kenya. So effectively, the ticket brings to the fore the fact that this is not Jubilee, which people seem to complain about, particularly in central Kenya. The two are not anywhere related to the current problems that are facing people in the name of Jubilee Party. So effectively, if the president were to go and directly campaign for this ticket, it would amount to, or it would easily be construed by the political opponents as an extension of the Jubilee government, which it is not. So it is very shrewd of those who are assisting the AZIMIO to do their campaigns to take the stand that the president need not go directly and campaign. However, I can also make you aware that the president will be commissioning projects in various parts of the country, particularly among the Kikuyu. There are some major projects that are nearing completion, and I bet that he will take that opportunity to at least point one or two things about politics. So it's a good move that he will not be going directly, because it removes that possibility of propaganda that had started being propagated by the Kenya Kwisha group. Now, Kalonzo is on his way back to AZIMIO. Obviously, Kalonzo had no option but to do so, because the other side has no space for him, even if you were to go there. Number two, I don't think Kalonzo's...
Yes. Guru, give me 1 minute. I respond to something here.
Yes.
Emmanuel Olele. Inbox me on WhatsApp to get the video. Inbox me on WhatsApp. If you don't have my WhatsApp number, sijui vile naweza kusaidia. I can't share video with you when I'm in the studio because we are limited to do that. So you have to contact me on WhatsApp. Thank you. Mr. Guru, go ahead.
So he had no option but to come back to AZIMIO, because first and foremost, I don't think he can go to the other side, because the community, the Kamba community, had already taken possession that AZIMIO is the side that they want to be. What they were waiting for is what they would extract in the coming AZIMIO government. So to tell them to tune back to go to Kenya Kwisha could have been a Herculean task. Number two, Kalonzo does not have funds to do campaigns. Campaigning for presidency is a very expensive exercise, which I don't think he is capable of at this stage. Number three, I think what happened thereafter, after he unveiled his running mate, was that the community was informed of other benefits that accrued to them participating in an AZIMIO government, which I understand involves getting 20% of the government positions and then having about 1,500 kilometers of tarmac, 500 kilometers each for each of the three counties. So when the community looks at some of these sweeteners, they would wonder what they would get from the other side. Yet they also ran the risk, if they supported Kalonzo as an independent person, that they could miss the government on both sides, and then they are left somewhere at sea. So Kalonzo, I think what I see today is that there is a deliberate, or there has been a deliberate plan to pave way for his coming back without losing face. He does not want to appear to have been personally cornered. So he will come back under the guise that it is the community that has taken that stand, and he has no option but to listen to them. We do not really mind how he comes back, but coming back he has to. He has no option. Otherwise, Kalonzo, for all his strengths and weaknesses, is one of those politicians you can say is clean by Kenyan standards. He's not tainted. And for a person who served so long time in a Nyayo era without hearing him, his name soiled so badly, as was the case that time when people used to steal right, left, and center, then he must have kept himself quite well, that today, out of those Kanu bigwigs of that time, he seems to be the only person we can put a finger on as someone who comes out as credible in terms of near corruption-free in Kenya. So that is good on his side, and that's why I think he cannot also fit on the other side, because Kalonzo has his own pride. Those who know him here is a very principled person. They may not support you just like that. I don't think he has any bone that is similar to that of Samoei Ruto. So we are expecting him back. We will be very happy. We will welcome him. They are our cousins, and the Niwas. We do things together, and I don't see the reason why he should not feel comfortable in AZIMIO family. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Banaguru. We look forward to interacting further. Kalonzo is one mystery that we'll try to crack in this generation and be able to understand what exactly drives him, because following him from behind will lead us into much confusion. Let's listen now to this video before Jakindube comes in.
Quits. Will it have any impact within the coalition?
Well, it would be desirable to have Kalonzo in AZIMIO, because that says that the company vote is locked for the bloc. Because Ngilu is in, Kevuda is in, most of the leadership in Lower Eastern is in. Kalonzo is still in AZIMIO because that agreement says you cannot get out of it 6 months before the election or even 3 months after the election. The reason for that is because in the event of a runoff, you cannot then pledge your allegiance to the other formation. So I believe Kalonzo is in AZIMIO to stay voluntarily. He's not being forced by anyone. I also know the principals in AZIMIO have agreed in principle. If he should want to quit or to run as a presidential candidate on a Wiper ticket, they have no problem with that. And I am told, he has been told as much. So, as far as we're concerned, he's in AZIMIO to stay. As far as I'm concerned, he's free to run. Remember, Kalonzo went to Jacaranda and he said he's supporting Raila Amolo Odinga for the third time, unconditionally. Meaning he had no condition to support Raila. So to try and say he's going to run away from AZIMIO because he was not named as Raila's running mate, despite his sense of entitlement, he must be honest with himself and with the Kenyans whom he told he's happy to support Raila Odinga unconditionally.
So, by the fact that he wants out, are you saying that he cannot do that before 6 months before the election, and 3 months after? How is that going to pan out? Because does that mean that his political career is in question, and again, it might...
They can get Kalonzo onto their side. Obviously, it makes their work easier. Right now, the contest in Ukambani would be between Ruto and Raila Amolo Odinga, depending on what side Kalonzo is on. But if he decides to run, then Kalonzo also now becomes another factor. Kalonzo running it alone realistically cannot win this election. You need more than just your own community to win this election. In 2007, if Kalonzo had decided to stick with either or Mwai Kibaki or Raila Amolo Odinga, probably would not have had the dispute that led to the post-election violence. The result would have been beyond doubt, beyond contest. If he had put his weight with Raila, the Kibaki side would not have contested it. If he had put it with Kibaki, the result would have been done. So to a certain extent, although he much later came to help us resolve the post-election violence, primarily it was him standing alone which caused that undecided outcome, which caused the post-election violence. Battle for the mountain is no longer about Ruto and Raila. It's about Rigathi, Gachagua, and Martha Karua. And the people of Mount Kenya are asking themselves, who can best represent our interests in the next dispensation now that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is not on the ballot? And they are finding between Rigathi and Martha Karua, the fighter for the community, the protector for the community, the person who can best take care of their interests is Martha Karua. And these guys knew that. That's why they were trying to push Kalonzo for us. We never, ever attempted to suggest to them who they can make their running mate. But they were very busy scheming to have us make Kalonzo the running mate in AZIMIO. Have you ever had your competitor fielding for you who to play in the game?
It's dangerous move.
Interesting. Yeah?
And then again on this Kalonzo, the issue, they claim that the position that he was offered, the chief minister...
Here you're dealing with the legal. That's the legal position. There is also the political. And politically, because this is a coalition of the willing, if he's not willing to remain in the coalition, the other coalition partners are quite happy to let him have his way. One Kenya Alliance, in fact, remember, they made us change from AZIMIO La Umoja to AZIMIO One Kenya to accommodate the One Kenya Alliance. Now remember, the One Kenya Alliance had people like Martha Karua. It had people like Gideon Moi. It had people like Cyrus Jirongo. You know, it's had Musalia Mudavadi. It even had Moses Wetangula. Now, those two have gone to Kenya Kwisha. These are the three have stuck with AZIMIO. So it's really up to him. In fact, Mother Karua comes from the One Kenya Alliance. So technically, One Kenya Alliance has been given their fair share in this arrangement to produce the running mate. It does not have to be Kalonzo Musyoka.
Okay, get that from the horse's mouth. If no matter rising, Jakindu vipi?
Salama sana Bernard. Na wasalimia wote. Yule mdo wa nyumba mchokozi.
Ameenda kuleta Muratina.
Mami sitaki simtishi, lakini nikitaka kumtisha nitamtisha. Lakini kwa sasa sitaki kumtisha. Nasema kwamba sijui nianze na Kalonzo ama nianze na gani, lakini nitaanza na president Uhuru. Mimi sijui hata watu wanataka Uhuru wa kampeni namna gani. President ana kampeni hata leo, amekampenia Raila hata kwa Afrika. Amesema Raila ndio mtu trusted ambaye wanaweza kumtrust na kufanya kazi ya Afrika. Hiyo bado anamkampenia. Tunataka kampeni za namna gani? Mimi nina hakika president anafanya campaign on a daily basis. Anafanya campaign na bado kwa sababu kuna zile miradi ambazo atafungua. Hizo miradi wakati akifungua ata campaign kwa Mr. Raila. Hata wakati Obama alikuwa na kampenia Mrs. Clinton, si kwamba kila siku, lakini alienda kwa mikutano fulani ambazo ni strategic, ambazo zilikuwa zina campaign, lakini alikuwa anamkampenia kila siku, kama vile president sasa anamkampenia Raila kila siku. Na mimi nataka kuwasihi wa Kenya kwamba mimi sijui wa Kenya wako watu wa namna gani. President Uhuru ni president, anafanya kazi ambayo Kibaki ndio angefanya hii kazi ya kujenga taifa. Kibaki ndio alikuwa na jukumu la kujenga taifa, kwa sababu Kibaki alikuweko tangu siku za Uhuru na anajua mahali problem ilitokea. Kibaki ndio, mimi kwa maoni yangu na mlaumu, hakufanya kazi ambayo alikuwa anatakiwa afanye, kwa sababu wakati alichaguliwa Wakenya wote walimpatia jukumu la kujenga taifa na yeye hakujenga. Sasa Uhuru na Raila wanachukua kitu ambao yeye ndiye angekuwa amefanya, kwa sababu yeye ndiye alikuwa katika wale watu ambao walikuwa katika saa za Uhuru, ambao walikuwa na madaraka, na anajua problem gani ilikuweko. Yeye ndiye angetoa ukabila ambao saa hii president na Raila wanajaribu kupigana nayo. Ni si rahisi, kwa sababu ni kitu imekuweko kwa muda mrefu. Si rahisi kuitoa. Ni kama unamnyang'anya mtu ambaye amekuwa akitumia madawa ya kulevya, unajaribu kumtoa, si rahisi. Lazima umtoe polepole. So ni lazima sisi wote wa Kenya wote tujaribu kutoa hiyo nani. Nikienda kwa Kalonzo, nataka kusema mimi kwa maoni yangu, mimi sitakuwa kama mundo wa nyumba. Mimi nataka kusema hiyo kiti ambacho alipewa inatakiwa apewe Charity Ngilu au Kibudha Kibwana, kwa sababu ni yeye anaonyesha yeye ni mtu mbinafsi, is a selfish guy, kwa sababu yeye anataka mamlaka yake. Wapi mamlaka ya Wakenya? Where is Kenya? Wapi? Hata Wakamba wenyewe wako wapi? Wapi? Anagombania Wakamba kama anasema anagombania community yao. Yeye anataka nafasi yake yeye tu, anataka chaguliwe makamu wa rais. Kwani akichaguliwa makamu wa rais ndio peke yake anaweza kufanya kazi? Hawezi kufanya kazi kujenga taifa Kuna kitu nyingine naweza kuambia, tuangalie viongozi. Kibaki, hata kama namlaumu, Kibaki alikuwa kiongozi, kwa sababu Kibaki kuna wakati alikuwa makamu wa rais, alisabu watu wa Kenya, akatolewa hapo. Watu walisema amekuwa demoted, amepewa Minister of Health. Kibaki alienda akafanya kazi kwa sababu nia yake ilikuwa ni kuserve Kenyan. Sasa huyu Kalonzo yeye anataka serve Kenyans tu akiwa vice president. Huyo ni mtu ambaye ni selfish na mtu ambaye hajali Wakamba wala hajali wa Kenya. Yeye anataka tu nafasi kwamba yeye ni mkubwa. Full stop. Kwa hiyo ni mtu, kwa maoni yangu, hafai kwa Azimio. Mimi hiyo kiti namuomba Raila ampatie Ngilu, ndio awe na wanawake wawili nyuma yake. Hao atafanya kazi vizuri sana, kwa sababu akina mama kazi yao ni kufanya kazi, na akiwa na hao wawili kazi itakuwa barabara. Kalonzo abaki, manake hata wale aspirants wa eneo la Ukambani wamemwambia, bwana rudi kwa nani, kwa Azimio, hatuendi huko. Wamepiga kura wakasema wanataka wakae kwa Azimio, na yeye sasa anabembelezwa. Kwa nini? Tunambembeleza kwa nini? Anasema ati yeye sacrifice. Sacrifice nini? Huyu jamaa sacrifice nini? Kusema kweli, what has he sacrificed? Hakuna kitu sacrifice. Hakuna kusema kwamba umeacha kusimama kwa president. Hiyo ni sacrifice. Hiyo sio sacrifice kwa mimi. Inatakiwa sacrifice, unajitolea kufanyia wananchi kazi fulani. Hiyo ndio sacrifice, lakini sio ati kwa sababu nataka nichaguliwe. Kama nisipofanya hiyo kazi ya ukubwa hapa, nisipopewa cheo fulani, sasa hiyo nimesacrifice. Hiyo sio kusacrifice, hiyo ni upuzi mtupu. Kwa hiyo huyo ni kiongozi ambaye atakuja kuvuruga serikali ya Raila na Martha. Mimi kwa maoni yangu, hiyo cheo kwa sababu ilitolewa kwa community ya Wakamba, Ngilu anafaa na hiyo kabisa. She's very fit, achukue hiyo kiti. Alafu mambo ya Kalonzo afanye vile anataka. Hata akitaka kwenda kwa Kenya One, ama akitaka kusimama upresident peke yake, asimame. Alafu hii maneno tumalize, kwa sababu inatakiwa, unajua, tukitaka kuongoza nchi, ukitaka kuongoza, hatuongozi nchi kwa kubembeleza kitu ya haki, hatubembeleze, kwa sababu haki haijui kwamba wewe ni nani. Sheria haijui wewe ni nani. Ndio maana unaona hawa wazungu tunasema wanatucheza, kwa sababu ikifika saa sheria hawajali kwamba wewe ni nani. Watafanya hiyo sheria ifuate sheria, na inatakiwa tufuate sheria. Na huyu mtu atakuja kutusumbua, kwa sababu saa hii watu wanataka kujitayarisha tufanye kampeni, yeye analeta fujo. So mimi hiyo ndio maoni yangu. Mambo ya UDA sitaki kusema, kwa sababu kwa maoni yangu hawa ni watu waongo, huwa wanasema mambo ya uongo. Kwa hiyo mimi sitaki kushughulika na watu na mambo yao. Watu kila siku ni kitu tu inanishangaza, ni kwamba tunakubali namna gani kuambiwa uongo, na tunakubali hiyo uongo. Hiyo ndio tu kitu inanisumbua. Alafu Bernard, naomba nizungumze kitu nilisikia jana. Roba alikuweko, nilimsikia wakizungumzia juu ya hiyo kitu, na nilishindwa kuingia kwa sababu wakati huo ilikuwa imeshafungwa kwamba singeweza kuingia, lakini walidiscuss kwa muda mrefu, na mimi nilikuwa naomba sana ni comment juu ya hiyo. Mimi nitasema ukweli ile mimi najua yangu. Jambo ambalo walikuwa wana discuss ni kwamba Julia alisema kwamba wakati watu wakicomment wakisema mambo ya Central ya mlima, watu wa mlima wanasema oh, angalia hawa, yani watu wasicomment, watu wasiseme maoni yao. Sijui kama ni hiyo nasema hivyo Roba, ni kweli. Na akasema kwamba watu wa mlima problem yao imekuwa ni Raila na baba yake, wala sio mtu mwingine. Sasa mimi nilikuwa nataka kuwauliza watu wa mlima, Raila na baba yake wanawezaje kuwa, wanaweza kuwaje na problem na hao watu? Na hawa watu, baba ya Raila alikataa kuchukua uongozi akampatia Kenyatta. Kenyatta ni mtu wa mlima. Mtu wa namna hiyo unakuwa na problem gani na yeye? Mtu wa namna hiyo amekupatia uongozi, ni kama amekupatia chakula, alafu bado unasema ati huyo mtu ni mbaya. Raila mwenyewe amegombania tupoe na multiparty. Raila akajitokeza akamwambia, akasema Kibaki tosha. Alijua Kibaki ni Mkikuyu, hakujali kwamba Kibaki alijua ni Mkenya. Na hata wakati Kibaki aliumia, Raila alifanya everything, na alirudi campaign for Kibaki. Sasa kushindana tu kwa kura, kushindana kwa nani, unakuwa adui. Sisi ni Wakenya, haiwezekani kwamba tunaposhindania uchaguzi tunakuwa uadui. Hiyo haifai. Kwa hiyo mtu anaposema ati wana problem na Raila, Orengo alisimama wakati mmoja. Orengo alisimama alikuwa anataka presidency, hakupata hata kura moja kutoka Central. Kama ni problem na Raila, kitu ninachosema ni kwamba hii ilikuwa ni ukabila, kwa sababu watu wengi walikuwa wanatumia kusema oh, hawa Wajaluo, huyo hatuwezi kuongozwa na Kehe. Unasikia? Sasa hiyo ni ukabila. Huo ni ukabila, na mimi nawaambia lazima tuseme ukweli, tuseme ukabila imetufanya kuingia yani kutotambua kwamba hawa ni ndugu zetu. Siku za nyuma, mnajua, hata sio wa Kikuyu, hata kabila zingine ilikuwa hata kuoa msichana wa kabila nyingine inakuwa ni shida. So lazima sisi kama Wakenya tukubali kwamba haya mambo ni mambo ambayo hayafai, na tukitaka kutibu hiyo ugonjwa lazima tuseme, itoke rohoni, tujue sisi ni ndugu moja. Tuseme ile mambo ambayo tulikuwa tukifanya ni mambo upuzi, hayafai. Na mimi niliwaambia wale watu ambao wako kwa UDA ni watu ambao bado wanashikilia hiyo mambo ya ukabila, mambo ya Kihehe. Ulisikia Moses Kuria akisema hiyo, ni kwamba ni hao, nimekwambia hawa watu ukiwakata tu kidogo hivi utakuta ukabila imejaa kwao. Sisi watu ambao tumekuwa hapa kina Nyumba ni sisi tumechanuka, tunaona kwamba tunataka tujenge taifa, na taifa tuko na makabila mengi, na hizi makabila lazima tukubaliane kwamba sisi ni ndugu moja. Kwa hiyo kama kuna mmoja anafanya vibaya, unasema tu jamani, sorry. Hiyo kitu kwa kweli sio jambo la busara. Lakini mimi nilikuwa anasema mtu asiseme kwamba problem ni Raila. Sio hivyo. Raila hawezi kuwa problem. Raila ni mtu ambaye kusema kweli inatakiwa watu wa Central Province waone ni mtu rafiki, mtu mzuri sana, kwa maoni yangu. kwa sababu amefanya alinyosha mkono kusukuma uongozi. Kuna wengine ambapo wakati alisema Kibaki tosha, kuna wengine walimchukia, watu walisema kwa nini hiyo ni ukweli. Watu wengine walimchukia, kama Nyachai alimchukia, hakupenda. Lakini Raila aliona Kenya, hakuona ubinafsi. Sasa ninachangaa watu wa mlima kuchukia mtu kama huyo. Hiyo sio jambo vizuri. Mtu asiseme eti wanamchukia Raila. Tuseme tunataka tuache ukabila. Ukabila ndio imetunyanyasa, imetuweka mahali tuko. So mimi maoni yangu, nilikuwa nataka kusema hiyo roba, lakini nilishindwa kuingia kwa sababu niliona hiyo debate ilikuwa wale walikuwa nasema walikuwa wasemi ukweli, na ndio maana mimi namuunga nani mkono kusema kwamba hiyo mambo ya kusema Raila, hiyo ni ubinafsi, selfishness, ukabila. So ukabila lazima tuipige, na mtu ambaye yuko number 1 mbele kupiga ukabila ni President Uhuru. Hataki ukabila, na Raila hataki ukabila, na inatakiwa sisi wote wana Kenya tusaidiane pote, tupige ukabila na nchi yetu itakuwa maridadi. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you. Mundo wa nyumba, what is it?
What Bernard, what is it? It is the truth. Now, Jakendu Bay, nilisema sikuogopi, na sikuogopi. Ya kwanza enye unaongea kuna ukweli, lakini kuna kwingi. Hata nimekutolea kofia, nimetoa kofia sasa. Ukabila haiwezi kukosa, na pia tuko tofauti. Wewe Guru, ngoja kidogo, acha niongee Guru. Kuna kitu nitasema hapa sasa, siogopi. 2017 ama wacha niwache hapo kwanza. Kwa kikwetu wa Kikuyu tunasemaga, na Guru atajua hiyo, pengine atatranslatea, kataumagarite kaugaga no nyina oe kuruga. Let me translate it direct. Somebody who has not traveled much says that it's only his mother who knows how to cook, kwa sababu hajatembea akaona kuna mama wengine wanajua kupika. This exposure is very important. For example, in 1991, I was transferred from Nakuru to Samburu, Maharashtra, and I almost resigned because I have been born in Nakuru, schooled in Nakuru, worked in Nakuru. Going into the desert, there are bad place. Actually, I had written resignation letter. But I can assure this panel, by the time, after 4 years, I stayed in Samburu, I was brighter in terms of the exposure, socializing. I was a richer man in terms of so many things than I was when I went. So one thing, and Guru, don't take offense from this, is something I discovered, that some of us, maybe because we have grown up in Rift Valley and exposed to so many others, that tribal element is actually reduced. It's not like somebody was born in Nyeri, schooled in Nyeri, worked in Nyeri. As who mix with others, cosmopolitan. You'll talk. Bernard will give you time, Guru. Yeah, let me finish. Ama umeenda kwanza, you want to mislead me also? Wewe Guru, wewe.
Naomba mweke order tafadhali. Naomba mweke order na mchunge muda.
So, I disagree with Jakendu Bay. You cannot generalize the Kikuyu. 2017, me, I voted for Raila in my station in Rongai, constituency Nakuru. My elderly mother couldn't mark the papers. I marked for her on Raila. Actually, I did. Of course, I would not have announced that because Guru would have taken offense and told the other Kikuyus that I'm anti-Kikuyu. The problem is not the Kikuyus. The problem is the leaders. This propaganda, you remember even now, one time President Uhuru calling Raila Mogoroki, okay? They fed so much propaganda to the people in Central about how bad Raila is. His worshipping and all that, you know. So depending on the human beings that were being indoctrinated with that stuff, is now getting it out of them has been very difficult. They thought even Raila is not a human being, he's something else, okay? So as I summarize, and let me give one very bad example, or good one for that matter. I said, Murathe, we overlapped in University of Nairobi. During 1982 coup, I was in there, and I said earlier that somebody had said I've been shot dead. People always complain that Raila was trying to cause a coup. I asked these members of panel, Bernard, is this not for discussion here? To me, Raila trying to overturn Moi in 1982 is a big plus. I was among the people, I didn't steal, but I was among the people who celebrated that. I was in the University of Nairobi. We did celebrate it. He was not doing something wrong. Moi had gone too far, messed the country. Our students actually were very happy to hear that. Okay, it became counterproductive. But even up to now, I believe, I'm not saying he was involved, but there's that accusation. And if he was, to me, it was a plus. It was not a negative to remove the despotic regime. Now, so let me remove you from this, Jakendube. Don't summarize all the Kikuyus. And of course, the history, I'm saying the young people may not know the history of the country, how Jaramogi made sure that Kenyatta became the president, how Raila said Kibaki Tosha and became the president. Remember, during Davadi's late mother, burial, what Uhuru said. Was that tribal? He said this. Kenya is composed of 40, is it 42 or 44 now? I don't know. They keep on increasing because others are being assimilated. That Kenya is not made for Kalenjins and Kikuyu. The alternating presidency between Kikuyus and Kalenjins, he said it may not be right. And you can see his statement there now is maturing into something else. I close my case, but I refuse for you to generalize. I don't fear you. Don't think I'm fearing you. Thank you.
Hey.
Wacha nirekebishe hapo. Nasema hivi, sija generalize mimi. Kitu ninachosema, nasema wale walikuwa wanasema kwamba watu wanamuogopa, yani wanamuona Raila kama ndio mbaya. Unaona, hiyo ndio ninasema watu wasiseme hivyo, lakini sija generalize. Kitu ninachosema ni kwamba kwa nini mtu anaweza kusema hivyo, na yet huyu Raila alisema Kibaki tosha, baba yake alisema.
Jakendube, maybe you have not understood me. Bernard, please, one second.
Please, order, everybody mute your mics. Thank you very much. I want us to get back to the debate. I understand what Jakindube is saying, and I understand what Mundua Nyumba is saying. We are all saying the same thing, only that we are using different languages. The truth is, Raila is not the problem, and the Kikuyus are not the problem. The matter here is we all need to put Kenya first and be able to look at every Kenyan as a Kenyan, not my tribe. The Kenya government is not supposed to serve a section of this country. It's supposed to serve the entirety of this entire country. The problem has always been using the presidency to take care of your backyard, or using state connection to take care of your backyard. That is the wrong approach towards leadership. We need a nationalist in State House who will take care of the entire country, regardless of whether you have come from Moyale or you have come from Vihiga. You should be served as a Kenyan. No government should be taken as belonging to this tribe, or this tribe is the one in power. and that tribe will get in power next time. No, it has to be a leadership that serves the entire country and makes every Kenyan feel at home. And so if you're going to campaign on the premise of what is true and what is valid historically. Let us not twist things just for the sake of getting votes, whereby you speak half-truths here so that you convince people to vote for you. This thing, these elections, especially 2022, are historical because they are meant to address things that have bedeviled this country for ages. Now, if that is going to happen, we can't use the wrong approach to make right what is wrong. We must always give it the right approach. And the right approach is face what we must face, own up the mistakes of the past, correct them if necessary, let's move forward. Lakini tukianza kwenda hii sako, who is more tribal, who is more divisive, who is more liked, who is not liked, we will end up all into the same place where they want us to be. That is not seeing eye to eye, not trusting one another, and in the process we part ways and lose the focus of what we need to achieve by ensuring that we galvanize this country, put it on the same track, and give it the required leadership. So I want everybody to take it easy. Let's remain focused and do what we are required to do on this particular debate by educating Kenyans and letting them know no single tribe is a problem in this country. We have had bad leadership in the past. The bad leadership taught us bad manners, but we can correct the bad manners by owning up the past mistakes, correcting them, and forging a future that is better for all Kenyans of different generations. Thank you very much. Robert.
Bernard, I want to leave. Can I comment on something not related to that?
No, not now.
You requested I get in touch with Koigi.
I'll give you opportunity later, not now, sir.
You requested I call Koigi. I did.
Naomba hivi bwana Nyumba, subiri, nitakupatia muda baadaye. Roba, tafadhali endelea.
Right, Nyumba. Okay, Nyumba 82, bwana 82. I was in standard 4 or standard 3. I can't even remember. That's you in university. Fanya mapenduzi ya serikali. Thank you. That's where the. Thank you, Nyumba, Jakindube. I see David, Warrior, and Bernard, by the way. Thank you, Jakindube. You are right. We had a debate last night. For those ones who didn't have the opportunity, you can go and watch the tape. And I think that would be very educative to some of us. Let me just say by pointing out, Guru and Mike, you have been right on this, because I remember you have been consistent of saying about Mount Kenya when it comes to this election. And I've been noting that, and I want to thank you because I was one of the people who just said, what are they saying? What are they saying? But now I've started believing, more especially Guru, what you have been consistent on that. And I think we just take credit on that. Now, I saw a clip of Mr. Murathe when he was talking about KALONZO. I disagree with him. I disagree with him 100% on this issue of him trying to blame KALONZO as the main factor of 207 problems. KALONZO had his democratic right 2007 transfer election. And the election of 2007 was won point blank, not even cross. It was a landslide for Raila Amolo Odinga. But because we had all the party constitution, we had all the kind of corruption we have, Kibaki ended up being the president. He lost that election. He lost it, but we should not blame KALONZO as because of that the people died. No, I would disagree with him. Rather than time we can have a debate, and I hope he is watching us or he'll be watching us. He's wrong on that. KALONZO had nothing to do with 207 violence. The only thing he did was later on he came and supported Kibaki, And that's how Kibaki ended up just kind of not winning. I mean, they stole the election. Let's be sincere, and I always talk the truth here. And somebody was talking about, by the way, somebody was talking about Nyachai when Raila said Kibaki Tosha. I'm telling you, what I never knew was people in the Kisi, they had a very bad sentiments about Raila, but not now. They love him. They fought for him. That's the kind of country we want. Okay. The topic I want to tackle here is to do with Uhuru campaign parts of the country. And let me tell you this way: from what I know and from what I'm getting, Uhuru will be campaigning, but not campaigning directly with Raila in Mount Kenya or other places. But just get it from me. I know what's the inside is. He's going to campaign. He's already campaigning. He has the machinery. Is just, he's campaigning, but not direct. So we should not be told he will not be campaigning. It means fiscally. Fiscally, they will not be campaigning with Raila. But in the other side of the coin, still he's on the campaign and he's supporting. We know that. Okay, so there's something here also touched me, and I think I'm going to support whoever said it. During the 2002 election, when our people went to vote, they voted for Kibaki and the rest of that members, Raila was among them. In fact, that was the will of the people. And that's the time I think where we went wrong. If we could have taken advantage of the will of the people, we couldn't be talking about some of these problems we are talking about today. And that's a fact. I would give you one example. 2002, I remember I was already in the US. I was in New Jersey that time. And after they won the election, some of us decided to come back home. So to celebrate, when they were being shown in. And I'm telling you, when I went to the airport for the first time, I never saw anybody just trying to ask for this kind of, like, you have to bribe them or other man at the airport. People were scared because they knew everything has changed. But some years later, if you go back there now, it's all the normal corruption we used to see that one. So the will of the people, which was done in 2002, I think we squandered it. And I don't know where we went wrong. And I really think we could have done something else, but I'm for the way we said it. I think that's right. 2007 election. It marked the turning point of our country, but it never happened. But now, what I've seen the last few days, we have somebody who is coming up to unify our country. That's Martha Karua. And this thing is going back to like the 2002 election. This one is taking that kind of shape. And some of you can disagree with me because you are on the other side. I have nothing, to tell the truth, I have nothing to lose on this coming election. And that's what I've always said. And sometimes I just say democracy comes from the people. Let the will of the people prevail. You would never impose democracy on people. So I don't have anything which I'm just like crying too much. But the thing is this. We have somebody who has come and he has unified our cause. And our cause in our country, we know where the problem is. If you don't know where the problem of our country, then you just like, you are not a pure Kenyan, or you are not a true Kenyan. Our big problem in our country is corruption. And that's where we have gone wrong. And now, after 2002 election, something just happened with the naming of Martha Karua as the running mate. Things have changed. The wind of change is coming. The wind of change is already come. Let me say that. You can see how every part of the country, they are very happy welcoming Martha Karua because of what she stands for. Some of us might disagree with that from what she did in 2007, but at this point, she's much needed. Our country is bigger than some of us. We can't just hold her for that. So let us not squander our opportunity like the way it was done 2002 election. This election, as from last week or the week before, it was just like anybody could have won it. But at this point, with the remaining days to election, this thing's over. That's what I've been saying from yesterday, the day before. And for those ones who are here, from the same Monday, when Martha Karua was named the running mate, and Kalonzo decided to go the other way around. The following day, I came here. The day after I came here last week, and I told you this way, Kalonzo is not going nowhere according to my sources. They are also trying to frame some games here to see how things go. And that one, I came here yesterday. I told you, I came here on Sunday. By the end of this week, Kalonzo will come back to AZIMIO. And I still stick with my points. Do you know why? The one thing that just happened, Kalonzo to do what he did, is one thing. On the ground in Ukambani, Kalonzo is losing ground because of what he has done. Even the people you saw coming on TV, some of them, the so-called members of parliament, or those who are like the candidates, they know what's going on. People have rebelled. People have said, you know what, enough with you. This is our way. Our way is AZIMIO. That's from Ukambani. We have seen people from all generations, young people. Even you for online, you have seen people like from churches. You have seen people who are educators. We have seen scholars from Ukambani. They have just told him, this time you cannot mess it up. You go where you are going, you go by yourself. And you can crucify yourself because as we know where we are headed to. And because of that, they have realized this thing is going bad for them. Now they have turned, and I'm just telling you, Kalonzo is coming back. Either way, you like him, you don't like him, that's fine. This election is over. With Kalonzo now coming back, it's even more worse for the other side. So for those ones, maybe you support one side and you think we are winning. Yes, there's a win there, it's over. But also let's try to be fair on the other side because they are our fellow Kenyans. Let us always just accommodate them. Even if we come this kind of setting, we can disagree. But that one is held for the country because debate that was built at us. They might have some ideas, we might have some ideas, but at the end of the day, it's our country. Whatever we discuss here, some people might take it. There are people who listen to us. But at the same time, I'm here to say, and I want to declare, this 2002 election, it's over. William Ruto should be proud of what he did. He was just fighting this man. It was just like all these men against him, kind of. But he has did what he has done, but still he has a chance he can be a president of our country maybe some years back. But at the same time, I know they were in Nakuru, like the way this is there, they were campaigning. And let me finish by saying what I said yesterday and the day before. The people from Western Kenya were in Kwanzaa. The people from Western Kenya, the main people. I told you, give them 2 weeks. This thing is going to melt down. It's going to collapse. And at the end of the day, William Ruto is going to be left with some few individuals. But just watch that one out. Western Kenya is going, people like Musalia Mudavadi and his company, it's too hot for them now. It's too hot. They have realized it. Thank you. If there's for any questions, Bernard, I can take it anytime. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Roba and every other person on the panel. Please let us understand. Let's understand each other. We're here to debate, and then you're given an opportunity to make submission. I want us to make submission, understanding that there are other people on the queue who will also want to share, and so let's not just take over and then it become an exchange between 3 people and then the rest of the people on the queue. It doesn't go well with the people waiting. On the other hand, let's also restrict ourselves to debate within the topic at hand so that we don't bring in too much, because the moment you open the floodgates, everybody will bring in whatever they want and we will never be able to control that. So for us to be able to control, we restrict ourselves on the same. The cure to our tribal mentality is simple. There's no difference between the president of a country and the school teacher of your school and the doctor of your hospital. I don't see any person who is sick and goes to hospital, then he finds this competent doctor and refuses to be treated because that man is not from their tribe. At least yes tibiwa na mjaluo ama siwezi fundishwa na mjaluo mimi naacha shule kwa sababu walimu hapa ni wajaluo. That never happens. So the president of the country the only thing we need to look for is he competent? Is he able to take care of the affairs of the country? It doesn't have to be, is he my tribe man? And if he's from my tribe, will I get favors? The president is not for favors, it's for function and for national governance. And when the country is well governed, every person is taken care of. Just like you go to the university, you get lecturers from different tribes, they are handling different subjects, and you learn under them. You don't go to the university and say, I must choose my lecturers and they must be from my tribe. If not, naacha shule. Utaacha shule, the lecturers will remain. Uende hospitali ukute madaktari hawatoki katika kijiji chenu, you will die, but the doctors will continue functioning. So let us leave all this business of looking for government by reason of mtu wetu ama kabila letu. Let's look at, are they competent? Can they deliver? Have they proven themselves that they can do something better for the country? If we begin to think that way, the tribe will mean nothing. Let's just put required people in office. They will give us what we require from them, and not all this push and pull, who said what, who did what, who has what, who doesn't have what. Thank you very much. Mama Selina, what was the question?
Bernard, I've been listening, but this show has been so good. But I don't know how people feel when they talk things like that. It is not assisting us. It is not bringing Kenya together. If we bring our differences and say so many things, a lot of people are a little of it. I'm a, but if we come like we want to depend each other, and people are talking things here, who knows, Ruta could go to Central Province with what happened 2017, 2006, 2007. Uhuru was the one taking him there, and everybody knows. And I think you people, nobody forget what happened in our Republic of Kenya. So I would request this. I think they are almost my age mate, or they are not young. Today we cannot talk about the 18 years boys that they come here. These are big men, grown-ups. And you want to tell us stories that it will not pay. Baba always want to do right to Kenyans. Now we have had Mother Karua. People are even talking about 2017, what Mother Karua did. I think it is high time, Bernard, for this man. Don't bring grudges here. We need unity of Kenyans. This is not the right time to give us the stories that it happened long time ago. You men, you are bringing your differences here. Whatever you speak, whoever did this, Bernard, I think the way we shout these people from Huda, today I want also to say, if these good people of AZIMIO, they don't have anything to tell us, they can go get a break and wait for Baba to be sworn in, and then they come in. I'm not happy to what happened, Pena. That is not, we don't want that in this forum. So what do you want to let these people of KAA to say? Kama sisi hatuwezi tunavumiliana. Kwani tulikuwa tunaambiwa samani utako ni ya wanawake, but I'm happy it came back to you men. Anyway, I want to tell you that. Because hakuna baba hapa anakuja kuongea mambo. Hiyo ni vinonda mnataka kufungua. That is not right. Hiyo si kitu ya kufurahia. Whatever they call. Kila mtu wako, Ruto ako na mambo yake na Central. Raila wako amekuwa huko, amesapoti watu, amesupport Kibaki, baba yake watu wenye wangeruti. Unajua watu wako na mambo yao. Pena mimi sitaki kuingia vile wanaume wamesema, but
Mama Selina, your network is not consistent. We are losing you.
It is
Mama Selina, we are losing you. Sorry. But I think the point is clear. Everybody mute your mic, please. Keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak.
Now it's go. Yeah, no.
Oh my God. All right. So please let's up the game. Let's debate the facts of the subject of the day. History is good. History is necessary, but let's not get vindictive and try to get at each other. Let's respect one another, respect each other's opinion. Although some of us are becoming too sensitive until it's becoming very difficult to even control the show, especially our senior citizens. Please, senior citizens, I respect all of you and I want you to provide leadership on this platform, not to be part of the problem of this platform. I respect you with utmost respect because I look onto you for leadership. Provide it. If we are not seeing eye to eye, tumekamatana ko mimi na Mr. Kamau, yule mtu wa kuseparate ni wewe senior citizen, okay? But now if you cannot, outgrow a conflict and then become the one separating us instead of you reconciling us, then we are failing to receive the leadership that we need. Moses Chege, children are not allowed on the screen. Sorry about that. Please make sure you keep the children off the screen. Even sounding on the channel is a problem. Being viewed in the picture is a problem according to YouTube community rules. Let's all observe that. Sorry for the mix-up. Now, Ivy, I want us to debate, not to go through circles. I was not part of that part of the debate that Jakindube was bringing up for yesterday. I think that must have been late in the day after I had left. But all in all, this is our country and we need to take care of it. Let's just do our politics the right way, focus on the campaigns and see to it that we push the country forward, not push the country backward. Uhuru Kenyatta has campaigned with Raila hand in hand in 2005 during the banana and the orange. They went all over Mount Kenya and all over this country campaigning together. It's nothing, there is nothing new or there's nothing special about Uhuru going to campaign for Raila in Mount Kenya or going with Raila in Mount Kenya. It's not something that has never happened. Raila came to this country campaigning for Kibaki in 2002, and he went everywhere, Central and elsewhere. He's not a stranger anywhere. So let's not make it a big deal whether Uhuru is going to lead the campaign or not. Let's just debate soberly and move forward. And on that note, nilete Bantu Warrior mara moja tusonge mbele, tumalize tafadhali. Karibu.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. na wasalimia ndugu zangu wote hapo katika panel. Yangu si mengi sana, nataka tu kuambia Jacom is a cornerstone the builder refused. Na baba ameletwa na Mungu kuja hapa katika hii dunia kuunite hii Kenya, na wengi hawezi kuona, lakini from outside nimeangalia sana. Baba ni mtu wa kuunite, na tumepata nafasi mara nyingi sana, nimeongea, tumepatiwa nafasi ya mtu ambaye is the only one for now anaweza kuunite hii nchi. Ataweka foundation ya unity ya makabila yote hapa nchini kwetu Kenya, na viongozi wengi wamekuja hawakuweza kufanya hivyo, lakini you Kenyans, you have eyes but you can't see. Baba ni mtu mzuri sana, hata siwezi kusema, sio kuwa na msifu tu kwa sababu mimi nasema ni Azimio, lakini baba ni mtu mzuri sana, anaonyesha mifano ina action, na mnaweza mkaona live kwa yeye sio vile wengi wanaofikiria. Kuanzia baba yake, yeye mwenyewe, na vile anataka kufanya kwa hii nchi, na utaona vitendo vyake. Ni mtu ambaye hajiangalii binafsi kama vile Jakindube anasema, si mtu wa kujifikiria. Kama mnaweza kupasua kifua yake mkaangalia ile roho yake, huyu ni mtu anapenda kweli hii nchi, na anapenda nchi na wananchi wa hii nchi. Akipatiwa nafasi, mimi niko na 100% sure ataweka foundation ya unity once and for all. Hata kama hataweza kumaliza, lakini atakuwa ameweka foundation ambayo wengine watakaokuja watafuatilia. Ameonyesha mfano ya shake hand na mtu ambaye kama ni wengine sijui ingekuwa vipi, lakini baba aliweza vile vile kama mwanamume, anakaenda akashake hand na Uhuru Kenyatta. Wengine hawakupendelea. Ametoka amekwenda amemchukua Martha Karua, anamweka karibu na yeye na anampenda kweli kweli, bado watu hawaoni. Na anaenda kila province na kila community, yeye yuko tayari, akisema kitu atafanya na atafanya. Watu wa nje wanamuona Raila Odinga is a leader, lakini wananchi wenyewe wa Kenya wanagombana. People from outside, they can see this man, he's a really leader, the second Mandela. Kwa hivyo mimi nawaomba ndugu zangu, mpatieni nafasi huyu mtu once and for all, aweze kuwa na nafasi ya kuweka pamoja tu kitu pamoja, tusahau habari hii inaozungumzwa, kwa sababu wengine wanasema corruption ndio big problem. Corruption sio big problem. Corruption is the second problem. The first problem ni watu kujigawanya, na hiyo hata kama tutakuwa tumesoma sana kama vile huku nje watu wanasema Kenya.
Pole Bantuhuria, inaonekana network leo imekuwa kizaza. Oh, Mama Selina.
Network na sa ile mambo si mzuri network inakataa, kwa sababu tunataka wacheni wacha wacheni tuache mambo mingi, hata kama tunajua mingi, wacheni tukue kitu moja tafadhali. The listeners, umoja ya Kenya, hiyo tu ndiye ninaomba, tukue na umoja, our differences. Alafu Penat, nafikiri tukifuata ile mchatala huwa unatupatia, hatuendi nje of topic, lakini ukiwacha watu walete mawazo yao ndio inalete shida. So I think kutoka sasa Penat, tuacha tujaribu tukue strict, kwa sababu yale mambo umetuwekea hakuna kitu imeinsight, hakuna mahali hata UDA they are happy, kwa sababu ile mambo unatupatia tuongee kwa mjadala inasaidia. A part of this, watu wanakuja kujua na mambo yao, wanaweza discuss hiyo wakiwa nje, lakini si kwa forum kama hii. Ni mbaya. We are trying tuleta watu pamoja, tunajaribu. Nashukuru
Bernard,
Pantu Warrior.
sababu nilikuwa sijamaliza kidogo tu.
Yes, ninamaliza hata mimi. Nashukuru kwa yale yote umesema. Ningetaka sisi wote tufuate hiyo. Yes, tunajua kuna watu wamejua mambo mingi, kuna watu wako na connection mingi, kuna watu wamefanya, lakini tuwache hiyo. Tukuje chini sote, wacha tukue kitu moja, na in these 3 months wacha tuombe Kenya wakuwe na amani, because our words, kama tungepata kura 10, watu wengine hapa Penat wakiongea wana reduce kura. So mimi sina la kusema, wacha nisikie, lakini naomba leo ninashangaa kwa sababu ni wababa wasima ndio wanafanya hizo mambo. Please.
Thank you Mama Selina. Bantu Warrior, pia wewe network ilikutupa nje. Malizia tafadhali.
Asante sana, kwa sababu Mama Selina naongea hivyo kwa sababu wale wapinzani wetu inaonekana wanatugawanya. Sasa mimi nafanyia kampeni kuonesha watu wa sisi tunaunganisha, kwa sababu makamu wa rais wa huu upande wa pili anasema mambo kama yale alivyokuwa akisema siku 2 zilizopita, na yule mkubwa wake anasema kulingamana na kuwa wale wanaotupa mawe na kubomoa reli, unaona, na wakina Linturi wanaongea watu kulisema madoa. Kwa hiyo inaonekana kuna sehemu mbili. Sasa sisi tunavutia sehemu yetu kusema kuwa Azimio na tukiongozwa na Odinga tunataka kuunganisha sote tuwe pamoja, na hiyo ndio once and for all to stop hii mambo kabisa. Kulingamana na Kalonzo hatuna wasiwasi. Ni kama vile Roba amesema na wengi wamesema, tunashukuru Kalonzo, pengine ni shida zake tu kidogo, lakini tunashukuru yeye yuko katika kurudi upande wetu. Na kulingamana na rais wetu, yeye akifanya, kama atafanya kampeni ama asifanye kampeni, yeye ni uamuzi wake, sisi hatuwezi kumlazimisha. Yeye akiamua kufanya kampeni atafanya, na akiwa anataka asifanye pia ni sawasawa. Sisi pia wenyewe tunaweza kusonga mbele. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa, asante sana.
Thank you very much, Bantu Warrior. Thank you, everybody. Please, let's now debate within the boundaries available. And also, let's also appreciate our country is diverse. Our country has been in existence after independence now almost 60 years. Kuna makosa ilifanywa na serikali zilizotangulia. Hiyo ni masuala ambayo hatuwezi wish away. But despite all that, we should thank God we are still as a single country. We are still democratic. We still have change of power. We have had first president, second president, third president. We are now looking for the 5th president. Those are some of the good side of our country. So as much as we have not gotten everything we want, we have gotten at least some things working. And we are work in progress. We are headed into a better place. Let's allow that process to take us there. To square watu ambao we keep digging ourselves back into the hole every time we try to get out. And then propaganda pia, let's separate propaganda from facts. Historical facts and propaganda are not the same. Beside that, tusibebane na masuala ambayo yanatusumbua akili mpaka yanatuchanganya, tusiweze kudebate vizuri. Tuheshimiane, tusaidiane. Kama mtu uko na information ambayo sina, inform me while we are debating. Let's share. Let's not be here to outshine one another or to show who has more points than the other. Let's help Kenya become a better place. Mr. Kamau.
Yes.
How are you today?
I'm very fine indeed, Bana Bennett. I'm happy
Yes.
that you have taken charge, and of course, some of these things is what we have always said, that even the Bible advocates that we might be diverse. Yeah. For example, me, I'm short and you're tall. Somebody else is old and young. But in this diversity, we should always try to achieve unity. There can be unity in diversity. And that is what we wanted to achieve with the BBI. It's only that it was spilled and spinned to a way that people...
Mr. Kamau, camera inatuonyesha roof.
Oh, it was spinned,
yes,
and taken out of position to a point where people did not understand that the cure of this country, we need to understand what ails this country. Number one, we are very tribal. That's one. Number two, we are very selfish. And then number three, we are very, what we call, driven by emotions. So if you cure that, it doesn't matter whether you put laws or anything, but when you cure that, then you have cured the country, because we need to bring all this tribal energy together, and we do what we call political, we have what we call, we energize and do it positively. And that is how we're going to grow. And that is what Raila is doing. You see, Raila, even in his life, he has not participated in agitation of democracy with his tribe. And if you are very keen, in the second liberation, there was Luyas with him. There were Kikuyus. There were everybody there. The only thing we need to do is now, let us now look at the things that bring us together than things that separates us. And what brings us together is that this country requires us as the people of Kenya to come together so that our children and the children of our children can be in a good society. But we don't want to be like on the other side, where they are just doing campaign majorly 90%. I was surprised to hear that today the UDA and the Kenya Kwanza were in Murang'a and Kiambu, and somebody was calculating it is like the 2,000 times. 2,000. How can you go to a place more than 2,000 times? It tells you that you're thinking that is the only place that matters in this country, and therefore you keep going there to try to solidify that base, so that you can propel your exclusivity rather than inclusivity. But when you look at AZIMIO is spreading around. It's going to Narok. Tomorrow I'm told they're going to be in Western Region, and then go to Coast. That is how we want. And that is why I think Raila came with this AZIMIO la Umoja. But what is AZIMIO la Umoja? It is bringing people together so that they can have one ideology and one purpose, and they achieve it as a people. This is a good thing about Gwambo, Baba, is that with all these names and everything that the ideology he brings, he is always dynamic. He brings a new movement. Even when he started CORD, after that he started NASA, after that now he has brought AZIMIO la Umoja. You can see he's a dynamic person. He doesn't live he doesn't stay in one position. Yeah, if he was a bad person, this country could have been dead. But he is a good person, because for sure we know, and everybody knows in this country, even the people that have never voted for him like me, know that at one point, even 2007, he won. But he was mature enough. He had reached that level actualization to understand that if I insist that I've won this election, and Kibaki insists that I cannot be ashamed and get out of this election, then this country could have died and destroyed. But they came together despite the differences. And I can tell you there was no fierce differences like of Raila and Kibaki, but they shook their hand. In fact, with Uhuru, it was even easy. They shook their hand and they worked together. And when they worked together, the energy brought so many positive things. One of the things was the economy grew to over 7%. The other thing was we saw a very elaborate, infrastructure in the country. We also saw the new constitution when they were together. That is when we saw so many things happening in this country. And the good thing about what happened that is that it was not that they were friends. In any case, they were differing in ideology. One was a capitalist, and the other one was a social. He had what we call social ideology. But you see, despite all this, they could go and sit down and come up with a cabinet, discuss things, and at the end of the day, despite the many hullabaloo and differences, they could still achieve. And I have never seen a government, even because I've seen part of government of Moi, I've seen the government of Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta. I don't think there is a government that worked so much like that government of national unity. That was a good government. And that could have been a template to ask Kenyans to understand how do we custom make our government so that we can deal with the egos. You see, the reason why even you see KALONZO jumping around, flip-flopping, is because we cannot contain his ego and his pedigree into AZIMIO and the constitution as it is currently states. Because there are people, whether we like it or not, there are people in this country who are larger than life. They cannot even be arrested. If you arrest them, you destroy the country. There are people who are, that is the truth of the matter. People like KALONZO, Ruto, Raila, Uhuru, the people like people who have influence that is beyond their locality. These are people that need, and what that tells you is that we need a structure of government that cures the egos of these people. And it is not just, it will save you more money and save you the country by providing those positions. They might not even be so big positions, but as long as this person has 2-3 vehicles and a flag, I can tell you we will save so much time in this squabbling and stuff like that. When there was that government, Bernard, we had a very good country and prosperous country. The issue of, I want to go to the topic, which is, Mama Selina has insisted that it's good to go with the topic so that we don't digress and get to a point of bringing personal beliefs and emotions to the debate. President Kenyatta, if he doesn't go to the campaign trail, is okay. Me, I believe now he was to go to the campaign, but once Karua came, Karua can do even better than Uhuru Kenyatta. What Uhuru Kenyatta will do now, and that is what I know Murathe was talking about, is just go open Dhimba Dam, which is almost complete. He's going to open the super highway. It will be a low-key thing, but I don't think it will be. He will be in the. In fact, Raila did what we call brought the fixture of a team, the campaign teams, and he was not featured anywhere. I think Uhuru Kenyatta laying back and playing as the chess master from the world, controlling, maybe providing resources, ideas from behind the curtain, that would be tremendous, because Karua will do the best, and I know he can manage. Karua is good, he is articulate, he has people of Mount Kenya at heart, and even the people of Mount Kenya love her. It's only that before he was competing with another person. You know, when you have two people from one region, you have to choose one person so that your agenda can be reached. But now I think Kenyatta should, Mr. Kenyatta or Mr. Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta now should lay back, acheze ile mchezo kama ile kwa football. Kuna watu wanakuanga kama, if you watch me, I'm a Liverpool person. I love Liverpool. Yesterday I was a little bit disheartened because we didn't win the league, but at least we came number 2. But there are people who are in football and they might not be in the field, but they are very influential. These are tacticians. These are coach. There is somebody who is in the touchline and looking at the people who are injured and those who can be substituted. That person might not be seen, even is not even popular in that team, but that person is very important in the team. What Uhuru Kenyatta should do now is say apale kwa ile inaitwa technical bench. Kazi yake ni kuangalia wale wako na majeruhi, anawaita, anawaambia hivi na hivi, hiyo kona wacha nayo, so that the baggage of incumbency, there is no incumbent anakuja kumaliza kazi yake ya presidency, anakuanga popular. Msikaidanganywa, it is a normal thing with human beings, it's a psychology. So akae kidogo. Hata sasa hivi look at the candidature of Raila and Karua, you find like surely hawa watu si incumbent, they cannot be incumbent. So people are seeing them now differently. So Uhuru Kenyatta acheze ile kitu inaitango technical bench, alafu hao wengine waingie hapo wasumbue, kwa sababu kama Martha Karua ameenda siku 3 hapo na Ruto amefanya over 4,000 rallies. Hizo siku 3 zimemsumbua sana. Sasa ikiwa officially ataenda sasa zile official campaign days without, I don't think wakina UDA watatoka Mount Kenya, because they are worried, because without 99.9% of Mount Kenya vote that voted for Uhuru Kenyatta, Ruto is cooked. Ruto goose is cooked, and they cannot even win, because the country is turning slowly by slowly. The country is turning blue, and the colors of UDA, yellow fever, is diminishing. Pole, because people have realized these are conmen. These are just conmen, and we have to call it as it is. They might hate us, but they manipulate numbers. Dennis Itumbi always has a way of putting numbers that are not real and trying to manipulate. That is conning your way to presidency, and we wouldn't allow that as people who want the best of this country. And that's hakuna mambo ya kuogopa, because this freedom we were given by Akina Raila Odinga, Akina Rubia, so that we speak as it is and say as it is. That group is just hell-bent to bring us back to where we have come from. So many countries in Africans want to be where we are in democracy, and we cannot allow ourselves to go back to where we have come from. Whereby for example, I like even when we define this forum, and one of the positive thing I see is because we have allowed ourselves to be democratic and express your sentiment without fear. On the other side, we have just seen that even in the nomination of a deputy president, it was a closed affair where people go down, wanajifungia nyumba, wanapigana huko, halafu wanatoka wakismile. That is hypocrisy. That is not democracy, because mnasmile hapo nini? Sahi wame make sure that everybody is happy, and the truth is, inside them there are people who are bitter. If that bitterness does not come now, it will come later, whether they will or not. Because, for example, obviously they will lose. The moment they lose, they will start saying, nilikuambia huyu mtu tulichagua kama deputy president atatuharibia kura. Now they will come out. So it is better to come out now so that you heal. In fact, I like it very much when Kalonzo Musyoka gives us trouble. Because if he doesn't give you trouble, then you will not even understand who this kind of a person is. So we know who Kalonzo is. And that is why we were not even bothered when he said he's going to run for the presidency, because we know Kalonzo Musyoka so well. We knew that he can say today he's going to run for the presidency, and the next time he's going to take the 3 vehicles of an executive prime minister, and he'll be very happy, and he'll be all over the world preaching the gospel of AZIMIO. I end by saying, what brings us together is greater than what separates us. Let us focus on the ball, and the ball is to make sure that this country does not go to the hands of lunatics, thieves, and washers. Thank you.
Okay. Lunatics, thieves, and wash. May God save us from all of them. Yes, Robert, nakuruhusu nusu ya dakika kwa sababu nataka kila mtu apate nafasi ya kuongea.
Yes, Mr. Kamal, you just made it there, my friend. That was such a, you have just said, I wish all of us we reason that way. That's very nice. Just one more point about what Bantu said about Raila. Let me tell you something. I'm here in California. I'm telling you, I've seen people from Sierra Leone, from Nigeria, from Uganda, from Tanzania, from other parts. They love Raila. You go to Tanzania, they are just rooting for Raila to be our president. They just call him our mzee. So that's how people excite. But for me, Martha Karua, she's making what nobody expected. So I want to have a question for Kamau, real quick. Hey, Kamau, I don't know whether people from Kiambu, where I went to school up there, they realize, I don't know what they have realized, how much people outside Nairobi area, Kiambu area, they love Martha Karua. They want to see her. I don't know, they realize that.
Yeah, I can tell you, they know. Mount Kenya are not, and I told people, don't bank your hope on Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya know their leader. In fact, as we speak today, there is a slow transition happening, because right now Uhuru is just relinquishing the mantle of kingship to her, and people are accepting, and they are happy. They are very excited because they know she is a true son or a daughter of Kenya, and she stands for the truth. So they know.
Okay, thank you. Every political change must be well managed for it to achieve the purpose for its initiation. So let's allow things to develop gradually. Even the people will buy into the new leadership gradually. There is nothing instantaneous when it comes to change. But let's keep moving. Thank you very much. If you are able to get us, invite somebody to join into the discussion. Invite somebody to watch from wherever you are. Don't watch alone. Like the world, tune to Mtembei TV and learn the right perspective of politics, even as we exchange our different views on the subject. Na kuna hawa watu wanasema this channel is biased. Biased between what and what? Biased in what sense? Njoo hapa ukajitetee, wacha kuteta huko. Hakuna ukweli utasimama kila wakati, and always bend ukweli ili ukue acceptable. If you really want to remain standing, you must stand by the truth the way it is. You don't have to, bend it in order to accommodate everybody and their views. But I appreciate everybody. Let's keep moving. Nicheze video moja kabla Gerard na Julius wakuje. Just one moment. I hope this will accept to play.
Tonight, Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka is on the spot once again with his party aspirants from the Ukambani region, asking him to drop his presidential bid and rejoin the AZIMIO One Kenya political party. According to the aspirants who met in Athi River, Kalonzo's attempt to run for the top job does not enjoy the support of party members. The aspirants further chastised Makueni Senator Mutula Kilonzo, Kitui Senator Enoch Wambua, and Makueni MP Daniel Manzo for what they called misadvising the party leader. And TV's senior political affairs reporter Kennedy Murathe with all the details of that stormy meeting.
For almost 1 week now, the political fate of Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka has been the subject of speculation after a surprise announcement that he will run for the presidency. In a stormy meeting held at the Stony Earth Resort in Machakos County that had back and forth consultations with Kalonzo, who is away in the United Kingdom, 45 aspirants voted to have Kalonzo remain in the AZIMIO One Kenya coalition party, with only 5 backing his bid to run for president. One of the aspirants was almost chased away from the meeting for suggesting a move to Kenya Kwanza.
The meeting is fully sanctioned by the party leader, His Excellency Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka.
Sources inside the meeting tell NTV that a majority of the aspirants argued that they had listened to the views of their constituents, who they said largely favored Kalonzo's stay in AZIMIO, but with a clear deal.
The country is greater also than Wiper itself, and that because we had already agreed to work under the AZIMIO One Kenya Alliance, that maybe it is time that we exhaust all the options that were available under the AZIMIO One Kenya Alliance, because there is a dispute resolution mechanism under that alliance.
Some of the questions that came up in the meeting building up to the decision to return to the AZIMIO One Kenya outfit included the amount of resources already spent by the aspirants in producing election branding material. The aspirants say many of their campaign posters and other merchandise already bear the symbol of R, signifying Raila Odinga's presidential bid, with some images showing camaraderie between Kalonzo and Raila. To them, rebranding their campaign material would simply be too expensive. Others argued that leaving AZIMIO One Kenya now would portray Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka as wobbly and incapable of taking a firm stand.
So we are asking our party leader that we do reconsider the possibility of having further discussions on this coalition arrangement.
Aspirants who did not wish to be named for fear of reprisals told NTV that the meeting also read the Riot Act to 3 key political figures around Kalonzo. These are Kitui Senator Enoch Wambua, Makueni MP Dan Manzo, and Makueni Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., who were all accused of taking a hardline stance on Kalonzo's options.
One of the reasons why we are disappointed and why we were disappointed and said we are going to go all the way to the ballot is because there was no structured discussion. There was no discussions about how political party positions would be shared. There was no discussion about positions. The only position we as a party had talked about was only the position of deputy president. So when a position was mentioned to us through the media, and we heard that we had been offered a position of cabinet secretary, I think that was called chief, we didn't understand what that means.
The meeting now resolving to have Kalonzo either take up the speaker's position in the National Assembly and lead one of the arms of government, or have structured talks akin to the negotiations that produced the 2008 National Accord between the then President Mwai Kibaki and Raila Odinga, who later became Prime Minister.
We all know that the position of President and Deputy are off the table under AZIMIO One Kenya Alliance. That we are aware. But what we are saying is that there could be other ways by which this party can participate fully in government, even outside those 2 positions. That is what we want to know. What is in need for Wiper democratic movement?
We want to make sure that the country gets the president in round 1. We are not going to round 2 or 3. So you can answer yourself the rest.
In making the demands that Wiper should move back into the AZIMIO One Kenya coalition political party, the aspirants have also pinpointed a number of hardliners around Kalonzo Musyoka who have been warned against their moves. Kennedy Murathe, NTV in Machakos County.
Okay, thank you, Jared.
Thanks, Bernard, and the panelists. I see Guru Roba, Mama Selena, Bantu, Julius, Stephen, and Lopa. In fact, the video took something out of my mouth, but I will come to that. Let's start with the president campaigning. I think this is a tactical move, and those who do not know how politics is played, they would still continue catching up. See, they were screaming, they were advancing the project issue, and it's the main thing. The Sabina Jagger not to run the position of deputy president, because then it would have been seen that it's a really a clear project. That's one. Two, when we were we just got a gift from the deputy president William Samoei Ruto, connecting or picking another thief. Then it was easier for them to go to Mata Karua and have a clear distinction between the two tickets. If you hear of late, now they have nothing to say. They've started saying, "Oh, the president has abandoned Raila," which is good. Now they don't have where they stand. But I think at a certain opportune moment, the president will come. This is a tactical move to let Raila and Karua move in. Once they are moved in between, you will see him throwing some jabs, which distracts the Kenya Kwanza, actually UDA. Let's not say Kenya Kwanza, the UDA. So when he will go to open up some projects, he will throw some words there which will still make them waste their time. So, but before the campaign, before these days are over, we will see the president campaigning for Raila Amolo Odinga. That will be very clear. I believe this is just a tactical move. Coming on Kalonzo, I'd said before, I think some few days ago, I'd say that Kalonzo will go nowhere. Kalonzo will be back because everybody knew where Kalonzo will be. He didn't have any other choices. And this is why you see in leadership, anybody, any one of us can be a leader in Kenya or in anywhere, as long as you have people surrounding you who are of sound mind. Since Kalonzo Musyoka disengaged himself from people like Mutama, people like David Musira, those people who could engage with him and who can foresee the future of the country and will put the country before them. He could make good decisions. But now, once he has come with these youngsters who will always think about themselves first, and that is a bad side of us, that we young people, we only look at things from our side. And that's why he keep making mistakes. When he started making demands, he actually exceeded himself from the running mate position. I still think where we stand as actually the video we just seen, I don't think Kalonzo going to get the chief minister position. One reason is that that is not a person. He has never read anything. So a chief minister position needs a Matiang'i person, a person who is going to make sure that things are moving. I don't think that is what Kalonzo needs. In fact, if it was not to massage his ego, we have said many times that he should be sent to Russia to be ambassador to Russia, ambassador to Ukraine, somewhere where he would be actually even a foreign affairs minister. He can do well as a foreign affairs minister. He has worked there before. If you saw in, I think it was 2009 or 8, when Obama took over the presidency of the U.S., and there was a competing interest between him and Hillary Clinton, what they did is he gave Hillary Clinton to be the Secretary of State. Here, Secretary of State is another president of another of the rest of the world. So if we get Kalonzo to be a foreign affairs minister, to be just going around, being sent everywhere, then he will leave us to run the country the proper way. That's one place. But I think we can easily persuade him that as per the constitution today, the current constitution, the third most powerful person in Kenya is the speaker. If you throw him to the speaker, he will be dealing with the members of parliament day in, day out. That will keep him busy. And he will not have a chance actually to be politicking because the position will not require him to politic rather than to be neutral. Once you are picked as a speaker, you should seem to be non-political so that he can. The only danger to have Kalonzo Musyoka as a speaker is that it's a watermelon when you need some key registration to go through. And you have seen this security bills where you have the speaker has to muscle it through. Can you trust him? That is the only problem we have. Otherwise, that is a field where you can leave him so that he can retire gracefully to his secure home. So I don't see him getting anything as a chief minister. If they promise him that, just take it that it's not going to happen. You know, sometimes we force ourselves to even legislate on these promises because we don't have a choice unless we are not serious about the country where the country is going. But it's a good thing that he is back now that we can focus on how we're finishing this. As far as the campaign team, I saw how they have arranged all of this campaign. Teams almost every the provinces as we used to know. When all of this campaign will start, and I was looking at those teams, they have each place they will be able to hold the meeting. When all of them they will start having meetings, how is my friend deputy president who needs to be with babysitting Rigati and Mudavad and the rest, how is he going to be able to deal with this? So they have not seen it yet. They are waiting to see. I joined when there was a discussion. I don't know what was the discussion. Maybe there was some disagreements here and there. But I say we have only less than 80 days to pack this thing. And I'm sorry, but I'm from a school of thought that we should not give any mercy to these UDA people. We have to deal with them mercilessly so that they have no chance to even stand up, so that we get the country in control, we move the country forward. We cannot joke around with these people. We have to show them that, hey, the country is moving. And I think there was my friend, I think it's Roba or who said that we have few people here who cannot be arrested. I don't remember who was saying that. It was very wrong to count Kalonzo as one of the people. Kalonzo can be arrested 20 times and nothing will happen, except 2-3 people will say. He has not got to that point. I can agree that maybe the deputy president is trying to get to that level, but as we finish August 9th, he will also become a village king who can be taken to court with no problem at all. For now, I can give him a little benefit of doubt. The only person we have is Raila Amolo Odinga. That is the only person who is the law and law by to himself. So it's a point of correction that Kalonzo has not got that, and that is the problem we have even today, that Kalonzo still believes that he's playing at that league. He should know that he's not playing at that league at all. Him is just, while other people are asking what the country can do, he's asking what he can get for the canvas. That tells you where he belongs. So I'm sorry, it's a person who we cannot count on. Other than that, Bernard, I don't have much. I just wanted to come in and join and just say hi to my fellow panelists. Thank you.
Okay, asante Jared, we appreciate it. Let's keep talking. But the Kalonzo and the speakership is good. He will retire and go and join Ole Kaparo, and they can share notes on how to rear cattle in their old age. But all in all, we are making good progress. Let's keep going. This is our country. Let's ensure that we do the right thing. There is one person on the comments here. Did I miss him? He was asking whether we AZIMIO are not worried about the number of parliamentary seats they should get, and when they are fielding different candidates on different political parties in the same constituency. The plan is called Kanaita Martins. The plan for AZIMIO is that everybody was to campaign. All the people who are cleared who are given party tickets, they were to do their campaign for this May. Then in June, they would do an opinion poll in each and every constituency, each and every county for the aspirants. Then among the aspirants, the best among them will be allowed to go supported by the rest. So it's not a guarantee that when you have, let's say, ODM ticket to run for Makadara seat, okay, and then there is another person on Wiper, another one on Jubilee, and all that, and all of you are in AZIMIO. At the end of the day, towards the end of June, there will be an opinion poll carried out among all these aspirants of different parties who are in AZIMIO. The best among them, the one that has the greatest support, according to that opinion poll, will be asked to lead the way. There are others who will back him so that we reduce the splitting of the votes. And that is the grand plan, to see to it that UDA watapata na mahali pa kupitia katikati. So that's the plan. Whether it will work or not, we don't know, but we pray for it to work. We need to have a working parliament, not a parliament made of people who have come to waste time and earn money for doing nothing. Thank you very much. Thank you for the question too. If you have a question, you can post it in the comments, or you look for an opportunity to get in the studio and air it out like every other person. Na wale ambao wanatazama mahala popote, tafadhali endelea kukaribisha mtu wawili watatu wajiunge nasi. Share that link with everybody in your life, Facebook groups, WhatsApp groups, Twitter, and every other social network around the world. Thank you very much. Ni wakati wa Julius. Captain, hiyo ni kuinua mkono ama you are clearing your head?
Lolo, ni kuinua mkono.
Aya, iko nini? Niambie.
Nimesikia umeuliza having the MPs in parliament and not the president. Yes. Let me ask you, if we will have Raila Odinga as the president, na akuwe na 2 MPs, and then we have William Ruto opposition side, na akuwe na 280 something MPs. How will that government be? That is, I think, what you meant on your last statement, if I'm not wrong.
Not exactly, but okay, that's the wildest imagination for you have made.
But somehow like that. What you meant is somehow like that.
Yeah. Okay. We have. Is it like keep your county? Is it? Or do we have like keep your county? Where Nderito is the governor. Who is the governor of the Nderito is the governor for where? Nyandarua ama Laikipia?
No, it's Laikipia as an independent.
Yeah, he's an independent, and every other MCA is not independent, and he has functioned as a governor for 5 years. So you don't have to.
Are you talking of governor of Laikipia?
Yeah.
Are you talking of the governor of Laikipia or the MP?
the governor. Yani wewe governor ni independent na uko ma MCA wa Jubilee, MCA wa ODM, MCA wa hivi vyama vingine. Uta resign kwa sababu huna ma MCA?
The country has to move on and the county has to move on.
So you just lobby. So hata wote wakikuja wa UDA, we lobby them. We tell them this is what to do. Wale wanataka kuwa settle, wakuwe settle, lakini nchi inasonga mbele. So hakuna mtu ana threaten serikali kwa sababu alileta wabunge.
That is very good, Bernard. I think you are telling us that you will not threaten the government of William Ruto because you will be having less MPs and you will be the president. I accept that. We agree on that.
That is insecure leadership. Now, those are the kind of leaders we don't want anywhere in leadership. If you are in leadership
you are
position
telling us you don't want the governor of Laikipia.
If somebody has more MPs is coming to threaten you or is coming to remove you, that is not how to go about leadership. A leader will always find a way around whatever crisis that arises. I'm a church leader, and in the church you don't have yes people all the time. The same people you pray for are the ones who come and cut your legs, and they will still bring their head for prayer the following day. You will not be able to, if you don't find a way around it always, you will not be able to provide leadership. So I believe that this country can move on with opposition or without opposition. We just need working leaders who know what to do. And if they don't know, they find what to do. Not this one of to reduce huyu ndio tuongezeke, ama to badmouth huyu ndio tuonekane wazuri. That's not how to go about it. And I advocate for good leadership where good people can be around you. Unajua uongozi ambao wewe unataka kuwa na watu wajinga ndio wewe uonekane wewe ndio mwerevu. Hiyo ndio njia moja ambayo inaharibu maendeleo ya nchi. Kama wewe ni kiongozi, tafuta viongozi ambao wako na, they think better than you, they reason better than you, so that you have solutions. Unapiga simu ambia, hey, kuna shida airport. Yule mtu umetuma airport anatatua shida. Si eti wewe uko na mtu ambaye Minister for Foreign Affairs hajui kuspell jina foreign na ndeni unajisikia wewe ndio rais. Hapana. So tunataka wabunge ambao wako na uwezo, wana ufahamu. Hao ndio wanapaswa kuwa bunge.
Bernard.
Thank you. Yes.
Bernard, huyu captain mwambie tu ile chibu anataka kusikia. There is no world where William Ruto can be a president with less MPs. This is unlikely. It can be likely that Raila can be a president with less MPs. Take it to the bank. Na ununue samba.
Asante.
Okay, Bernard, this
yes,
way.
Yeah.
The way Jared is talking, let me ask him, or let me advise him. Raila is not looking to be the president of the world. He's looking to be the president of Kenya. Unlike the way he's saying that there is no way William Ruto can be the president of this world.
Captain, is Kenya not part of the world?
No, William Ruto he's looking to be the president of Kenya, but not the president of the world.
Kulingana unajua hii time tunachukua ni ya Julius. Wewe ulikuwa unauliza tu swali. Tunapaswa kwenda kwa Julius, lakini wacha nikupatie bure. Okay? Kile tunachosema ni hiki. Okay? Kulingana na historia ya William Ruto na uongozi wake, hapendi wale watu ambao ni bora kuliko yeye wakuwe karibu na yeye. Okay? Anataka yeye akuwe bora na azungukwe na mazuzu. Okay? Wale watu hawajielewi, hawezi kujisimamia, hawezi kujiongelea. Ndio wakiambiwa kwenda kwa rally, enda utusi huyu. Hata afikiria achague maneno, anasema yale maneno amepewa. Inajulikana hii ni recited point.
I think Bernard, I love to answer you that. I will answer you that in a way.
What we are saying is, if you are a secure leader, you will enjoy people who are better than you working with you. Like Kibaki worked with Wamalwa Kijana, Charity Ngilu, Raila Odinga. Hao watu walikuwa hata wengine wana upeo mwingi kisiasa kuliko yeye, lakini was secure to work with them until mbegu mbaya ikapandwa ndani ya moyo wake, akaanza kuogopa, ndio akaharibu maneno 2004 there about. But angeendelea hivyo tungekuwa first world by now. Wacha tuache hiyo, twende kwa Julius, tutarudi kwako wakati wa submission.
Lakini tutawacha namna gani na umeongea bwana?
Nimeongea kuhusu nini?
Wacheni kuchukua time yangu, wacha niongee. Ikifika wakati
wako captain, unakuja time yako ya kusubmit ndio utatetea rais wako alafu ufanye submission. Julius, go ahead.
Captain, relax, wacha mbio, enda pole pole. Ukiwa na point, unajua ukininia utanini, you'll lose your path. Just relax. Unajua shida ya nyinyi watu wa UDM mnakuaga na mbio. Even if you have a point, sometimes mnapoteza path because your speed is too high. Tuliza body, brother. Tuliza body. Anyway, nawasalimia nyote. Bernard, Guru na kuona Roba Mama Selina, Captain ya K, sio Captain wa C. Na wasalimia nyote, habari ya asubuhi. Imekuwa asubuhi nafikiria. Nashukuru Mtembei TV kwa kutupatia nafasi to discuss. Naomba tu discuss vizuri, tuache vitina, tuache vitisho, tuongee ukweli. Unajua ile kitu inakuwa makosa ni mtu tukiongea uongo. We lie in front of a live TV like this one. Unaona hata mtoto wako anakuona anajua unadanganya. It's shameful. Sasa nikiongea hapa ukweli, saa zile nimetoka kwa kamera, kijana yangu ananiuliza ulikuwa unasema nini? That was wrong, because there are things that actually everybody knows. Hata mtoto mdogo anajua ukiongea uongo. So let us just talk the fact. Hata kama uko UDA ama uko Azimio, please let us just try our best to speak the truth, because what we are doing here, we are trying to heal the country. We are doing to better our country, because we have nowhere else to go. Hakuna mahali ingine tutaenda, my brothers and sisters. We belong to Kenya, and Kenya is our place. So the contribution that we make is that will take our country to another level. Anyway, let me go to today's, and Bernard, after this I want to yesterday mliongea kuhusu mambo ya Narok, and I was not able kuingia kwa sababu nilikuwa naingia kazini, and later I will ask a permission ni clarify vitu kidogo hapo niliona sikuwa correct, please. Anyway, kuhusu mjadala President, I think for me, mimi sioni shida President Uhuru kama hajaingia campaign trail ya Raila, because of course the UDA side wamechukua wanasemanga ati Raila is a project, so it will be another new, because unajua wanatafutaga makosa kidogo kama hizo. Anyway, it's good that the president don't asiingie campaign ya baba. Wacha baba ajifanyie campaign, na kuna alichagua uzuri, alitengeneza team ya campaign all over the country. And Azimio, the difference between Azimio and the UDA is because UDA Ruto kama hayuko, there is no campaign going on. Sijui kwa nini everybody. Jana niliona nilicheka mpaka nikatoa machozi. Anaitwa Mudavadi alisema ati wachaneni na 70%, atapata 90%. 90%. Hiyo sasa it's like ni kama saa zile unaota ukiwa umekunja miguu, unafukuzwa, like unaona unafukuzwa lakini haukimbii because umekunja miguu. So kuna vitu zingine watu hata najua ni siasa, but it doesn't make any sense. 90% atatoa wapi? Hata 10% atapata kweli? After all, he contested as a president, alipata what percent? Anyway, the difference between Azimio la Umoja and UDA is that they can AZIMIO can campaign without Raila. They can do it without Raila, and they are doing good. Actually, they do because they are free. Lakini sasa unajua upande wa UDA shida ni kwamba Ruto is the financer, Ruto is everything. So hata mtu haendi kutafuta kiti yake cha MP ama senator mpaka alale kwa mgongo ya Ruto ndiye afanye campaign. How can that happen surely? Jana niliona pia clip ya Wamunyinyi. Nilikutumia Bernard hiyo clip. Nataka utuweke hiyo clip. Wamunyinyi anaambia, anaitwa nani, speaker wa Senate. Anaitwa nani? Anaitwa mtu wa wheelbarrow ya 100,000. Anaitwa nani?
The former Lusaka, former governor wa Bungoma.
Akaambia Lusaka face on, si hata alikuwa amekaa chini mbele yake, akamwambia wewe, unajua ni maneno tunaongeanga hapo kando, hauko leo uko mahali hapa, nataka nikuambie vile Kalwala alisema. Kalwala alisema wewe ni mwizi. Hebu can you clarify that in front of him? Sazila anampatia mic, you know. Yani things are becoming so difficult for some other people, and I don't know how they are going to survive because they took the wrong path. Unajua saa zingine ukichukua wrong turn inaweza kukupeleka ujui hiyo turn labda ilikuwa ni kuingia kwa shimo, lakini many of them they took a very wrong turn but now they are struggling even to help themselves. Anyway, Kalonzo, tumeongea maneno ya Kalonzo, tumeongea Kalonzo. We are making Kalonzo so popular. We are campaigning for Kalonzo because each and every day we are talking about Kalonzo. Not even in the media, and kila mahali. And we are not talking about him in a good way, that he is a good leader because of his decisions that he has been making. The wrong decisions and decisive. He have never been, he doesn't, leo anasema Raila, the serikali yako, whatever way utapanga serikali yako nitakusupport. Kesha asubuhi anaamka amebadilisha system. Sasa hata we are very tired. But anyway, mimi nilisema wachaneni tu yeye, hakuna mahali ataenda, atarudi tu nyumbani. Na akirudi nyumbani, kuna ndugu moja alisema apatiwe speaker ama apatiwe foreign affair ambassador. Hapana, acha apatiwe speaker, tumuone hapa karibu. Foreign affair huko sasa, najua nasikianga anakuaga muoga sana, saa zingine usiku analalanga bodyguard wake wanalalanga kwa bedroom yake, wanakaa hapo kumchunga. So asiende nje, acha akaa hapa karibu, tumpatie security ya kutosha. AZIMIO campaign, walifanya campaign mzuri Narok County, na walienda huko msituni kabisa, mahali mwisho ya Kenya, mpaka hata watu wa huko hawajui kama wako Kenya ama wako Tanzania. Lakini Raila alienda hapo na walifurahi sana, Wamasai wa huko walifurahi sana kusema Raila kuwatembelea, because it's a virgin place, a very rural place. And I was very happy about the whole thing in Narok campaigns was AZIMIO. And I want to clarify a few things. Jana mlidiscuss, please Bernard, kama utanipatia nafasi nisichukue muda mrefu.
Yes, carry on, just mind time.
Okay, now jana Muhammad alikuwa anaongea kuhusu siasa za Kilgoris. I come from Kilgoris, I was born there. Even though Kilgoris iko na sub-tribe 3. Moja ni tribe inaitwa Wasingishu ambaye ni Konjela. Iko na majina mbili, wanaitwa Wasingishu ama Kirasha ambaye ni ya Konjela sasa. Alafu kuna Moitanic ambaye ni Songuli. Alafu kuna Wasiria ambaye ni Tonai. Sisi sasa. Now, kuna hiyo narrative jana Mohamed alikuwa anasema tu watu wanafikiria watu wa South wanafikiria North how can I say it? Wamewafinyilia, which is very wrong. It was not correct at all, because governor by the katika Narok County, the big house ni Purko ndio iko majority, and the Syria ambaye governor Tunai alitoka is the minority, na governor Tunai anatoka wapi? South. So hiyo narrative kwanza hakuna, because the minority ndio walichukua kiti ya governor. Purgo hawakuchukua, na ile kitu Purgo walipata ni women rep. Alafu ukienda kwa senator, Ledama ni anatoka katika sub tribe inaitwa Eldamat. Eldamat is also a minority in Narok. Unaona? So hakuna vile vile jana walikuwa wanasema, Mohamed alikuwa ana explain, hakuna vile tunaweza nyang'anya kiti Eldamat tupatie kiti ya senator, tupatie tuseme Moitani kama Uasin Gishu, because Eldamat already they are minority. So the Purgo venye wale wanasema the north wamefinyilia wa south, sio ukweli. That's a lie. That's not true, because angalia governor alikuwa kutoka minority, which is Syria, sio Purgo. Purgo is the bigger house, unaona. So the explanation jana ya Mohamed haikuwa perfect, although he did very well, but haikuwa correct. Kulingana na mimi ile shida niliona ni women rep, because saizi governor is going to be Kenta, is going to win that election. The only problem we are seeing there is the women rep also atatoka kwa Purgo, the same community. Ni kama sasa hii ya Kisii County, governor atakuwa ametoka wanasema Bobasi, and the women rep pia nani anaitwa Ongera somebody, she also from Bobasi. That's why nani Simba Arati went to somebody else from another subclan. But in Narok County, it seems, of course, it will be the governor is not fronting one lady who's contesting for the women representative, like vile Simba Arati amechukua, he's supporting one particular lady. Narok County governor haja support anyone, they will be fighting. Then after the end, actually that was the plan, wafanye pia vile wafanye opinion polls, waone who is so popular ndio wapatiwe. So that's what I wanted to clarify a little bit. The story of Narok is very long, because the Uasin Gishu, actually the so-called Uasin Gishu, they are also called Irigirasha, and the Uasin Gishu, they came from Uasin Gishu. Uasin Gishu, the meaning of Uasin Gishu, it means the black and white cows. That's the meaning of Uasin Gishu. And yesterday, Nirobama nani aliongea kuhusu Ngararo, somebody like sio Roba, ametoka nani anaitwa nani? I forgot his
name. I think Alex.
Not Alex. Huyu nani amekuwa saizi hapa amesubmit mbele yangu, anaitwa nani?
Oh,
Jared alisema alikuwa anaishi mahali inaitwa Ngararo. Ngararo ni mahali ni Syria, but the Ngararo is a Kisii name actually. Ngararo was a Kisii warrior who was fighting the Maasais. That's about 1921, 1922 there. So that Ngararo name is somebody's name. The real name of that place is called Moita. Or the another name is Osubugo. So
I have been there. I've been in Ngararo myself. It's not far from where I come from.
So the the history of Transmara is really very, very long, very, very long. We cannot finish one. It's very long. Yeah.
Okay, I would suggest let's have if you have an interesting situation in terms of political push and pull in a particular region, we can do a show that is dedicated strictly to that, and all the interested parties wakuje pamoja, we address that badala ya kuifanya kwa something small of the huge show. Like we have that special chapter, we do the Mount Kenya chapter. It addresses Mount Kenya issues addressed to Mount Kenya people in Mount Kenya language. So we can make provision for that. So like the Ma community and the Goris, all that entire place. You come together, give us a proposal, we'll give you a show, and they will address all that without mixing it with the rest of the shows. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Another thing I wanted to say is that about the senator. Ledama is coming very early in the morning. Konjela ameshinda kuwa MP was running away because there is a young man called Oibo is chasing him away from Kilgoris. Oibo is a ODM boy. He's a very good boy. So he's running to go. Sasa unawezaje toa kijana weke mzee seriously? You know, that logic is not working because Konjela jana alikuwa juzi alikuwa anasema ati nipatieni kiti ya Senate alafu 5 years to retire na baba. I mean, seriously. It was very unfair. Anyway, let me finish my submission.
Thank you, Julius. I think Mohammed wants to engage you further. Mohammed, unaweza kuja studio muonane na Julius for further clarification on the same, but naomba tusonge mbele. Charo, vipi?
Poa sana bwana Bernard. Nawasalimia wote.
Mawili matatu tukipita.
Okay, nawasalimia wote, manake hata time yangu ya kwenda kitandani imefika na rauka sana. Nawasalimia nyote na nataka kupata hiyo topic ambayo iko hapo chini na nitaongezea kitu juu yake ambacho nimeona hapo. Uhuru Mr. Kenyatta akitaka kumfanyia kampeni Raila anaruhusiwa kama mwananchi wa Kenya, na asipotaka kumfanyia kampeni Raila pia ni maoni yake. Unaona, nimegundua kitu fulani kutoka kwa sisi wa Kenya. Wajua wa Kenya kuna wasomi wengi mpaka wengine wanajiita madokta na hata ujui dokta huyo ni dokta wa nini, alafu anasema ameandikiwa kitu yeye hakuona. Example ni kama Kalonzo. So tunazunguka pale pale, tunaenda mbele alafu tunarudi pale nyuma. Ni kama yani Kenya iko round. Saa hizi hapa kuna mwingine naona ameongea hapo akasema tuachane na mambo ya ukabila, lakini saa hii tu baada ya dakika 5 kuna mwingine ameingia pale anaanza kusema mimi kabila fulani na hii kabila ni nyingi, haiwezi ongozwa na kabila ndogo. Tukiwa na hiyo mentality na kizungu mingi ambao hata hatuelewi, wengine hawajui kizungu hapo, inakuwa ni tatizo. Hii lugha ya taifa ni Kiswahili, na I hope kuna wamama wazee huko Turkana hata hajui, hata ukiongea neno wa kizungu hajui. Kama mimi usione natumia Kiswahili sana, natumia kwa sababu ndio lugha ambayo ni ya taifa, lakini naweza ongea Kijerumani perfect hata kushinda Kiingereza. Hata Kiingereza saa nyingine sisikii, naongea Kijerumani perfect ambao nimekaa hapa zaidi ya 30 years. Nataka ile Kenya tuiweke one way straight. Kama tunataka ukabila tuondoe, kama tunataka uwizi tumalize. Lakini tukianza na hizo za kuwa huyu ni mzee, wacha ingia aende na huyu, hii kabila ni ndogo, haiwezi tawala yote kabila nyingine, bado tunarudi pale pale tu tulikuwa hatupataki. Unaona? So upande wa Kalonzo ndio ni kama wale nimesema doctors. Mtu anajiita doctor na hata anasema mimi nilisign document ambayo sikujua ni nini. Hata kuna wengine sahihi katika hiyo video wameonyesha walikuwa wanaongea pale pale wanasema sisi tuliambiwa karatasi tulisaini zilikuwa hivi. Na ukiangalia mtu ana title ya doctor, did they know the meaning of a doctor? Kweli. Manake kuna doctor engineer anaitwa doctor, kuna doctor daktari. Kama kuna mzee wa zamani alikuwa anaitwa Dr. Chibule, anatoka kule Rabai, ni Mgiriama, lakini he was really doctor. Sio majina kwa power doctor alafu unapewa document inakushinda kuisoma. Unaenda pahali una express na kizungu ambacho wamechanganya na kikwenu, mama mzee wa pale mama mboga hata elewa ni nini. Kwa hivyo tafadhali sana, tukitaka kuweka hii Kenya straight, ituwe na vile straight vitu tunavyosema, hii kitu tuitoe, ni wizi tuwatoe, na kama ni ukabila tutoe. Kitu yengine ya mwisho ambayo sitaongea sana leo, kwa time imeniendea, ni hii sheria. Kila nchi hapa duniani ina green book. Hapa Wajerumani wanaenda Grundbook. Si ile kitabu imewekwa sheria zote za pale kwenye nchi, na sheria inafuatwa na mtu yoyote, anybody, doesn't matter who is who or who is who. Lakini Afrika ama especially in Kenya, sheria ziko nzuri sana hata kushinda hapa Europe ama kushinda hata huko Amerika, lakini zinafuatwa na wale wanyonge, matajiri ama mgosi fulani haezifuata. Hata saa hii kuna mchujo utaendelea, na huo mchujo wengine tayari wameanza kusema, lakini but the last time watu walikuwa wasiingie kwa wasipate nini kwa registry ya IBC wakaruhusiwa. Kwa nini saa hii nyinyi mtaka kunitoa? Why? Kwa sababu yeye ana right ya kusema hivyo, kwa sababu aliona wenzake walipitishwa na walikuwa na the same problem. Maana hiyo listi ni kubwa, na hata niliona wengi katika hiyo listi wanatoka kwa Azimio, na kwa sababu wanatoka kwa Azimio, wale wengi wako kwa listi ni kwa sababu Azimio ina chama mingi kushinda hii Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza ni muungano, lakini iko na chama ambazo hazifiki 18, na kwa Azimio tuna chama ambazo ni almost 27. So pale katika wale wenye mchujo watakaochujwa, wengi tu wametoka kwa Azimio, na kule kwa Kenya Kwanza pia walikuweko, lakini hawakuwa wengi, unaona. So to finish this matter and to be realistic, ni tuwe tuna kitu tunasimamisha, ni kama ni sheria ifuatwe, na kama ni ukabila tuondoe, na kama ni waizi waondolewe. Lakini utakuta mpaka zile firms ambazo zinasimamia mambo kama hayo, utakuta mtu amepitishwa yeye bila karatasi yote ya shule for over 10 years. Alafu leo unakuja umwambie wewe mbona leo kesho wewe huwezi simama kwa sababu hukusoma. Sasa this person will feel guilty ama will feel bad kwa sababu for 5 years or for 10 years amekuwa pale kwa ile serikali na akiona zile karatasi zile. Sasa hatujafanya chochote. Still we are going to back at the square one, and is where we go wrong. We are beginning at the same time we are going back to begin again every 5 years. Ndio unakuta after more than 55 years Kenya has independence, na bado jigas can kill us. Ukienda huko masehemu za ndani huko, just a small giga can kill somebody. That's what the reasons are. This going forward and coming back. We make one step ahead, then we make 2 steps back. Asanteni, ni hayo tu. Kama kuna mtu ana swali anaweza niuliza.
Asante sana Bwana Charo.
Asante.
Julius, iko nini?
Ni clarification. Unajua kuna vile huyu ndugu Charo amesema mimi ndio niliongea kuhusu tribes, and you know wezi sema ati maneno ya tribes haifanyi, hata kama tunatoa ukabila wezi, kwa sababu katika community unajua sasa tuseme Afrika kwa generally Africa ndio hakuna vile utasema ati tusiongee kuhusu tribe. Manake watu kabila zingine labda wamesoma, wameajiri watoto wao, wameajiriwa, wako walimu, wako madaktari, na kuna kabila ingine ambayo haijafanikiwa. So ile kabila ambalo limeendelea kimasomo, limejienua kimasomo, imejienua kimaisha, inafinyilia wale wengine hawajafanya nini, hawajasoma. Sasa hiyo kabila lazima tuongee, we have to talk about it because we are not equal. Ndio sababu naona watu wanaongea, because chances and opportunities ikitokea, they are not shared equally. Kwa sababu wale wengine ni wengi na wamesoma, wao wengine ni wachache na hawajasoma. Unaona? Hapo ndio sasa tofauti inatokea.
Naweza kuuliza swali hapo bwana, kwa tuko equal hapo, tunaweza uliza swali hapo.
Uliza haraka tafadhali.
Ukisema kuna makabila mengine wamesoma, wengine hawakusoma, wale wengine wanapewa kazi, wengine hawatakuwa na kazi, ama wale wengine wanaweza kutawala wenzao wote kabisa. Ni mfano tu hiyo Amerika, ina watu wangapi, na watu wote wanatakikana kuwa equal. Ile sheria ambayo inafanya kila mmoja awe equal ndio ambayo inatakikaniwa hapo, si sheria ya kuwa wengine hawako equal, wengine hawako equal. That one we have to get it out. We have to be all equal. The person who went to school, he went to school. The person who never went to school, he has to be the same equal with the other one. He can work and get a lot of money than the other one, but he should be like the other one because he's still a human being. He never went to school, but he's a human being. Are we together?
Thank you, Steve, Charo. Thank you, Julius. Let me sort that one once and for all. Mama Selina. Mama Selina, are you lifting up your hand? Okay, the purpose of leadership is to raise leaders, not to maintain followers. When you take on leadership, whether because of your level of education or your level of exposure, the reason why you're given that leadership is so that you raise that place to where you are and beyond. The problem we have in Kenya is that when people are given leadership position, they work everything to maintain that leadership, to be the only ones who are leading and no one else. That abuses the purpose for which you're given that leadership position. Kama wewe ndio msomi peke yake wa kijiji chako, hakikisha kwamba wakati unachukua uongozi, unafanya nini? Unahakikisha watoto wote wanaenda shule. Unainua maisha ya hicho kijiji kwa kuhakikisha kwamba hao watu wote wako chini wanasonga juu, ili uongozi usambazwe. Si ukue sasa wa jamii yetu sisi ndio tumesoma, hao wengine ni mazuzu, wataendelea kuwa watumwa na wakitutumikia sisi. That's you are defeating the purpose for which you are given that particular responsibility. And so let's look at everything critically. Now, I'm sure nitaambiwa hapa sio church, but that is the whole essence. Kila mahali ukipewa nafasi ya uongozi, ongoza inji, ongoza kijiji, ongoza county by moving it to enlightenment, moving it to betterment, not maintaining you in leadership and keeping every other person as your servant. So kukua na balance ni kuinua kila mtu. Kukua na balance ni kuhakikisha kwamba hii kijiji, like if I am the MCA, nimesimamia familia ngapi? Katika hizi familia hali yao ni ipi? Ni tufanyeje ndio tuinue hii sub county yetu, ili ikam 10 years in time, if we only had 3 people with degrees, we'll have 20 people with degrees. That is a form of development. That's a form of moving forward. Lakini wewe ulichaguliwa kama MP ukiwa na degree. After 20 years, you are the only person who has a degree in the place. You have wasted time, you have wasted energy, you have wasted people's lives. Naomba niachie hapo, nilete huyu fighter ametoroka tena. Mama Selina, ulikuwa umeinua mkono ama kuliendaje?
Ulikuwa umeinua mkono ama kuliendaje? Yeah, niliinua mkono nikaongea, nikafikiri network leo imeleta shida. Penat, kwa yale Julius amesema ni ya ukweli ya kwamba niliinua mkono nikaongea, nikafikiri network leo imeleta shida.
Uko na feedback huko.
Yale Julius amesema ni ya ukweli. So unanisikia Penat?
Yes.
Okay, so nilikuwa nasema kabla ya devolution kukuja kuna jamii batu sisiki batu iko shida. Okay, so nilikuwa nasema actually devolution imekuja kusaidia wale watu majamii yenye walikuwa wamewachwa nyuma. Kwa sababu kuna watu wengi hawakukuwa wamepata nafasi ya kwenda shule, especially wafukaji. sehemu kama Turkana na hiyo sehemu zingine Northeast walikuwa wamewachwa nyuma, na ndio unaona watu walikuwa naenda kufanya kazi huko na watoto yao wapati nafasi. Lakini wakati devolution ni kazi, na hata ulisikia gavana ya Kajiado alisema pika chao, actually devolution imekuja kusaidia, na ukweli ni kwamba mpaka Kenya kila mtu, lakini ukisema ati ule amesoma asaidie wengine, penalty hiyo ni uongo. Watu walikuwa wameumia. Kumbuka mtoto yako kama wewe ulikuwa maskini, akiscore lenana ama aende shule mzuri, tajiri anakuja kukwambia penalty, wewe ni maskini, mtoto yako hawezi enda shule kama hiyo, unapeana certificate ya mtoto yako, alafu yule mtoto ya tajiri anaenda pale anamaliza shule kwa sababu alienda kutumia akili si yake, wakakuja nyumbani kama hata hakuna kitu wanajua. They were so frustrated. Na ule mtoto maskini akaenda day school kwa sababu alikuwa na akili, walisoma vizuri. So mi pangu nasema devolution imekuja kutusaidia, na ndio itainua jamii yote ya Kenya wakuwe equal. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Mama Selina, and that is one perspective, ambapo tunasema it is an abuse to leadership, whereby utajiri wako badala usaidie nchi unakusaidia wewe peke yako ama jamii yako peke yake. In the process tunaendeleza umaskini. Lakini kwa ukweli ni kwamba even at independence, okay, you hear people like it is Jaramogi that brought Kibaki, told him to help the government with his expertise as he was working in Makerere. There is always somebody who assisted. There was Tomboya who put together students, sent them to America, where the father to Obama found that opportunity to go. We will never develop if we hamper people from exposure and right education. So ni ile tu perspective ya watu wa kujitafutia, na wale watu wameweka nchi mbele, wanataka kusaidia nchi. Hauwezi kusaidia nchi kwa kujitafutia peke yake. Hakikisha lazima ukubali kwamba utakuwa hapa siku zote, na hata ukipewa chakula huwezi kula ukakimaliza peke yako, lazima ushare. That sharing is what builds the nation. Independence ya Kenya haikupatikana kwa kabila moja ama jamii moja. Wakenya wote walikuja pamoja kuhakikisha kwamba inapatikana. Second revolution did the same thing. Kenyans came together from different places, worked out things. We are told that when Raila was thrown in, Mother Karua was assisting Aida and the family, and going to court. So we will never fight this and win alone. We will always require other people along. And when we appreciate that, haitakuwa ngumu kusaidiana. Unajua kwamba tukienda wote shule, kutakuwa na huyu atakuwa na ufahamu wa hiki na atasaidia katika hii sehemu, na mimi nitasaidia katika hii sehemu. Na tukidevelop hii nchi equally like that every segment is developed in that way, the burden becomes easier. Because if we have only few enlightened people, few people with money, and then they are feeding the entire country, the burden is heavy. But when everybody is enabled and they are empowered and they are able to take care of themselves, it becomes easy to lead them because they are self-motivated, they are self-driven. So viongozi ambao wanapalilia umaskini na kupalilia kutojua, hao ndio viongozi ambao ni makosa, ni wanaharibu nchi. Kiongozi anayetaka kusaidia nchi ni kiongozi ambaye atasaidia watu wengi kuelewa na kujua njia, ili wasimuulize maswali kila siku, wajitegemee mahala popote walipo, wakuwe na uwezo wa kujisimamia. Katika hiyo hali, the burden becomes easy because everybody can assume responsibility when something goes wrong. Kukiwa na shida Northeastern inaweza kujisimamia. Kwa na shida Nyanza, Nyanza inaweza kujisimamia. Hii story ya tulikuwa tunaambiwa ite the hydroelectric power ile ilipelekwa Tana River, ilikuwa iwekwe River Yala, alafu ikasemekana serikali ya Kenyatta ikasema mkiweka River Yala Jaramogi atazima usiku akitaka kupindua serikali. So ipelekwe huko Tana River kule ambako kuna kiangazi, hakuna maji ya kutosha, ndio stima haitoshi, na huku kuna maji mingi inaua watu, ina flood ikienda Budalangi. So all that need not to be the case. Kama kuna stima ya kutosha River Yala, wacha tupeleke vyombo River Yala, stima iwe ya kutosha, Kenya nzima ipewe stima ya kutosha, ama kila county ijisimamie stima yake. Sio lazima tukutumie Kenya Power, atukue na switch moja ambayo ina switch Kenya mzima. Hapana, if one Kenya is black, we can even be selling power to each other. So let's put our resources to work and let's have that kind of thinking in leadership. Acha nisiongee sana. Fighter amerudi. Fighter vipi?
Niko poa, vipi?
Niko salama. Maoni yako mbio mbio.
Na wasalimu wote katika panel hapa. Naona ndugu yangu Ropa yuko pale, Jaro, Mohamed, Selina and Abuya. Asante sana. Siku ya leo nasikia mjadala, kweli ni mjadala ambao ni wa maana sana. Nafikiri ufikiria kuleta huu mjadala kiasi kwamba uweze kurudisha roho za Wakenya nyuma kidogo, ndio tuweze kufikiria. Na mimi nashukuru sana kwa sababu ya hiyo. Ninapoenda kujangia nami pia nataka kuanzia, I want just to take my time also to look at the facts as in what the topic is. According to me, President Uhuru Kenyatta has got the right for AZIMIO or for whoever he could want to campaign for. The only thing that he has to do as of now, since he's supposed to be retiring, he could have put a commission in place, the transition commission that is responsible for the handing over or the transition of the government to whoever who wins. That, I think, to that far end, that could be a very fair deal, so that he is free to campaign for whoever he wants to campaign for, and as a Kenyan. But having said that, it is quite unfortunate that up to this time we don't have that commission in place, and we are now getting worried as in whether are we looking forward to get the clear transition as in the government from this regime to the next regime, which will be coming over to take over. Because number one, we cannot say that even if it's AZIMIO winning or Kenya Kwanza winning, there must be a way of things being handed over to the winning part, coalition or whatever it is. Having said that, I want to go again to something which we spoke about. I heard Ben, you were saying about the plan for AZIMIO is for people to go and run, then there will be a process. I'm not trying to discredit your views or what your plans are, and that's okay, and it's good for you. But my question could be, by June, when this thing, when the opinion poll be taken, is it not too late that now the IEBC could have also printed the names of the ones who are supposed to be in the ballot? Then when you are going to start bringing another complications to the IEBC, maybe for you, not the IEBC. IEBC will just move on if you are not ready for it. But I was just a thought of trying to think. So it might not end, it might not work, because people, we are selfish and self-centered in a way that no one can campaign, spend this money, and tomorrow you tell more now support this one, because it has been very hard in a small way. But you have your own way of doing it. I'm just passing through to just remind you that it's not going to be that easy. Number three, there is one thing that as Kenyans we need to remember, that elections comes once and it goes. Today, I seem to have a very serious differences with some of the panelists here. But to me, according to me, I don't think this is something that I have in my heart. I can keep anything negative against the Bernard or whoever it is. So what I'm trying to say is this: let it be like we have divergent opinions. We are not agreeing because your belief or your ideologies they don't agree with my ideologies. But at the end of the day, we are Kenyans, because I see this where we are staying outside Kenya. I don't look at anyone. In fact, today I was passing somewhere. I had a Congolese speaking Swahili, and you know Swahili from Congo is very you can laugh at it. But I was so happy until I greeted him and I spoke to him. He was free to tell me his problems, what is undergoing. We were even sharing just to hear someone speaking Swahili. So when we are out here, we don't have that much differences as in this is a Mukikuyu or Mukisi. This thing of Mukikuyu, Mukisi, Mukarenjin has been brought about by our leaders. They divide us. They make us fight. They make us not even want to use our brains to think that tomorrow we will remain together. These people, even the problems that we are facing today, like Mr. Ben, you have spoken about something now, right now here about the Rivayara and the electricity thing. That's something, because the reason as to why we have these fights concerning the presidents is because it seems like if our person is there, that is the only time we can survive, or that's the only time we can share the opportunities which arises. If it was true that everyone is accorded to an opportunity depending on what he or she can be able to deliver or do, then we could not be having a big problem with this issue of saying, I come to you, I'm going to support you, what am I going to get? Like we can see what's happening in this now elections. Everyone is for himself. Everyone is trying to bargain. What am I getting? What am I going to get? It's like we are dividing Kenya. Some of us, we don't have a chance to be on that table. Where is our share? So it becomes so bad for us when we think on what is happening actually in Kenya, more especially at this time of this period of this season, elections, and more important, more especially this one, 2022. It has really taught me so much that it's not all about leadership now. It's all about what are we going to get. Some of them, they are saying us as a community, me as a person. It's not about what we are going to get from the government or what the government is going to offer. So in as much as we are running around, let us try to think that this election is going to come to an end in about 9th of August. Let us pray that anyone who wins, because we are all Kenyans, let us not try to go now that this one must win because it's my tribe, this one, because now myself, today I'm supporting Ruto. I have never seen Ruto. You know, in as much as people talk so much here, I support Ruto for whatever reasons that I have within me. You support whoever you support because you know something. And some of us, the people we are supporting, I'm very sure we have no any link. We don't, but we are praying that if the country's economy could be good, some of us, we are struggling where we are simply because our economy and the instruments of power are not used correctly. So if everything is in order in our country, we don't have a reason to be struggling here and suffering with like this being called a foreigner or whatever reasons which we are getting outside here. So I am trying to say this, that let any Kenyan who will be, and I wish that could be the prayer of the President of the Republic of Kenya, that whoever emerges the winner to be allowed to lead, because that is the constitutional right for him to do the right thing. And that's why I started by saying he has a right to bargain. Yeah, mwisho. Kalonzo Musyoka seat stands now today. As for Kenya Kwanza, we are still happy, because in as much as he will be coming back to AZIMIO, I am very sure there are some people whom from his stronghold, whom we cannot go back with to AZIMIO, because we cannot be going up and down with this man. He doesn't know what he stands for. Kalonzo Musyoka, no one can ever trust him. In fact, whoever call him, I'm sorry to say this, whoever call him watermelon, I don't know, that person must be granted some reward, because he really knew the behavior of him. So even when he comes to AZIMIO today, you should not say that you have gained, because you don't know, you cannot trust him even in the docket that he might be given in the future. How is he going to be as a leader? Does he have a decision that he can make which can hold the waters? So to me, I think today the topic was good, and I can urge Kenyans, in as much as I see Roband is lifting his hand, I would want to urge Kenyans that please, as we debate here, 207 is too far from us, and we have moved far. I heard this when I was joining earlier on. I don't know where it started from. And let us not try to remind ourselves of the past, because the past cannot make us move forward. Thank you so much for the time. Whoever has a question can ask me if you think it is direct to me.
Okay, before I give Robert to ask you a question, I'll ask you, why do you think that somebody will win an election and be denied to lead? And who will be that person that hinders others from leading when they win elections?
You know, Bernard, we were born in Kenya, we have grown in Kenya, we know, and we have this experience in many occasions. So when I say this, I say with a lot of respect that let us try to change our politics and be realistic to the new era of the 21st century, that people can vote and get what is right for them. I can assure you that what I know, like in 2007, there was nothing that was done according to the constitution. There was no clear transition that was done. Number two, right now, as I stated there is no commission transition. The president is going out. Like in the US, when this guy, how do we call him? The one who just went out after Joe Biden coming in. This madman, how do we call him? It's escaping my mind.
Donald Trump.
He was actually refusing that he cannot go out, but simply because there is a structures in place that was to force him to go out, he had to. So if we have structures and a commission that is mandated to do its duties, independent one, by this time we don't have that. It's really worrying to everyone. But the thing is, goodwill from the president that, okay, let us go to the vote, to the election. Whoever wins, I'm free. And that should be seen from the knee. Now there is a narrative around that whether there is vote or there are no votes, it's someone else been declared a winner. That is now what makes people to fight. That's what makes a lot of anxiety in the streets. And at the end of the day, you will start seeing those post elections or some chaos around, because people will be eager to know what's happening. But if there is a clear way,
Banafighter, you have made your point. My last question to you. when it comes to Kalonzo Musyoka, you're using his historical non-performance to dismiss him. Okay? Yet, you are also, on the other hand, supporting your candidate, and you say you shouldn't look at the past. Let whoever wins is a Kenyan. Just, whoever wants to run as a Kenyan, let him just run. We shouldn't use what they have done in the past to judge them. So,
Please,
why double standards?
Don't put some words in my mouth. I just said Kalonzo has no stand. I did not say that he did not perform anywhere. I said he has no support. He has no stand. He cannot say this and he mean it. So no one can trust him. That's what I only said about Kalonzo. But the truth of what you have said about the standard or double standard, you cannot elect a president for Kenyans. Kenyans will elect a president for themselves. Whether they want to elect a thief or whoever they will elect, it's Kenyans who could have decided to elect that person because the votes will count. And that person must be given his due.
Okay.
He's a Kenyan.
Thank you. Make your answers brief so that we save on time. Mama Selina, ask your question.
Yeah, Bernard, tumekuwa na serikali ya Moi akaandova kwa Kibaki. Sasa Kibaki akaandova kwa Uhuru. Hatujaisikia kulikuwa na commission. Hatujaisikia the President of Republic of Kenya and the Deputy President watakuwa kwa serikali mpaka wakati wanaandova Uhuru back ama Kasarani. Ya mwisho, what is the interest ya kwamba Uhuru atengeneze commission? Hiyo commission iko kwa katiba ya Kenya ama kuna shida gani? As I was watching something na tukiona baba sahi ametoa 16 groups ya kuongoza campaign yake. Nimeona ya Eastern ameweka Kivuta Kivwana na group ingine hapo sijaona china ya Kalonzo. Naona Mama Ngilo amepatiwa ya National Women. Nafikiri utatupatia kwa sababu hiyo list imetokea. Nimefurahia Babu Owino pia amewekwa national. So ile kitu tunataka kusema kwa watu ya UDA. Naona Sholei sahi yako KTN anauliza kwa nini CS wanaenda mkutano ya kampeni. What is the difference of 2022 na 2017? Watu yote ya serikali walikuwa wanafanya campaign. Kama tunataka Kenya iwe na haki, vile ilikuwa 2017 itakuwa the same 2022 unless kama Wakenya wanataka kuweka kwa katiba ile baba alitaka kulete BBI ndio turekebishe mambo walikataa. Kwa nini mnalazimisha watu wa serikali watoke nao? Na walikuwa wanafanya campaign siku ile na hata walikuwa naambiwa wafanye kazi nzuri. Ni hayo tu penalty, lakini ukipata hii nini ya baba ameappeal, ametoa sasa na atakuwa Western on Wednesday. Thank you so much.
Roba.
Okay. Thank you, Bernard. Couple of things. I'm the one who brought in it 2007 about Kalonzo. I was protecting Kalonzo because I said with the interview, with the clip, where Murathe said that because of Kalonzo never supported the other candidate, that's why there was bloodshed in Kenya, and that's why we had 207, 208 crashes or the violence. I said, no, you cannot blame Kalonzo. Kalonzo had his democratic rights to fight for presidency. So I'm the one who brought it, and I brought it to support Kalonzo, even though I disagree with some of the things he does. One thing, Faida, I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm also sick and tired of some people, I don't care whether in AZIMIO or Kenya Kwanza, who come here and say, oh, I'm giving you 30% of whatever this government. I'm sick of it. These are the people, you know what they're telling me? They are tribalists. When you do that, they are promoting tribal. So when they come here and tell us we have given you this percentage of the government, so they are dividing our country into what? I mean, a piece of meat they have to share. This is the way I see it. What they should be telling people is just like, what am I want to do for you? Not I'm giving you 10% of the government. They should even be charged for corruption. I'm sick of tired of doing that too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Jakin Dube.
Nataka kumuuliza huyo swali kwamba amesema we should not look, watu wasiangalie past, kwamba tusiangalie past, tuendelee mbele. Kwa nini tusiangalie past? Nataka kujua kwa nini tusiangalie past, na yet ukienda interview unaangaliwa past. Ukitaka kutafuta kazi, ukienda kwa hospitali unatafuta past.
Ngoja nikujibu. Umemaliza kuuliza mzee?
Ndio, umesema unataka kunijibu.
Ngoja nikujibu mzee. It is your right to interview all the 45 candidates who have shown interest for the presidential candidature. Na wewe utokee na ule mwenye ungependa kupatia kura yako. Mimi pia nitawainterview kwa kifyangu pale. Nami nitatokea na ule mwenye nitapenda kupatia kura yangu. All these votes will be counted, because now what I'm going to look at is not what you are going to look at. So when the votes count, let the votes count. Let the winner be granted what belongs to the winner. That's what I really said. You know, when you see me as a wrong person, Bernard might not see me as a wrong person. So that's where I stop.
Okay, asante sana. Asante sana, nitakubali na majibu yako, lakini sikuelewi kabisa, sijui kitu gani umesema, lakini nimekubali.
Okay, naomba hivi. Even the people in the comments are already complaining. Let us not divert from our debate. Bwana Fighter, tukienda shule alafu kila mwanafunzi aachiwe aseti mtihani yake, ajibu vile anapenda, kuna mwanafunzi ataanguka mtihani?
Bernard, unalinganisha hiyo na nini? You are out of the context. I did not say we should just set our exam. I said we have an exam here whereby we are going to elect a presidential candidate. The exam is one. Ruto is here, Raila is here, Mudavadi is, Wanchiki is there, and whoever it is. It's my duty to choose C. When you choose A, you get it correct, I get it wrong. Then when we start to count how many students who perform to go to the university, there are some who never make to the university. So what I mean is this: the examination is here. You will answer your answers the way you know them. I'll answer mine the way I know them. But we will see who will get more of the answers correct. That's what I mean. Because whoever gets more results, more answers, will be admitted to the university. The other one will remain. So let us use that exam. I don't say that everyone said this exam.
Bwana Fighter, I'm only using your words, okay? You said we allow you to look at the candidate the way you want. We look at the candidate the way we want. We choose the way we want, okay? And let whoever gets the enough votes be brought in. That means you have your standard, I have my standard, Jakin Dube has his own standard, and we are all looking at the same thing. At the end of the day, everybody will be judging the same thing using different standards. Just like students in class, all of them are setting the exam the way they want, answer it the way they want. At the end of the day, there will be no way of judging who is right and who is wrong. Right and wrong are determined by the acceptable standard. They are not determined by the majority of the votes. Right and wrong is not subject to the number of votes. It is a required acceptable standard. 1 centimeter in America is 1 centimeter in Africa, is 1 centimeter in the moon, is 1 centimeter on anywhere, because it's a standard. So if you want to get the measurement of your height, we use that because it's an acceptable standard of giving us the accurate number of how many inches you are. So if we allow you to choose which measurement you want to use anyhow, we will never come to a conclusion. But I give it to you. You are free to choose whoever you want. But
no, Bernard, I want to answer something very short there, just in a very short way, in any way. Yes. Bernard, you have just said something here which is not correct, but I don't know why you are twisting it. My point, you cannot set the rules of these elections. Neither will I do that. Our constitution has put structures in place. Number 2, we have IEBC, who is the referee of these elections. The IEBC has got the structures or the qualifications of all these candidates who will qualify to go this. That's why you can hear some like Sonko, there's some questions, those who have cases of this and this nature. So when someone is in the ballot, you have no right to say that he doesn't qualify to be, because you have nothing to gauge him. You cannot weigh him in any way. That person is in the
constitution. The constitution does not give us any threshold.
Listen, Bernard, I'm talking about the IEBC. They have the mandate to do their duty. Anyway, now, as a voter,
the IEBC is a creation of the constitution. So is the MP, so is the governor, so is the president, so is the MCA. Creation of the constitution. And the constitution gives the threshold, okay, that these particular characteristics, okay, will not be allowed to take public office. If you don't meet that threshold, it doesn't matter how many people you have behind you. You
so
have
what
not
I'm
met
saying
the
is
required standard, you should be kept off the ballot.
Who keeps him off the ballot?
The constitution.
Who is supposed to give him that mandate to go to vie or not to vie? Is it not the IEBC?
The constitution.
Which constitution? Who is the constitution?
The one you referred
who is
to.
The constitution.
For example, if I'm 18 years old, okay, I have an ID, all right, and I want to run for president. Will I be allowed to?
Please don't be bully. Please don't be bully on this. Things which are very straight. IEBC,
I'm asking you a straightforward question. I am 18 years old. I have an ID. Will I be allowed to run for president in Kenya?
Come again?
If I'm 18 years old, I have an ID. Will I be allowed to run for president in Kenya?
If you qualify as per the constitution, there is some threshold which have been put in place for
exactly what I'm telling you. I am a Kenyan, yes. I have an ID, yes. But my age, okay, the constitution does not allow an 18-year-old to run for president. That is a threshold.
Can I finish, please? So, if you are 18 years and you insist that you want to run for that office, there is that threshold that has been put in place by the constitution. But they are the implementers of that threshold, the ones who can show you that this is what we require for you to be able to vie for this seat. So that is the casualty of that is the IEBC. If they clear myself, even Nyakundi Maina, to vie for presidency today, whether I have a passport or I don't have a passport, or I have an ID or I don't have an ID, you have no right to stop me. When your work is to interrogate me, vote me or you don't vote me. So what I'm saying here is this: the IEBC, as soon as it clears 45
let's do this. I think we are going on through circles for nothing. Okay,
but
you either meet the threshold or not, and if you have not met the threshold, you cannot be cleared by IEBC or anybody anywhere. If the DCI does not give you, if the DCI does not give you a certificate of good conduct, you will not be cleared by IBC to run for any seat, even if you have the following all over the country.
That's what I said.
Thank you.
Now, by the time IBC
let's end there. Thank you.
Let no one say that
guys, we are on the same page. We are on the same page. We are talking the same thing.
So the Constitution is the standard. It's not the people. It's not the number of votes. The Constitution. Let us follow the Constitution and not defend things that are not constitutionally provided for.
Which Constitution? When I'm
tired. Keep
okay, thank you very much for that. Let's move from there. I think kuna nini na tafadhali it is against YouTube rules for us to appear on camera without dressing. Okay, kuna mtu mmoja nimetumia message hapa akuwa na top, especially as men. Please, let's put on tops. It's important. Without that tutaleta kizaazaa, channel itafungwa kwa sababu tuna promote mambo ambayo si hayapaswi kuwepo. Okay, watoto kuonekana kwa show hii ni makosa, hata kusikika tu akilia kwa nyuma ni makosa. YouTube itatufungia. Sawa sawa. So naomba tafadhali tufuate ya maagizo and follow them. Hata sio wewe Mama Selina, sio wewe Mama Selina, lakini ni hivi. Hata kama kuna joto, hii show inahitaji kulindwa. Okay? Tumepewa warning ambayo hata video mna request tukicheza video fulani tunatupewa warning atulicheza video ambayo sio yetu. So we must guard this channel. Ama mtaki tukue hapa
Bernard, you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Pole. Abuya, karibu tafadhali, endelea na linda muda, tutoke kwako tuende kwa Julia. Tusonge mbio.
Jambo.
Umenisahau Bernard, umenisahau.
Nimewasalimia. I'll just go straight to the point. Regarding Uhuru joining the campaign trail, I really don't think it is necessary. Besides, we have we want to minimize a lot of. We should not give our opponents the ammunition to keep on talking and radicalizing people or turning the people against their own president. Kalonzo, the man is always on our lips every evening. I think the people of Ukambani have spoken through their representatives. It's a good thing they are telling him. Though I also want them to also allow him to choose. He can also choose to go to Kenya Kwanza. They should not only direct him to AZIMIO. For AZIMIO, I think they can welcome him, though there will be very low level of trust. However, we still value him and we want everybody on board. So it will be a good thing if he can come back. I also want to say that apart from a few individuals like Murathe, most of the AZIMIO team have kept their distance from Kalonzo. They have respected him. So it is up to him to make a decision. There is also the Raila meeting his campaign teams is doing a good job. He's living up to his promise, and I think that is the way to go. It is not every day that you have to be on the campaign trail. I must say Kenya Kwanza are on panic mode. They cannot afford to stay out of the campaign trail for a day, especially now that Martha came in. And in that meeting, I was very proud of Martha, what she, first Martha and then also Baba, because Martha said she doesn't need to explain herself why she has joined, which was a very good thing, because she talked of the ideals and Baba's record and the conviction that Baba has shown towards serving the country. The Kenya Kwanza, we just want to mention lastly something small about the Kenya Kwanza in Kiambu specifically, not even Nakuru yesterday, Kiambu today. They are still continuing to perpetuate a lot of lies, and the issue of corruption has rattled them seriously. If some of you watch the news, basically all legislators in from Mount Kenya who spoke are telling Baba to jail these people. The people that are corrupt in Uhuru's government are there. So I don't know whether they are conceding that Baba has taken government and that Karua should jail them. They are talking of AZIMIO saying that they're ready to jail the corrupt people. But they're also mentioning that they should not think of jailing. Somebody's mic is on. They are also talking about they should not be thinking about jailing DP Ruto and Gachagua. They should be thinking about the thieves who are within. But one important thing is that in their quest to counter the corruption narrative, is that they are spreading a lot of lies, especially this gentleman, Moses Kuria, who is now setting a precedent like he can talk anything and get away with it. I think AZIMIO, I would want to urge the AZIMIO leadership to stick to their guns, because that corruption issue has sent a lot of panic. Today he was quoting some figures, wild figures, giving wild figures. For instance, the road that the Ruaka road that is under construction, and he's talking about 21 billion for a 22-kilometer road. And I've just checked the figures. The figure is actually 17 billion. And if you look at the standards all over the world, for instance, the UK, depending on the terrain and a few other factors, the cheapest they are doing a road is 12.8 million pounds. And if you look at that kind of expenditure, they're already telling the people that Uhuru is stealing from them, which is a plain lie, because the costs of the roads are quite reasonable if you look at the costs vis-a-vis the costs around the world. Meanwhile, I think I'll stop there and I'll join up. No, before I forget, there's the gentleman who has just left. Was calling himself Fighter. I think maybe he's in the background. I want to remind him that there is no way people can move forward without knowing their own history. That is out of the question. Telling us to forget about what happened in 2007 is becoming trivial. We must remember everything that has happened to this country since independence, pre-independence, and post-independence. That is the only way we can develop. But if we are going to lie ourselves to ourselves that Musando was not killed the other day in 2017, just because we want to move forward, that is not the way to go. History is something extremely important because it shapes the future. Thank you, and God bless you all. Over to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you Abuya. Let's bring in Mohamed. Nilikuwa nimesahau wewe. Pole lakini.
No, it's okay. Habari zenu jamani?
Tuko salama.
Mama Selina, Mwalimu Julia, Mzee Kendo Beiro, Bana Abuya. Another day and another marathon debate. Na wasalimu sana tena sana. And at least siku moja nitaingia kwenye hii debate nikiwa nimeandika ma point design ya kila Mato ama Makiadi, lakini sasa bado tu mimi naingiaga alafu napeana point kidogo alafu nakaga background kama wazee. Nashukuru kwamba Julius at least voted for me. Millions of Kenyans were wondering yesterday what sort of history I was trying to bring, and then you heard from the horse mouth. I'm happy that he voted for me, that whatever I was saying was true. Hiyo kipengele kidogo naye nitawa explainia. He talked of by the way, niliwaambia jana siasa za Kilgoris zinamalizagwa chini ya maji. That's why huwezi kuona mimi na mtu kama Julius hapa titubishana. Aibu yetu hatuletagi kwa watu. Vile Wakikuyu wanasema kagutoikamoshe hotiga hagaku agani or something like that. I think the old skin of the homestead is not for strangers. Siasa za Kilgoris sisi huwa ni chini ya maji. Nimeona message yake hapo, tunamwombea safari salama Julius, but I hope kabla hajalala ananisikiza. He talked of Olekina being an Eldamat. It's true, but then what you guys do not know ni kwamba the Eldamat are not part of the Maasais who are transferred upon the Kilgoris. Si watu wa Narok West. Hao wanakuaga always from time immemorial, siasa zao na purko on one side. So at least you guys can understand what I'm talking about. Mlisikia about some kitu inaitwa Masai Mara Triangle. That's a very sensitive area, no go zone. But I'm very happy MCAs wa Narok walipinga. Pale mnaona kwa mapicha well best wanarukaruka daraja pale moja ambayo iko na 2 darajas. By the way, hiyo ni side ya Kilgoris unajua. Sasa hiyo ni so sensitive. Mambo ya clans uko ni very sensitive. That is why, coming back to the point, story ya Kalonzo. And my warning to you guys kwamba Andrew Leteba Sunguli is a very very sharp man. Sio mtu wa kumfuata tu Kalonzo design hiyo. I believe atakuja kwa matrix na equation ya vile Azimio atakuja kusikizana. Kwa sababu ankiingia hapo kama wiper, by the way Kilgoris mnaona wale mama walikuwa wanazungumza pale, yule aliyepewa chance ni yule mwanamke wa wiper. Sunguli akiingia na hiyo wiper yake, equation ya ODM pale itaharibika. And Olekina will go out. Maana ni very sensitive hiyo equation ya ukabila. So kwa ufupi tu kuwajulisha, I'm very happy kwamba at least he voted for me. Hiyo history ambaye millions of Kenyans maybe hawajawahi kusikia, it is there. Bernard alizungumza vizuri sana. There are some things that should not be swept under the carpet, and I believe one of the things meaning mwomba Raila Odinga afanye ni a Truth and Reconciliation Commission aunde, ambaye italeta Wakenya wote pamoja. That's why mtu kama mimi kipo alikuwa anauliza na wewe nani, when he wanted the tribe or something like that. By the way, mnasikia tu wa Somali, sisi we are called citizen unstated kwa constitution ya Kenya. Wazee wetu walitolewa Somaliland over 100 years ago kama wanajeshi wa wale wa koloni, First World War. And then that's why unaona wale Somali wa Adama Ravine, Eldoret, areas Mandera, Tanzania sehemu fulani, Nyasa juu na Nyasa chini karibu na Moshi upande wa Uganda. Sisi sio wale wa Northeastern. That's why tunakuwa covered, we are called citizen unstated ama British subject. The Isaac kama mshawahi kusikia. ambaye juzi last year I think nani aliwaita Uhuru Kenyatta, and then at least he voted for us to be the best citizens in Kenya, ambaye hawana fujo, hawana nini. Kid ndo alikuwa anajaribu kuuliza swali kama hiyo. Mimi I'm part of that. Nashukuru sana. And jana nilianza story ambaye ilikuwa sensitive, that's why deep into the night walianza very sensitive issues ukabila na nini. Mwalimu Julia, I respect you so much, lakini usilalamike vile nimeona unalalamika leo. We support you. You have tried to tell people, you have tried to tell Kenyans what is going on, the way the Kikuyus are changing, the way they want ukabila ishe, and people do not understand you. They will. This is a change. Kenya iko njia panda. It's a new chapter. And yani when changes occur, sio rahisi watu kukubali. Ndio maana unaona vile Guru alikuwa anasema watamzungusha Ruto kwa roundabout ya Mount Kenya mpaka time ishe. As for topic leo, frankly I cannot talk about mambo ya UDA na nini. As far as I'm concerned, ni ile bickering ya Trump na watu wake. There's no issue they are talking about. Wanajaribu kudram tu emotions ya ukabila. The way baba na mtoto wake wamekuwa demonized for the past 60 years, and people are still not ashamed kwamba Raila na baba yake bado they are being demonized for no reason, and they have been suffering for us. So hapo sina haja ya kuzungumzia hiyo. About Uhuru, I believe the next 2 months he will pop in atajaribu he'll do something. He'll go to people because there's a lot at stake. When change like this one comes, it's very hard to chukua your innovation. So Uhuru will have to push something. Nafikiri category mmefahamu. Andrew Letebo Sunguli atakuwa katika equation ya arithmetic hiyo ambayo leo walikuwa wanazungumzia. That's why I've been telling you, whatever Kalonzo ana nini, keep cool. There's something going on. It's a weird time and weird politics. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, Mohammed.
Welcome.
We appreciate it. Let's keep our country moving. We pray that it moves in the right direction, and we'll have leadership if there is a crisis. A good leadership thrives in crisis. Hard decisions are made at this point in time. The people who are reverting back to the tribal emotional politics is a sign of sensing defeat and looking for the easiest way to try and whip up emotions and get sympathy. But at the end of the day, we pray that we'll get right leadership this time round that will help this country move forward. To square part of what is pushing the country back to emotional madness, that will we say in a relationship that when affection deepens, sense weakens. Most Kenyans, when they get emotionally worked up politically, they suspend all sense. All common sense is suspended, and people do nasty things without thinking through. But let's keep working. Let's tie the knots. See to it that the right campaigns are done and rightful people get into rightful position to help the country move forward. Mwalimu Julia, habari ya leo?
Mzuri Bernard, habari ya leo?
Salama, nashukuru.
Nashukuru kuwaona Roba Muhammad, Selina, Jack Dube. Thank you, Muhammad. You give us some information. It's good when we talk here. We learn now to appreciate each other and really where we are coming from. Na tunaelewana, we stop the tribal prejudice. I think such discussions are really good. There's a time I was with a friend. She came from Teso. I had never, she was talking so good. I was enjoying the way she was talking. Unajua kuna lugha zingine unasikia kama ni tamu. I don't know whether, Bernard, you've ever had some people talking and you want to listen to them again and again and again. And she was so surprised kwamba I was enjoying listening to what she was saying. Yani alishtuka, hakuwa nafikiria I was interested in the way she was talking. So I think these conversations are good, and I think even our children should learn more. Ile ignorance wako nayo si mzuri. That is why they are making big mistakes. They need to know where we are coming from. Now, I'm looking at the topic today, AZIMIO campaign team meets. That's very strategic. We hope they are going watajipanga. KKA NAKURU, mimi Bernard, mimi mnisamehe. I don't like to hear what KKA says because they are full-mouthed. Yani, especially kama Kuria is there. And today, Bernard, I was thinking, and I think you'd agree with me. I was thinking that unajua Wakenya wanajifanya Wakristo sana. Si wanajifanya, Wakenya ni Wakristo. Lakini kuna wenye wanajifanya ni Wakristo. But they also don't know what the word of God says. Those nasty things they say against the president of Kenya, we'll come back to them. And I always say here, kwa Mtembei, you don't have to believe what I'm saying. Lakini malipo ni hapa duniani tu. One of these fine days, God is going to tame their mouths, their full mouths. Watafungua hiyo mdomo yao haitafunguka. It will come to pass. Because every time mtu kama Kuria akifungua mdomo, either he will say something very nasty against Raila ama Uhuru. Today, I think I don't know that ni leo Gachagua alikuwa anasema ati wametuletea mother, we will not attack mother. Tutapiga kona, tutafute mzee wa kitendawili. So he'll be looking forward to insult Raila. That's what Gachagua was trying to say. Wacha tu aendelee, and I hope that AZIMIO people don't dance that tune and they don't start insulting back, because we don't need to pay evil for evil. You know, we should not pay evil for evil. We should do the right thing. We should tell them policies and what the AZIMIO government intends to do. So I think, Bernard, now you understand why me, I don't like to spoil my day with KKA rubbish. Sipendi kabisa. Hata nikipitia hiyo video clip kwa accident, naitoa tu. Even if accidentally I come across it, I don't pay attention. So I hope as KKA people will be telling us the trash they talk huko nje. Wakikuja hapa Bernard unawaambia watu hadithie because we didn't pay attention to what they were saying. Now drop your beat back, Kalonzo told. I watched that meeting. I think it's a meeting of wisdom. The Ukambani people are wise. And I think Kalonzo belongs to AZIMIO. He needs to come back. We may look at him as a prodigal son, but if he comes back, he'll be accepted because we are a team. We need to work as a team. And I think hii serikali ya baba nile inataka ku embrace kila mtu. We cannot be the same. Kalonzo has said a lot of things that annoyed us. Na tutaki kusikia chenye anasema. Mama Selina kona jabu. Mama Selina, Bernard, do you want Mama Selina to say something?
I want to ask, naona imetolewa rutuba ya viongozi wale wanafanya kampeni ya baba Ukambani na all over, na sijaona china ya Kalonzo. What will be the reaction, kwa sababu Kifuta Kibwana ataongoza hiyo kampeni ya Eastern?
I don't know, Bernard, Selina, if you are baba, uko na watoto, mmoja ni Julia, mwingine ni Muhammad. Julia nakukula kichwa. You had children. I think all of us have children, eh? Me, when I was growing up, my brother was a pain. I'm sorry, I hope he forgives me. He's here, akisikia hii. Tulikuwa na shamba. Sasa mama ameenda, we are supposed kulima, harvest waru, I mean Irish potatoes, na zitaharibikia kwa shamba. But my brother finds time to kwenda kupiga story na mabesti wake huko. Sasa I think my mother at one time was tired of that boy. You know, utachoka tu Selina, utaambia Muhammad, Julia is too much. Utapatia Muhammad hii kazi, utampatia hiyo ingine, utampatia ingine, because you can depend on him. That is what is happening in AZIMIO. So they can't force him, Selina. What will they do? I don't know what Bernard will say something about that, or someone else.
It is simple, okay? When you have children, kuna ile mtoto huwa anatumwa anafikisha report, huyo ndio mama atafurahi kama amemtuma. Okay? Na kuna ile mtoto ambaye anadai kwamba yeye ni first born, aheshimiwe. Unaona? So hii saa hii kile tunahitaji ni kazi ifanywe, sio nani first born nani alizaliwa wa kwanza, nani ako entitled kwa nini. Ni tuko na shamba la kulima, tunahitaji lilimwe, nani anaweza kulima vizuri, huyo ndiye ataongoza wakulima. Hao wengine wa first born wakae tu hivyo, wangoje saa ile sasa tuanza kugawana mali, ndio tutaangalia first born ni nani, nani atapokea kwanza kabla mwingine. So saa hii to separate entitlement na kazi. Saa ni wakati wa kazi na wafanyikazi ndio wanaenda shambani. I think let's
Mohamed wants to say something funny. Wacha aseme.
Yeah. No, please, hapo nilikuwa nataka nimsaidie Mama Selina kidogo. Selina, yes. Mama Selina amekuuliza hiyo swali twice. Kwa nini jina la jamaa haijaletwa hapo? It's very very simple. Umeona the whole of Wiper group, watu wao wote, the way they are saying. Ukiwa ni kiongozi huwezi kuweka jina yake pale mpaka story yao hiyo imalizwe. At least aje wazungumze, that's when anaweza kuwekwa. Saa hizi itakuwa ni aibu. Odinga does not operate that way. Yeah, he knows what he's doing.
Okay, Mohamed, and still like mimi kama ningekuwa Odinga.
Wacha nikusaidia kujibu. Unajua kwa Kiafrika hiyo ndio nimeingia tu, sio na nitatoka kwa sababu na drive, I'm going somewhere. Kwa Kiafrika Julia, unajua maybe wewe uko na bahati au kutoka kwa mji ambaye baba ama anko yako anakunywa pombe. Wakati baba atakuja jioni siku moja, labda anguke chini ama apige mama na ako sorry, hata kuja aseme sorry. Kesho yake atakuja mapema, afike kwa gate apeane gazeti. Kesho nyingine atakuja apeane nyama mapema. Alafu after 2 days sasa hatakuja atapeana atakuja na gazeti akae sitting room, lakini apeane nyama iende wapi? Iende jikoni. By the 4th day utaona kuwa baba is trying to apologize but is not using words. Anatumia watoto kuambia mama kuwa hii maneno ninaleta nyama niko pole. Anashindwa kusema pole, lakini anasema pole. Kalonzo ako ndani. Kalonzo anasema pole. He can't allow people to vote 45/50. It's not coincidence. And then the media comes and says watu walivote. Kalonzo amebeba nyama gazeti leo. Kesho nyama italetwa. Siku ya 3 Kalonzo atakuwa ndani ya campaign. Asante sana.
Alex, you're ni mbaya. You have let the secret out. You are not a good guy.
Alex, naona Ongwae na nimeona Simba Arati pia ndiye anaongoza. So hapo Kisii Ongwae amekuwa fixed. Simba Arati baba amemweka.
No, Ongwae tulipiga kelele jana. Na hiyo kitu hatukupiga mahali pamoja tupu. Tulimwambia ukionekana ni kama au campaign for Simba Arati, na tuone huyu jamaa wako anapeana pesa na hupigi kelele, utaona. Kelele ilipigwa na tulimwambia hatuja kuona kwa campaign trail, na vile pia wewe tulikusaidia sana. Ongwae was not supposed to win the second term because he had the worst record, but because baba alituambia na tulimheshimu. So Ongwae anajionea yeye peke yake. So hiyo baadaye tutaongea, tusilete maneno yake sahi. But Julia, gazeti imekuja, nyama itakuja, Mutua atakuja, Wambua atakuja, Kalonzo ataingia ndani. So don't worry.
I think Alex, we should write a book, tuandike kitabu na wewe ama play. Unaona ile play kama ya Kitenda ilikuwa Kijeketile ama ilikuwa gani hiyo vitabu tulisomanga, because in drama kabisa. So we see Kalonzo back, but I think now that's a good organization, AZIMIO. I like it. Now about President Uhuru's campaign trail, on the campaign trail, I will not be surprised akienda. I think he'll be coming once in a while kushtua wazee, na kutoa mwelekeo. He'll still be coming back, but now he wants mother achukue hiyo stage. Umesikia hao jamaa wamesema ati hatapigana na mother. Hiyo ni kumaanisha wanaogopa mother. Gachagua amegundua akidhubutu kwenda hiyo direction ya mother ataona moto. So Uhuru now knows that dawa yao ilikuwa mother. That she was their medicine. She gave them a good match. So sasa Gachagua, they are praying for Uhuru to come back. So Uhuru ameretreat. It is how uko na umbwa mingi kali, unaacha umbwa kwanza zifanye kazi. He is retreating back. So hawaoni Uhuru ndio wamtukane. Now they have mother, and now they are terrified. They will not call mother names. They will not call her names. Because now, kuna ile, I was saying here that I think Mount Kenya was thinking that Uhuru is retiring, and even if you keep telling us Uhuru is our kingpin, the fact remains he's retiring from presidency and he'll not be president again. You see? So, hiyo kitu ya Uhuru kingpin haiko inaingia sana. Lakini sasa baba amewashtua na mother. And now mother can be president of this country. There's nothing that can prevent her to be president after baba retires. So sasa hiyo kitu imewapea stress kabisa, and they will not call mother names. They tried saying she's not married. They tried selling some thugs at disrupt meetings zake. Akawaambia huyu mwenye anawatuma mwambia kuja achukue microphone. She was telling them on their face, tell that person to come and take my microphone and speak. You know, she's that daredevil thing. Unaongelea huko nyuma, unaongelea kuja uniambia chenye unasema hapa face to face. So they'll not dare mother. So Uhuru will retreat, but he'll be coming back occasionally. Maybe anaorganize kufungua barabara hapo, anatupa maneno hapo. You know, that's what he'll be doing. But he'll not be on the campaign trail, so that I don't see him on the campaign trail. But he'll still campaign, and he'll still use what is in his disposal to campaign for Baba. Me, I have been telling people here, and UDA people should take it to the bank. One agenda ya Uhuru, ni akona agenda mbili. Baba ashinde, na Ruto asishinde. So Uhuru he has to achieve that. Mtu hawezi kukudharau hivyo, unamwachia. You'll do what it will take you to make that person lose miserably. That's what Uhuru is going to do. Now, the last thing, allow me to say something, Bernard, about you, M-Fighter. He said something that watu wanapiga kura tu without a reason. He was trying to tell us that we don't have to have a good reason to vote for somebody. And then he was also trying to say that ati IBC sijui haiwezi kataza mtu kusimama kama watu wamekubali uwe mtu asimame. You know, now you people, you see the problem of KKA. They live in a banana republic. They believe in lawlessness. Hiyo maneno ya sheria hawajui. However many times Bernard was trying to tell that man that sheria inasema hivi. He was trying to say that kama watu wanakupenda. Me, I look forward to a country where hata ukipiga bibi yako usisimame. Ukionekana koinange hivi hata kuangalia wasichana, leave alone kuambiwa ingie kwa gari yako. You should not vie for anything in this country. That is kind of a country I look for. I think tuache mchezo. Let us now go for integrity. Leave alone corruption. We are going there. So watu wa KKA muandike hivi. Kurudi aturudi. Baba has started. Even those small stealing things you do. Kunyang'anya mtu bibi yake. We will be talking about it. Tunaambia roba, tuna suspect, for example, roba, right to note. Roba, tuna suspect ulinyang'anya mtu bibi. Usituambie unatetea kukua MP. Bernard, we'll go that far. That's where we are going in Kenya. We want integrity. Charity begins at home. See, you bring up some thugs in the name of children, and then you start vying. Your son, yanaonekana koinange, alafu unatuambia we are going, that's KKA, that's where we are going. Mpende musipende, wacheni kutuambia kwamba IDC haiwezi kataza mtu asimame. That we are looking for integrity, and that's the direction we are going in this country. Asante Demba, asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Roba.
Hey, thank you, Jude. That was very good. There's something you just said there. In fact, I just agree with you 100%. regarding Mother Karua right now. So if there's one thing here, let me just remind you. If you remember, there's when they were in KICC, when there's, if you see that clip, when Kalonzo comes out, Uhuru talks to Savina Chege, Kalonzo comes in, and then lastly, Uhuru talks to Mother Karua, something like that. If you remember, there was something just like murmuring, just talking. If you see that clip. 2 days before that, that's when the fate was sealed that she's going to be the running mate. So what I'm trying to say is this: in terms of what's happening now in our country, to tell you the truth, things have changed. When you talk to people on the ground, things have changed. There's this narrative now that this election is over because of Mother Karua when she came in. So Kenya Kwanza, I don't think they have another event which is going to change the flow of the wind. The wind has changed. And this one here, it has changed for the good of the country. And like you said, time has come now. We have the opportunity. The opportunity is, let us vote for people with proper record, people with moral character, not everybody because it's your tribe or it's your kinsman, where it's my village man. Let us vote for people the way they have performed before, their moral character, or what they intend to do, what they give us, what they say, what they present on us. The country has the opportunity to do that. And let's hope, in fact, for the first time, I'm very happy, humble, that we are discussing about issues in our country. I'm very humble that come next month, August 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 14th, Kenya will not go back that nonsense of need after elections, violence, all those things. It is time to celebrate, people celebrating, and we move on. That's the country Uhuru has been dreaming about, and it's going to happen. There's no master of our politician now other than Uhuru now. Uhuru has won this war. He continue winning it. Utamwona tu amekaa huko tu, kama vile alisema kama hiyo nini amenyeshewa si paka, unafikiri ni paka kama nini. Utafikiri tu, lakini behind the scenes, he wants to leave this country in a better hands. And that's what he wants to do. And I agree with him. I support with him. Let's see what happens. Ragati, or I can't pronounce his name. He has been trying to... Ragati, yes. Yes. He has been trying to commit. He's the one who has been abusing the president. He has been saying bad things about the president. He has been behind the scenes, negative things. But at the end of the day, when it's all done, Uhuru will go out as one of the best presidents ever after Papa comes in. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I see it from what I see. Dalili ya mvua ni mawingu, vile wanasema. Na hii dalili iko kabisa, tunaiona kwa macho kabisa. Asante sana. I see Mr. Tiku saying, let's see what happens. Thank you, Bernard. I'm still around.
Okay, asante Roba. It's good that we trace our politics and be able to predict what is going to happen based on the developments. Politics that is not structured is politics that cannot be sustained, where you are jumping from this goalpost to that goalpost, hold on this, try this, try this, try this, try this. That will always flop. And so unless something very drastic takes place right now, this one looks like gone. But the issue of somebody asked a question about I think it's Fighter, about the agreement of AZIMIO. Will the IBC have published the voters' papers by June? I don't think so, because I don't think AZIMIO will have plans that are outside the IBC framework, whereby the AZIMIO aspirants will compete among themselves so that the best person goes to the ballot and the other person will support that nini. As much as that is not subject to IBC's requirement, will they be able to save IBC papers? I'm a publisher and the cost of paper has gone very high. I feel for them too.
Bernard, I have a question. Okay,
Yeah.
first, you are saying we have 45 presidential candidates?
The newspaper said 55. I don't know, but they are going to be
I think,
trimmed down.
That's the number, but let's not forget IBC becoming to clear some people where they are. I mean, it's just like, have they achieved the threshold? I mean, for them to be allowed to fire. So some are the names there, but people. I think next week or the week after they will be starting just like the vetting process. Also, Bernard, there's one thing here. For the first time, there's a trend I'm seeing here. I'm sorry to cut. There's a trend I'm seeing here when you sit online and when you hear from the communities, like some of us who are overseas. For the first time, when you hear people saying now they are timing the election to go to travel back home, that's something which was almost before. Before, we used to know when the election comes, everybody wants to run away. They want to stay. I mean, it's just like, I don't want to be caught. I don't want, but now people are just saying, I'm buying a ticket, I'm going home. People are just like, that's when the time I'm going. And you see how the flights, yeah, and I can't wait when you get to Germany, when you get there, when I get in there or Kenya on a chair before the night before elections or the day after to come here. Where wins? We don't care where wins. I mean, that's what you want to see.
No, Robert, we care who wins. That is why.
No, what I mean is,
we buy a flight.
In the sake of democracy, we are a democratic country. As long as people have won there, they are the maturity in the right way, we will support them. That's what I mean. But what I'm saying is, in terms of peace, remember before, some of us here, and I remember some of the friends, I mean, just like, I remember even now, because I've told you my wife comes from Tanzania. So there's a time when she wants to try the tune that time, because in fact, 2007, it happened, we were back home there and we had a very bad experience. She had a very bad experience. And that was the first time she went to see my family. Their mom was there and their family. They had a very bad experience. And some of my boys here, some of them were crying that time, 2007. One was like 6 months old, and we were in Kenya. That, I mean, what they experienced from Kisii all the way to Nairobi in a bus, or all these things. I mean, that was really bad. But this time, I can see a difference. I can see people are just like, I'm going, I want to be part of that. I want to be part of what's happening. And that's what some of us, we have been just preaching all these years. It's coming true. And I can't wait until August 9th, 10th. When some of us will celebrate.
Inaitwa kumira. Hiyo ndio we have been teaching you. This time ni kumira for baba, because there's no, hakuna kurudi nyumba. In Kikuyu we say gotire kogowagowa, tutiragowagowa. Kuna kogowagowa. Ama aje Duke.
Okay, Gabriel Nyam says, what happens if Gachagua gets blocked by IBC?
I mean, Bernard, it is even a shame that we are talking about Gachagua being on the ballot paper. Amaruto. It's a shame. In fact, the rest of the world is laughing at us. Ata hawatuelewi, they don't understand us. Why? How on earth? Two people. Wenye mimi naogopa sana Duke, hata wanaweza ninyang'anya shamba kwa ballot paper.
Okay, what happens if he gets blocked? Probability, 48 hours replacement, like Gumo, is it called combo? Is it called, not combo? Gumbo.
Bernard, Atwali aliwaambia kuna watu watafika kwa ballot. Mulikataa. So let's wait and see what Atwali say. He's an old man.
Okay, thank you. Wacha tumsikilize Duke.
Starting from the where you have stopped about some individuals going to be prevented from being on the parole, that is not going to happen, because there are actually specific grounds under which an individual can be prevented. But when you talk about the integrity question, that one cannot apply, because it stopped working long ago, where you find a lot of individuals with issues are cleared. So the institutions which were supposed to implement that integrity questions, their hands have failed that, so they cannot actually even say, because you have a lot of individuals being cleared. If we start from Papu Wino himself, he should not be cleared. If somebody shoots an individual on television, on live TV, that person can go with a gun to parliament and maybe kill some MPs who are opposing him. So there are some basic questions that the institutions have failed to capture. And that is what has made them to lose that authority, because they have made mistakes which are aware. So you cannot prevent individuals selective. That's what we call selective justice. But coming to the topic of today is about President Uhuru Kenyatta not joining the campaign trail. First of all, I want to talk about election violence. The reason why we have election violence in Kenya is because there is a perceived rigging when the citizens perceive that rigging took place. And if you scrutinize the patterns of the election violence in Kenya, is when actually the individuals who are perceived to rig or who have the capability to rig are those in power. And that's why we have election violence every time the president retains the power, because most Kenyans believe that the person who has the power to rig or to influence, to manipulate the outcome of a democratic process is the president, because he has the instrument of power. Now, this is going to be the first time, maybe, whereby the president can pack somebody and that person wins. You know, in some circumstances before, the president has packed a person who's pursuing the office of the president, but that packing was not successful. This one is more likely to be successful. Maybe I can give it 50% chance of success. And the fact that the president's act has been actively been involved may give a wrong perception. You know, when we have citizens who can actually take small perceptions, and then we have a violence. So for me, it was not the right decision for President Uhuru to actively support Raila Odinga. He can pack him in a way. We are aware that in 2013, Kibaki packed Uhuru Kenyatta, but it was more in a decent way. You don't go to political rally, you start dancing, what Uhuru was doing. So I think Uhuru Kenyatta has seen that sense that it is dangerous, you being a president, and then you are trying to support an individual. It can bring that. Number two, he is trying to avoid the awkward situation. You know, this is an individual who is opposing Ruto, and he is backing somebody different. Now, can you imagine the scenario where William Ruto has won, and then he comes to hand power to that person? You see, most of you are aware of the scenarios or the circumstances under which President Moi was at Uhuru Park when he was handing power to Mike Kibaki. Maybe he's trying to avoid that as well. So I think he has a democratic right to support whoever he wants to support, but he has to know he is the president of all Kenyans. And when you are too active or two-sided to a given group of Kenyans, it's like you are dividing Kenya and you are the president who should unify all Kenyans. Number two, talking about the fact of Kalonzo Musyoka going out and then going back. For me, my own interpretation is this. we have not heard that from Kalonzo himself. It's like a group of AZIMIO individuals who are trying to use other means. They are going to church congregates and other MPs. They are trying to influence Kalonzo to come back. I've not heard that from Kalonzo as a person. So until I hear that from Kalonzo himself, that's when I will know whether he's coming back or, and if in case he comes back, it can be like somebody who's not even serious. So that's what I can submit for today.
Father Duke. What informs you that there will be a need of rigging elections against William Ruto?
There will be what?
A need to rig elections against William Ruto.
No, you know, I talked about a perception. You know, sometimes there may be no rigging, but when most Kenyans or followers of a given individual who's influential perceive that there's rigging, we can have a riot. For instance, you see what happened in 2017. You see that? So it is about perception. And somebody can have the grounds that the presidents, we were here in terms like deep state, the president was on the other side. We see ministries like Interior and ICT campaigning for that. So all these are indications that these people rigged the election. It can be like they are giving a recipe to reject.
I don't think I'll be far-fetched to say that you are the people who are determined to create that perception. And
it's not,
the reality is there is no need of rigging an election against somebody who is already losing it.
What do you mean?
You only rig against a strong candidate.
Now, which grounds are you saying that
against somebody who is already defeating himself?
And which facts are you using? Those are your own opinions. What are you trying to say is exactly you are entitled to that opinion.
So there is no need of rigging an election against somebody who has already lost it.
So why are we campaigning?
William Ruto has no chance in this election without Mount Kenya. That's a fact. As soon as Mount Kenya walks through the other door, William Ruto is left with no capacity to win anything. So
that's not
there is no
fact.
need we shouldn't even be talking of rigging. So that rigging story or narrative is meant to whip up emotions and look for sympathy, which is not a necessity at this point in time. Tukubali tuende kuface the electorate, let the electorate cast their vote. The person who is supposed to win will win. The president has a right to campaign for whoever he wants to campaign for. The first world presidents do that. We are fighting to become first world. What difference will it make? Where is this? Henry, your device is not well connected. Itabidi utoke urudi tena. If you can get me, Henry Stanley, your device is not well configured. Itabidi utoke urudi upya. Mikono iko juu. Tuanze na Roba.
Yeah, two things. Duke, I want to agree with you on one issue. I think our institutions in Kenya, they are not credible because of made that situation be so. On this situation here, I think also it would be unfair for people who have not been convicted in the court of law to be barred from going forward, maybe to be allowed, not to be allowed to run for whatever they want to run to. I'm one person who believes, okay, if someone went through the system, he got convicted, that's something else. But anybody whose case is pending or he has not gone on trial, he should be given that right of running. I believe on that. And that's something I will not apologize to anybody. But there's one thing I want to tell you about KALONZO. KALONZO, I can tell you for free. And I have evidence, whatever it is. They met with all Kenyatta outside the country. They have agreed. He's coming back. I've been saying this one all wrong. So at the end of the day, he's coming back to AZIMIO. I don't know how much credible he is right now with these people, but at the same time, he has realized the Kama people are betting against him. So you can see now, with that, that's why I've just come to realize this election is over. It's over.
That, can I, just a moment, Bernard. That can be what we call double speak. You see, Ropa was here saying that KALONZO has no influence. And if he goes out, there is no difference. And now when he is indicating to come back, he's trying to say that he will make the election to be over. What do you mean by that?
Chuk, I've never, you can go to the cribs on this network, you can ask Bernard, I've never said about KALONZO not being an influence. I'm the one who have been defending KALONZO here from Monday through Monday. Whenever I have a chance, I'm telling them, don't count KALONZO out. We need KALONZO for those ones who are for Raila. I'm the one who has been saying that. Even people on this network, Chulia, Mr. Abuye, they can tell you that. I've never said KALONZO would not make a difference about this election. And in fact, I just said, if KALONZO had to get out, I said Raila is going to be in trouble, more especially on the first round. I mean, that thing could have won the second round, to tell you the truth. But now, since he's coming back, I think that one I can say it's over. I want to tell you the truth, it's over. I want to be sincere. I don't care who wins, but this one is just, it's cooked.
Yes, Julia.
Duke, I really think nyinyi ndio mnataka kuiba kura. Tuambieni tu kweli. Mpango yenu. Tuambieni tu na roho safi ile mpango mmepanga ya kuiba kura. Bernard, if you start telling me that I'm a thief, I start suspecting you're a thief. That is always my policy. Ukisikia mtu akisema nyinyi hamjasikia wale wa mama wanapiganga nduru ati wamechapa na sasa hiyo wamechapa mabwana zao. That is how KKA is behaving. Fellow Kenyans, be careful. All the agents were AZIMIO. Now, waomba, are we going to be alert? Because these KKA people, if we cannot trust them with our land, with our money, with our resources, we cannot trust them. Nakura, as Mr. Duke is saying, that he suspects election will be stolen. I think he knows how election will be stolen. So, Mr. Duke, you are making us suspect KKA. Msituambie hapa mnaibua kura. Nyinyi ndio mnapanga kuimba kura. Sasa wacheni kudanganya wa Kenya.
Yes, Duke.
Now, what I can respond to you is this. First of all, one of the key infrastructure which must be guarded so that we can have credible result is ICT. You know, we have electronic transmission, and we are aware how the system was previously compromised. When we have an individual who's the ICT minister, he has a control and the command of all ICT systems. You can even shut all the transmission systems. When that person comes into a political rally and says we are working closely with Raila Odinga, actually, that's a very bad statement. He was to say we are working closely with all the aspirants to ensure that the process is fair. But when you just come and say we are just working very closely with Raila Odinga to make sure everything's okay, and you are at a political rally where that candidate is afraid is running a mix, that's very biased. Also, when you see an interior cabinet secretary on the same rally, and when we hear some terms talking about deep state, this time deep state is on our side. So those are the grounds which makes us suspect. There are things we are hearing right from first-hand information from those who are heading key ministries, key institutions, and even sometimes from the president himself. So those are the facts which makes us have suspicion whether the process will be credible or not. We are not coming up with our own misinformation.
That Mr. Duke, these ministers are not new in those dockets. And the
Saying they are new.
Hold on. The ministers have given us assurance that they are going to make sure that the elections are going to be free, fair, and credible, just like they did in 2013 and 2017, of which the deputy president was working with those ministers. So what is different this time around?
You know, the difference is that in 2017, it is the same government which was trying to retain power. When the government is retaining power, we expect those leaders to remain in office. But the constitution does not allow cabinet secretary to take political sides. We never heard those statements from the Ministry of ICT or the Interior in 2017 or in 2013. Yes?
Which part of the constitution says that? I am okay. We will not even quote the constitution. I'm just quoting a statement of fact. Okay. Deputy President William Ruto did not have a problem when Matiang'i campaigned for them in 2013 and campaigned for them in 2017. How come he has a problem when Matiang'i campaigns in 2022? What has changed?
Bernard, on top of that, is to come here to converse that Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta, they stole election 2017 because they manipulated. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I'm saying there were issues and violence which make some people, innocent people, to die. So it's because of the perception and the process which was perceived not fair. So when readers who are already in key ministries make some statement, it can make voters to have wrong perceptions, which may be right or wrong. But regardless whether they are right or wrong, we don't want people to die.
The complaint we had in 2013, 2017 is the same complaint you're having. And Ruto responded and say, wachana na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake, wachana na Gisheru afanye kazi yake. They are not competitors. We are running against Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. Let William Ruto run against Uhuru Kenyatta, achane na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake, achane na Gisheru afanye kazi yake. Unless ako tayari kutuambia ni nini alifanya na Gisheru na Matiang'i 2013, 2017 ambacho hataki kifanyike.
No, but they were just campaigning. Do you have some statements?
Yes.
You know, yes, of course they were campaigning, but they were not making some statement which indicate otherwise.
You cannot say that. So
yeah, do you have some statement made by...
If the DP has information we need to hear, he is free to communicate that information. But if he's not ready to give us that information, awachane na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake, achane na Gisheru afanye kazi yake, tukutane kwa ballot tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8. Yes, Samuel.
Yes, I agree with the Duke. It's unprofessional for a minister who is in charge of infrastructure like that to come across as taking a side. It doesn't matter whether they did it in 2017 or 2013 or 2002. It's not right. It's a conflict of interest. And
if it was okay in 2013 and it was okay in 2017, let it be okay in 2022. Just like you people are saying, we should allow people who are not qualified to be on the ballot because we allowed Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto having cases to be on the ballot. If that standard stands, let the same standard stands everywhere. Mbona nyinyi watu mnapenda kushift goalpost? Ikifika huku mnakimbia huku. Ikifika huku mnakimbia huku. When do you people have a standard of what we can use to judge against you?
My stand is we have to guard against conflict of interest, and then people
Bernard,
which you did not do in 2013 and 2017. Mundu wa nyumba, karibu.
That way.
Uliza swali lako tafadhali.
Bernard, I have a question.
Asante Bernard.
Yes.
Unaona mimi ni clever sana. Niliwacha wewe na roba, nimelala, nimeamka, nimerudi tena. I like this channel so much. That's so I'm fresh now. Julia, how are you? Fine. All members of the panel, I greet you. Now, my comment is this towards the Duke. Duke, I'm talking. I hope you're also listening. Do you remember the deputy president saying that with or without the deep state, with or without the system, they are going to do nothing? He said deep state, out, nothing, useless. System, out, useless. How come now the deep state and the system are becoming a problem? Now, secondly, I don't know how you are based. Me, I'm based in Kenya, NAKURU. You remember the US election, United States of America elections last time? There was this allegation by the former president Trump about stealing, rigging. And you can see the end result of what happened at Capitol Hill. And I'd touch on this issue again. When you know you are losing, and as Julia said, you keep on shouting thief, 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 and you want to steal. I rest my case.
Abuya, you had a question? Okay, Kiptum.
Hey, Bernard, how are you? And how are you all panelists?
We are good.
Thank you for the show. And hello, Julia. I'm back. Well, when I come to this channel, the first thing I need to address is I'm a Kenyan and just a very proud Kenyan. And I want to agree with what Roba was saying, that the 2022 elections is very, very positive to a point. You can hear some people from diaspora saying that they will buy a ticket to go and vote. That is a very good indicator that we are going to have a peaceful elections. And that is not only for the diasporans like some of us in this panel, and that is also an indicator that our investors and Kenya friends and partners across the globe, just like they have really, really focused in what is going to happen in Kenya, it gives them hope. And then number two is, I do not really want to talk about the rigging, but any public officer in Kenya, whether appointed or elected, should be held to account. Like, we need to call them out whenever they make statements or they do what is not what somebody thinks is violating the Constitution or the ethics for that matter. So, and this, like when so anybody in public service needs to be called out. So when we talk about like Samuel Cheraisi and Bernard were arguing about something of two wrongs do not make a right. When something was right some time back and it is repeated now, that means in between something has been done to improve it. That is why in the last elections, a lot of people are fearful of even going to Kenya during an election. But even now, there's some indicators that something good is happening. Let me speak about, because when I had the conversation, and about 80% of the conversation is William Ruto. I really want to request the panelists here to be very fair to presidential candidate William Samoei Ruto, Doctor, who is the coming 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Because from the beginning, he has said that the ballot, the elections will be decided on the 9th. It is only after the people have voted that you can say anything. Do not look at the opinion polls or anything. People of Kenya will turn out and vote, and they will decide their leader. Either way, the popular will of the Kenyan people will be very, very clear. So, so this issue of saying, "Oh, rigging," forget about that. At the end of the day, we will see the popular will of the people. Well, another thing, as Kenyans, as patriotic Kenyans, we really have to encourage our institutions to thrive. We have a very good IEBC. They have conducted about 3 elections now, and they look determined. They are engaging the stakeholders. Some good things are happening. Disregard the noise over there, and let's hold every presidential candidate or every candidate to their word. Like Bernard, I hear you talking about William Ruto so much. Can you quote what he says? Because I've never heard William Ruto talking about the rigging. Sometimes he calls out people to account, and some people holds him to account, and that is politics.
Bwana Kiptum,
Thank you.
Wewe umesema vizuri kwa diaspora. Kwa hivyo hauna habari ya kwamba William Ruto ndiye mwanzilishi wa masuala ya rigging. Hajasema tu hapa nyumbani, amesema Amerikani mpaka Ulaya kwamba kuna mpango wa kuiba kura. Okay? Kutoka kwa kinywa chake yeye mwenyewe. Yeye alisema yeye hawezi kuibiwa kura. Yeye akasema hata hakuna deep state. Sawa sawa. So huyo ndiposa mimi na I find it very difficult to support one person called William Ruto for that, because he's never consistent on anything. He stands for nothing. When something goes for him, he's for it. When it goes the other way, he changes the other way around. I cannot trust the leadership of this country to a person like that one. That's my point of departure. So 2013, 2017, we were on the street.
Can I respond on that, please, before you go to your second point?
About the interference of Matiang'i and Kisheru, ICT and IEBC, all these things. They said no, wachana na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. Sasa tumekubali tuachana na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. Saa hii yeye anatulilia si tufanye nini? We don't sit in the cabinet. He sits with Matiang'i. He sits with Kisheru. They know what they do. Let Matiang'i do his work. Let Kisheru do his work. Tukutane kwa ballot. And if you are a strong candidate, you have votes, you are famous, you are leading the most popular political party, you have political stamina, why would you be afraid of a common CS in the cabinet who is not a politician? He's not challenging you. He's just doing the assignment, the errand his boss has asked him. Nenda hapa utengeneze pereka hii hapa. Then you become afraid. That means you don't have a political stamina, you don't have a political capacity, you're just pretending to be leading when you know you have nothing to use to lead. That's what I read from what the deputy president is treating us to.
Okay, let me answer that. First of all, the context in which Dr. William Ruto was talking about the rigging was, as you said, he was in the US. So he was giving a presentation based on the history of Kenya. And I think he really said exactly the opposite of what you are trying to say, because he was not a crybaby. He was just stating the facts, but he went ahead to give confidence to Kenyans that elections will be held, elections will be peaceful, and Kenya will move on after August 9th. So I know a lot of your conversation, Mr. Bernard, unasema tu
Kiptun, I'm not on the ballot. I'm not running against William Ruto. William Ruto has a very formidable ticket to challenge.
Good. All right.
It's called Rauka. Okay, that ticket is something else.
It's called Madarao,
now,
man.
Look here. Hata kama ni Madarao.
Yeah.
He has a ticket to challenge, and
Good.
that ticket is spelling doom for him. Not only during the elections, much more after the elections. In fact, this ticket is more dangerous after the elections, even before the elections. But that aside, let William Ruto prepare himself and go and win these elections. He will be sworn in. But if he wants to cry, if he wants to cry around looking for sympathy, he's going to lose badly.
Bernard.
But from all indicators, I have told you, ukona results at 2010 constitution referendum.
Bernard.
William Ruto against the rest of Kenyans with the church. These are results work at Missouri. There will be a point of reference after the 9th.
Bernard.
Yes.
You've said something very un-Kenyan. And I want to give me 1 minute to explain that. Please, Mutembe TV is a very respectable channel. That's why I'm here. And to make some comments that can threaten or create fear to the Kenyan population is not fair. I have stated clearly that we will have Kenya after August 9th.
Of course, Kenya is not going anywhere. Kenya is not going anywhere, and these elections will be very peaceful. Okay, I'm only stating that William Ruto is going to lose the elections with 28% of the cast vote. Okay, that is what I'm telling you, referring you to 2010 referendum results. Nobody's threatening another. And anybody who thinks you're going to cause chaos so that he can get into wherever in negotiation, there will be no negotiation. If somebody has 61%, you have 28%, you're going to negotiate for what?
Yeah, I think let's do this. You know for sure that for the last 3 elections, it is only Raila Odinga who calls for handshake. So on August 9th, William Ruto will win.
It is not true who calls which handshake where. I was in Uhuru back.
Musalia Mudavadi has stated that Musalia Mudavadi has said that he's giving Kenya Kwanza 90% of the vote. So Baba is the one losing by a landslide.
Mnatafuta Kalonzo, mnataka kuongezewa nani mwingine? We can donate. We are very generous, okay? But 9th, are you traveling back? I want to invite you in Mutembe TV studio.
I'm right here.
You're flying back. Fly back. I will host you in this studio, okay? On the 10th.
You are so scary.
When the results are out, 10th of August. So I can give you free airtime. You tell me how you lost the elections.
You scare Kenyans, man.
I want you to sit here. I sit here. We talk. 10th of August. You have a date with Mutembe TV studios. Thank you.
Be fair to Kenyans. Can you preach peace then in this channel?
I'm telling you, there is peace in Kenya. Nobody's going to make trouble. We are prepared. Mtu ajaribu kuleta nyoko hapa taona. Cheza. Now,
okay.
Wacha tufanye hivi. Nataka kupeana kwa submission. Abuya, what is it?
I just want to mention 30 seconds on that rigging with regard to Duke. And it is Duke, I wanted to ask you, do you know a gentleman called Chirchir? Was he not mentioned during in the Supreme Court when Raila challenged the election of Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto in 2017? Why did Ruto bring him back to the office? And this is the man who was removed from office because of impropriety. You know the problem with the KK, they play reverse psychology, and Ruto has been telling us that hata tukiweka hata Uhuru Odinga hakuna mtu anaweza iba kura yake, but this gentleman is up to something. It is not by coincidence that somebody who was sacked as a CS is brought back to as a chief of staff or somebody within the office of the deputy president. Does it make sense to you? Because that is essentially corruption. So this idea of double speak and reverse psychology, we all know it, but I think Azimio is up to the task, and we are where tuko macho kabisa.
Okay, sawa. Thank you. Chiraisi, mbio tunataka kusonga mbele.
One second. Okay, I was just going to clarify. I know it's past about the presentation of the DP when he was here. He did not say, I am afraid of rigging. He just said we need to stop this conversation about the deep state. Deep state here, wengine wanasema the deep state, tuko na deep state. He said we need to stop that because it's breeding a wrong perception in the mind of Kenyans ya kuwa kuna elections, Wakenya wanafanya elections, and then there's some people in some corner somewhere. He said kura itahesabiwa, and whoever wins. Tuachane na hizi maneno ya deep state, and we should not entertain those. So he brought that on a question and answer session. Somebody, so he had to mention it. See, akusema ati kuna watu wanataka kuipa. He said it's all over the place. People saying, oh, kura, Raila didn't win because of he didn't have deep state, and now he has deep state. We need to stop that. And then Mr. Abuya, you mentioned about somebody who was hired in the office of the DP after being fired for some reason. I don't have the details, but we have an example of many of them. Ngilu is one of them. He was fired for corruption and is now at the front line person for the AZIMIO. So if we go that line, we'll never finish. Asante sana.
We need to know about Gilu. Chiraisi.
Everybody order everybody. Okay. So after Ngilu was fired for corruption.
Yes, sir.
And then he was hired by who?
He's elected right now, but he's the front line face of AZIMIO.
No, I'm asking. He was hired by who? After he was fired.
He was hired by the people of Ukambani.
Oh, people of Ukambani.
Yeah, he was hired by his constituents.
So does that take care of the other accused person's reasons for being fired?
I'm just giving an example that there's a litany of people in Kenya who have been fired before, and they've been rehired. Reasons for being fired are not necessarily related to their new positions at the moment. Case in point, Charity Kalugi Ngilu. She was fired for corruption.
So if somebody is elected and the other one is hired, they are the same level, they are same standards.
In fact, the one who is elected for bigger position has a very higher standard of responsibility. Like right now, she is the face of the presidential candidature of Raila Odinga. She was fired for corruption, and now they're
She was
standing
not
like, oh,
fired for corruption. She
yeah,
stepped aside for
they're trying to
investigation. Thereafter, she was cleared by IBC, okay, the anti-corruption and the DCI to qualify to run as governor for Kitui.
She
You
was
think
not
all
cleared
those
by
offices
all those
were not working?
She was fired for corruption, and the
She
ticket
wasn't fired.
is running on now is trying to
She's
say, oh, Tamalisa corruption.
You are a propagandist now. I just
Bernard.
Ngilu was stepped aside for investigation. Nobody fired her.
She was fired.
Secondly, she's in office right now as a governor after being cleared by the anti-corruption, the DCI, and all the IEBC. You can't be run as a governor without being cleared by these three offices.
And the other guy you mentioned, he was not fired for any corruption and was not even convicted for anything.
You now have details. You said you don't know. Now you have details. Good day.
For
See you
nothing.
Let's do this. Order. Okibo, come in.
My name.
Okibo, come in, please. Thank you. Staki story ya kunipelekwa through circles.
Yeah, Mr. Mama Serena, Mr. Roba, Julia, my brother Duke, Kiptum, Tirais, Nyumba, and Mr. Robert. Na sijasahau Mr. N pia. Thank you so much. Unajua saa zingine, let's be realistic. Usirete something yenye utasupport wewe mwenyewe. It's like Mr. Kiptum, you said our DP hajai kuja mahali popote aseme there is rigging. But if Creep is prayed here when alikuwa States and when he went to UK, the same thing he said here is the same thing he said there. But you honestly contradicted yourself by saying hajai sema anywhere. So these are things that are everywhere on the internet, everywhere. If you go YouTube, you're gonna get those things. Secondly, let me go direct to the topics of today. I guess our president, I know he has a right to support anybody, and I think and I'm hoping so that after some time from now, to kianza the campaign period, I guess he's gonna show up. Once mtu ameshow up even one place, right, he's supporting somebody, that is a campaign. Hata asipoenda 2, 3, 4 continuous, but akishow up like 1, 2, 3 places akisema Azimio, ameingia kwa campaign. Secondly, we need Kalonzo back. I'm honest with you. We need Kalonzo back. Kama hao watu wengine wako wamemwambia you need to go back to Azimio, that is why he belongs. So kama umeona like 45 out of 50 people wanamwambia baki Azimio. Somebody alijaribu kusema enda KKA akaambiwa you don't belong to that camp. And another thing that I have is KK Nakuru. We know your characters. Hire people, pay them, muonekane mko kwa wingi, but the mountain, I know mko na the activity yenu ni the mountain. Mtu akienda jaribu kuwa saboketi na way like the way Madam Karua venye Madam Karua anafanya, I don't think so kama mtapata hiyo kitu mmekuwa mking'ang'ania. So msiseme mountain imekuwa slippery, ni venye vitu zimechange. People are realizing that whatever you are spreading, whatever you are, the promises that you are giving out, like tukiingia ndo tutapata wanawake wataingia kwa hiyo serikali. Mbona msituonyeshe sahi? Is rather than somebody who gives you food today, other than somebody who promises you nitakupea chakula kesho. Utafika hiyo kesho, kula hii yenye huyu mwenye amekupatia sahi. So it means hizo watu washaanza kugundua whatever you are spreading is propaganda. So the mountain Kimotoni. And I know with the time we are hoping that everything gonna change and it's gonna turn against you. That is the time you're gonna know The moment nilisikia mwingine akisema you can learn a Kikuyu but you can't buy a Kikuyu. The same thing our DP has been doing. You're buying somebody, you are renting somebody, but you can't buy that person. So you rented the Kikuyu, they are now realizing that they don't belong there, so they are moving. The last thing I'm gonna talk about is the last topic. Niliuliza mtu wa nyumbani. I come from Nakuru County, Moro sub-county, somewhere in Siriko. And he told me this way, of course, mkiona hizo KK mingi hizo shati za yellow, don't think that we are supporting that one. A good friend of mine, cousin of mine, he was today. I wish ningeshare that clip yenye alishika yeye mwenyewe. Aliniambia nimesikia kuna pesa mahali fulani, singekosa kuenda nikule hiyo pesa. You see that thing? So don't see those big crowds muone hizo ni kura. Wengine wako hapo kukura, kama my own cousin ameniambia nimesikia kuna pesa na tuliambiwa jana kuna pesa. So it means what? He's going there to get that money. So believe me or not, Nakuru wampati kura mingi kutoka huko venye mnaona mnavuta hizo crowds kubwa. Forget about it. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Kibo.
Hey, if Bernard mentioned my name, can you give me to respond?
What are you responding on? Hold on.
Just one thing. 1 second. Granted?
No.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Yes.
Hello. My name is Honorable Simon Mbogwa, but my votes did not meet to standard. I know the politicians, they understand what I'm saying. I'm from Nakuru County. I'm privileged my senator is here. And Your Excellency, I have this question. My question is mainly, are we going to vote the people of diaspora? And again, I need you to give me an assurance, because I know we are going to win this election because I'm a UDA member. I need you to give me an assurance that I heard the other time Honorable Sabina Chege saying that they will do something, stealing the votes. I will be so bitter when I'm working so hard bringing people from Pennsylvania to Washington to register as voters, and then at the end of the day, they come to steal our votes. So I just need your assurance, sir, that nobody is going to steal our votes, and you are going to work on that. Thank you so much.
On your first question, yes. There is provision, and I think there are states and countries, and they keep increasing. The capacity of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission is being built so that we can have more Kenyans in the diaspora voting. There will be opportunity for people in America to vote. I wish we could make it a lot more easier for them to vote. And I think progressively and going into the future, hopefully, when we form government in August, we will have a diaspora ministry that can actually look into the issues of diaspora, their concerns, their voting rights, and all that. So, yes, there will be opportunity for people in the diaspora to vote, not to the extent that everybody will, because it is limited by capacity and by extent to which that can happen. And I think not in every country outside Kenya. I think there is a list of, I think, almost 10 countries where people can vote. But that's work in progress. I think there were 3-4 countries before. I think the IBC will continue building that capacity. On your second item as to whether the vote will be stolen, it's part of that recklessness that I was talking to. The recklessness in because you remember the events of 2007-2008 were premised on a stolen election. And we keep, hearing this stolen election narrative. And what we are asking is that every candidate in this election must commit that they will accept the outcome of the election. And if they query the outcome of the election, it should be using constitutionally stipulated mechanisms and not pushing people to war. Unfortunately, some of the candidates have never committed themselves to accept the outcome of an election, whatever election. But I hope this year we should be able to push them to that level. And finally, is to say that I am very confident from where I sit that no election will be stolen.
Thank you. We have a question over here.
Thank you very much. My name is Karanja Gashusha, and I'm a journalist here in the U.S. I'm actually
rubbished claims that his competitors could rig him out in the presidential election. Speaking during the campaign tour in Kakamega and Bungoma counties, the deputy president assured his supporters that his victory will not be stolen in favor of his main rival and ODM leader, Raila Odinga.
After touring Trans Nzoia County on Monday, Deputy President William Ruto on Tuesday took the Hustler Movement campaigns to Kakamega and Bungoma counties. Ruto, while accusing his competitors of sensing defeat in the August elections, rubbished rumors that his victory will be stolen by his competitors.
Wamesema hata huyu deputy president akishinda kura, ati deep state na system haiwezi kukubali atangazwe kuwa president. Mnasikia hiyo porojo? Mnasikia hiyo propaganda? Sasa mimi nataka niulize nyinyi, watu wa hapa duniani. Nyinyi mkiniona mimi ni mtu ya kunyang'anywa kura kweli?
Accompanied by a section of leaders from the Western region, the UDA brigade held series of rallies and stopovers in Likuyani, Tongaren, Webuye East and Webuye West, where they popularized.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard.
Yeye ni mtu wa kuibiwa kura kweli?
Bernard.
Yes.
I think whoever has been casting aspersions at William Ruto should actually apologize. What I'm trying to say is, as panelists, my dear panelists here, give it to Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the greatest communicator and strategist Kenya has ever had. Come August 9th, he will be declared President of the Republic of Kenya. For this reason, one, Ruto does not look like someone who banks on the crowds or opinion polls or anything to win elections. He is in the ground doing the right thing and is giving confidence to Kenyans, something that any leader should be doing. So he has given you and me confidence. He is in the ground looking for votes. He is giving his policy and explaining the clearest way any politician has ever done in Kenya. Give it to him, gentlemen and ladies.
Mimi nakuuliza, you said you cannot be rigged out. There will be no election rigging, okay?
Sorry, man, I've
Then
never
you
said that.
begin to
Please don't put words in my mouth.
The CS for Interior and the CS for ICT are planning to rig elections.
Bernard.
Is that how you people judge things?
Bernard.
No, yes. We are talking about Kidogo tu
me.
Kiptum.
Excuse
Kiptum,
me.
1 minute.
The same person saying the election cannot be rigged. The
Excuse
election
me.
cannot be stolen. Is the same person complaining the deep state and the Nini are planning to rig the election. So which is which?
Excuse me.
Bernard, Bernard, you're ignoring the people raising the hands. These guys
No,
are just chipping in
Sorry,
without your permission.
Excuse me. I have to correct something here. After playing those 3 clips, which are very consistent, I have never said anything to the effect of rigging. So
we are not asking you if you have said, we are telling you that your boss, the one you are supporting, said the election cannot be rigged. Okay? The same person said his particular vote cannot be stolen. Okay? Then it's the same person saying the CS for ICT and the CS for Interior, okay, and the deep state are planning to rig the election and rig him out.
Okay, the 3 clips you played.
I played 2 clips. They are not 3. One local, one international.
Okay, the first clip that you played, Ruto was very categorical that elections will not be rigged. The one that was in the news, the same thing. Whatever the second one and the third statements that he made in rallies speaks the same thing. I think you are the one, Bernard, who is trying to confuse and create confusion. Otherwise, William Ruto is very clear.
Let the confusion end there. Thank you very much. Nyumba, Bwana Nyumba, go ahead.
Thank you, Bernard. Dr. Ruto is you call it double speak. Kiptum, I agree with you. Dr. Ruto is an orator. He is a schemer. He is smart. He is smart in good things and he is smart in bad things. So, as rigging, let's stop it there because up to now, the servers have never been opened. And remember, Dr. Ruto was the boss of election board for during 2017. He was given that duty to run the elections. He was the one in charge of that. He was. Shake your hand, Duke. He was for the party of Nini. From the nominations, Ruto was in
whoever
charge.
is talking, I cannot see.
Why don't you let me finish? I'm finishing straight away, please.
Come to the screen so that I can see you, please.
Kiptum, please. I request
Can you wait? Listen, the person speaking is under you. What do you mean you can't see?
All right. I can see him now.
What can't you see? Let me finish. I'm just finishing right now. So I repeat, for Jubilee, Dr. Ruto was the one in charge of nominations or elections. He was, even if you dispute that, it's a fact. Now, as I finish, let me leave that. Bernard, before I went to sleep and I came back and found you here and Roba, because the others were not there, me, I've slept and woken up, I'm back here. What I wanted to say, in this forum, a day or two, either under Bernard or Wekesa or Othemba, I don't remember, I said I'm in touch with Koigi and we have been talking, I've been to his station, and someone requested if he can come to this panel. He is agreeable, Bernard, Koigi, or Mwere. I don't know, you direct me how he can link up and come to this panel. He is actually one of the best fighters for democracy in Kenya. He's my neighbor, he's just here in Bahati. Now, as I finish, there are 2 things I want to mention here. That one, Bernard, am I misplaced? Are these guys all international? They look like they are not in Kenya. I look, it's only me who is in Kenya now, in NAKURU. So it'll confirm if I'm misplaced. And the last one, comment, Duke, I can see you I can see you shaking your hand. Duke, one of my bed sheets got stolen, and I have remained with this one only. And behind you looks like it's part of this. I don't know. Yeah, it's not an accusation, but check this. I'm in the bed. One of them got stolen the other day. Confirm if you're not part and parcel of that mischief. Thank you, Bernard. But on Koigi, please comment, because I can be back to him today, and then I can confirm, because it was requested that if he can come to the panel or something like that. Thank you.
Right of reply, Bernard.
Yes, Robert.
Yeah, just 2 or 3 minutes. I think Kiptun, yeah? If I call you Kiptun, is that the right name? Kiptun and Duke. Let's be sincere. And sometimes when some of us will come here, maybe you might just see me out in that, but that's fine. I'll tell you from what I know. From what I know, and from the very, very best you ever get, sources, William Ruto, he has realized he's going to lose the election. I can tell you that to the bank. But at the same time, we can say that, but people need to vote come August. The thing is this, let's not be just come here and start arguing like you say something, and when the clip comes, you are saying something else. Now you lose your credit. You're credible, man. I mean, sometimes let's think. If I say something here and it doesn't take, I will say, no, you know what, I'm wrong. But start twisting something from, he said it by himself. It's on the clip. But sometimes we have to accept when we make mistakes. But you guys from UTA, UDA, I don't know, Kenya Kwanza, how you can call it, whatever it is, it looks like, you know, you are just coming here to win. To win who? Or to win, I mean, we are discussing. But if you are wrong, you are wrong. You have to accept that. Another thing is this. Somebody said there that Ngiru sees the face of AZIMIO. My friends, the face of AZIMIO is Mother Karua. As we speak right now, she has taken over. There's nothing you can do about it. The mountain is melting. The mountain is melting. The mountain is melting, my friends. And that one takes the bank.
Okay, thank you. Alex, you come in after this.
Electoral and Boundaries Commission Chairman Wafula Chebukati says the commission will investigate recent claims by Deputy President William Ruto that the state is planning to rig the upcoming presidential election. However, Chebukati maintains that the chances of rigging this year's election are almost nil. Our political reporter Vincent Odwor has the details.
Deputy President William Ruto caused a stir during his visit to the United States of America by claiming that there are attempts to rig the forthcoming elections. His comments have caused the IEBC to come out fighting. Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Chairman Wafula Chebukati insisted Friday that even though he is not yet familiar with details of what DP Ruto said, the Commission's investigation unit has embarked on the claims.
I have not read those remarks. I think when the Commission looks at them, then we shall be in an informed position to give our comments. All aspirants are bound by the Code of Conduct, and we shall look at his statement, and we shall investigate, and we shall report to the people of Kenya.
But a section of leaders of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance allied to Deputy President William Ruto has called on Chebukati not to succumb to what they term as deep state machinations to rig the 2022 polls.
We don't want to cry foul. We support IEBC as currently constituted, and we want to urge Chairman Chebukati na timu yake, musikubali kuimbisha na ile inaitwa deep state. act free, fair, and credibly.
But Chairman Chebukati remains optimistic.
So I'm pretty sure that the chances of rigging elections this year are almost nil. So as far as we are concerned, we are confident that the Kenyan vote, any Kenyan who votes, their votes will count.
The race to succeed President Uhuru Kenyatta has gained momentum, especially after the head of state publicly endorsed ODM leader Raila Odinga's 2022 presidential bid. Vincent Odur, NTV.
Okay, right of reply. Bernard.
What do you want to reply about? What do you want to reply?
All the clips you have played has vindicated my statement and indicted Roba and the team. Because Chebukati says he didn't have any detail. Even Vincent Odwar says the whatever the deputy president was not conclusive in what they said.
Now
So
look here,
if
Tim, now that you want to carry us to be fools, I don't think I will entertain you here.
Now, Bernard.
IEBC is investigating claims by the deputy president of rigging the elections, and you say they are vindicating what?
What is the update? Do you have the update? So what is the latest update?
Alex, what did you want to say?
You know, let me be kind to this guy. I can only say that you are in a cult. I don't even know what you're talking about here. First and foremost, you make claims, and then clips are played so that you can see it. Then you turn around, you start now talking about the greatest strategist. Then from there, you start boring us, making us mad that is the greatest orator the Africa has ever had. I don't know if you are sick or you have an embedded mind. We are not, this is not yellow journalism here. Nobody is laughing in such kind of matters. We are serious people here. Some of us are working and watching. Many of us in diaspora are watching while working because we care about our country. Such kind of embedment of mindset must stop. First of all, you argued that Ruto has never said that. And then you start claiming that it's an indictment to you. If you cannot even listen what has been said, I can only conclude that you are a sick man with a sick message, and you subscribe into a cult that you cannot see beyond common sense. Because if those clips cannot show you that William Samoei Ruto said a statement while in diaspora, and IBC chairman said they are going to investigate, why would you investigate somebody who has not said anything that decries about the so-called election rigging? Moses Kuria, who is part of his entourage, when he was doing his homecoming, did the same thing. So if you cannot see the common sense we are seeing here and argue from it, don't lie to us that you are doing some indictment to you. Let us argue from a point of common sense. If you are bankrupt of common sense, don't come to the panel. We are listening from behind and we are enjoying the conversation. Even if I don't like Duke, if he's saying something that can make common sense, then it's okay. We can disagree with it. But you are below common sense, my friend. William Samoei Ruto has said about rigging, and you must acknowledge, accept it. If you can't, then we can't argue with you, Kiptum. Thank you very much.
Right of reply, Mr. Bernard.
Kiptum, what do you want to reply?
Yeah, I have heard my friend LX robustly replying to me. My brother, at the end of the day, we are still Kenyans. Relax. William Ruto was, whatever the clips that was played, they were very clear. And I just said they vindicated my argument that William Ruto is not a crybaby. So he is planning his campaigns. He is doing what needs to be done as a candidate to win the elections. Now, no matter the English or the vocabulary you use, the fact remains that as Kenyans, as human beings, you never know
You have
what's
not
going to
said
happen
anything.
tomorrow.
I'm trying to listen to you. What did the clip say?
The clip said, ukiona mimi mtu ambaye kura anasaidiwa kweli. And what do you understand with that? He is very confident of his game and is in the race to win. No two ways about that.
Let's do this, huh? Goodbye.
Have a good night.
Duke, what is it?
Now, I want to, actually, you are being unfair to Kiptum. Let me respond to the latest script you have played about, that was NTV clip, saying that William Ruto said that there is rigging strategies for him. What the clip failed to, they failed to broadcast the video where he was saying that. That to the extent, even Chepkati himself said he's not aware of those claims. And they said they will find out about those claims. Because when William Ruto was in the US and the UK, everything he said is in record. Can you bring the video where he said that? Because the NTV said he said that, but did not broadcast the actual clip, saying that.
Let's do this. I'm not the one prosecuting this. Huh? It is UDA people to prosecute that their master did not say there is rigging. I now agree with you guys. Let's do this. We will not be here to be carried as fools. My brother, Mudavadi, he's been appointed to be Kenya Kwanza rigging claimer as late as yesterday. You did not hear that. William Ruto claimed that asking the US to help him because there is a plot for him to be rigged out. That record you did not see. Hey, let's do this. You guys, let's just do away with you guys. If you have anything to say, you can say.
I agree, Bernard. I agree.
Usiwatoe, wacha wakae hapo na hiyo mambo yao please. Let us also accommodate them.
Accommodate. There is how far we can accommodate. How far we can.
True, Bernard. Stick to that, Bernard.
Yes.
How many Stanleys do I have here?
Oh, nilibadilisha jina.
There is Henry Stanley.
Oh.
Henry Stanley, you're not there. Keep kule isema.
Habari Bernard. I've been following the conversation, and I'm really ashamed that some people come in to the studio without their facts right. The gentleman that just left, Kiptum, they shouldn't be taking people in circles. We are grown-ups. We can read between the lines. So if you are for UDA, come with facts. But don't just come and try to spin things. That's all I'll tell the UDA guys, okay? I'm an AZIMIO guy, okay? And I've been following AZIMIO from the beginning. I know what they stand for. But right now, if you tell me what does UDA stands for, I'm not even aware what they stand for anymore. The idea of them saying bottom up, I want them to tell us what country bottom up has been practiced. We don't want to be the guinea pigs at the sisi ndio tuta or watajaribia hapa Kenya. No, we don't want that. We have economists. You know, we have accountants. You want to tell me that in a country of 50 millions, we don't have people with brains that can tell us this is what we need to do? Kibaki didn't say bottom-ups. Kibaki's regime was not a bottom-up approach, but you saw what he did. First of all, I want to tell the UDA guys, okay? Me personally, I'm a diasporan because of the effects of what other people did. And in this case, I'm talking about William Ruto. When they were printing the $500, 500 shillings note, they destroyed the economy of the country. And that's why some of us ended up seeking refuge in other countries. So when somebody tried to tell us that Ruto can do magic in a country called Kenya, I'm sorry to say that. Ruto was my MP. So I am speaking from a point of information, okay? Ruto was my MP for the last, I come from Eldoret North. I'm not ashamed about it. But there is nothing that Ruto has stood for in a country called Kenya. Nothing. Tell us what has Ruto stood for in our country. When BBI was going on, what did he do? He just waited until the last minute to come in and try to show himself that he's the smartest. First of all, we know that Ruto doesn't like smart people around him. He doesn't like people who challenge him. That's why you see all the people around him, they cannot say anything. You cannot question Ruto. And as for people from Rift Valley, I'm really sorry to say this. He's been the first president for the last, it's going to 10 years. What has he done that we can say, oh, because you are part of the government, this is what we gained? Nothing. For example, he came to Eldoret and said they wanted to establish a fertilizer manufacturing plant. Some of you who've been to Eldoret, you know what that is. It's just a mixing, no, you cannot even say it's a factory. It's just a mixing plant. At the same time, this guy is enriching himself. Every year, this guy has been enriching himself since he joined government. There's no way he's said, I want to put the people of Kenya ahead of me. No, Ruto has always been, everything is Ruto, everything is Ruto, nothing for Kenyans. So right now he wants to run for the presidency so that he can protect whatever he's gained or is looted, in quotes. So as we go for these elections, I want Kenyans to think seriously of the future of their children. Because I will tell you for sure, for a fact, Ruto's children will not be poor any time soon. But for your kids who don't have jobs, who just graduated from school, I want you to think seriously and say, is this the best person to lead the country? Bernard, I'll stop there and will answer any questions or contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. Bwana Nyumba.
Nampigia makofi hiyo mwenzangu Kipkulei. Mimi niko Rift Valley na hiyo umesema yote, niko Nakuru, umesema ni ukweli. Pengine Bwana Bernard, kuna swali niliuliza na pengine huenda nitoke hiyo nani ya Mheshimiwa Koigwa Mwere. I'll be talking to him later, so I don't know if we are going to comment or you want me to go through the other method. I don't know. Just give me some instruction.
We would love to. I would love to host him alone, huh?
Yes.
Other than him being mixed up with the rest of us.
Yes.
So, link the two of us.
Yes.
I'll have to pang a show, a special show like the one Wekesa does with Matanga.
Yes.
Yes.
You have my number. How do I get yours? Through the back.
The same way I got yours.
Okay, thank you.
I will contact you through your number.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Asante. Nani huyu? Ikala.
Yeah, habari zenu bwana.
Fiti, namna gani?
Salama.
Yeah.
Mimi huwa niko nyuma ya curtains wa kuwasikiza.
Ehe.
Mimi ni mkaji wa Mombasa. Na mimi ni mwazi.
Songa amechukua hajachukua?
Yeah?
Songa amechukua hajachukua?
Achana na Sonko. Ametoka Nairobi anakuja kusumbua watu Mombasa huko. Shida tupu tu hizo. Mimi ni mwazimio bwana. Nimekuwa nikisikiza conversation always. Nishe kuingia mara moja. Na huwa na mara moja kitambo like last year. Na huwa nimekuwa nikisikiza kutoka nyuma, lakini leo nimeona Kiptuma alikuwa ame make some remarks hapo, and then I texted nikakwambia uweke videos za hiyo nini vile Ruto alikuwa anasema. Nashukuru. Na huzunika nikiona Wakenya wenzangu. Mimi ni Mkristo, na nikiona mtu kama Duke, na mimi Duke hapo ni Mkristo Mr. Duke, na mimi hapo ni Mkristo. Na huzunika kuona kwamba zile nidhamu ambazo mtu hufundishwa kutoka akiwa Sunday school mpaka kaja akawa mtu mzima, kama mimi niko kwa ACK, mkekelewa mpaka mkono, kufundishwa amri 10, usiibe, usizini, alafu umekuwa mtu mzima. Hizo nidhamu zote hizo umefundishwa, kutaka kuchagua kiongozi, wachagua kiongozi ambaye unajua historia yake. Ukiwa mtu mzima unaangalia mtu ambaye unataka kumchagua ana historia gani. Na huzunika kuona ya kwamba Wakenya wenzangu wengine ambao wako kwa huo mrengo wa UDA wanajua kabisa huyu bwana ni huyu bwana upande wa Ruto, huyu he's not a real person. Yani nitasemaje, he's a corrupt guy. Sitaki kumuita mwizi, but he is a corrupt guy, very very corrupt guy. Nitawaomba tafadhali muangalie historia ya mtu. Hakuna kitu kingine ambacho hata pia mimi ni mzazi hivi sasa, na ningelipenda watoto wangu bado ni wadogo, ningelipenda watoto wangu wakija kwa watu wazima, wakisoma, wapate ajira. Nakumbuka 2013 vile Ruto alikuwa kwa alipromise watu wakiwa na Uhuru. Hata achana na mambo ya laptops hizo hapo achana nazo. They were saying that every year if they win the elections and be in the government, 1 million jobs every year, and it never happened. So Mr. Duke, huo mrengo uko, kama unakuja kwa kudebate hapa, tafadhali, na kina Kiptum na kuna huyu mwingine hapa alikuwa hapa sijui anaitwa Cherisai, tafadhali, kama unakuja kudebate, kuja kudebate na facts. Kuja kudebate na facts. Haya, sasa hebu acha mimi niongee kuhusu hizi mjadala ambapo umewekwa hapa. President Uhuru will not join the campaign trail. Actually, upande huo Uhuru si lazima ajoin ile direct campaign eti Raila yuko yeye na Raila wako kwa gari moja wanasimama wakipiga campaign. Hapana. Uhuru ako na kazi yake sasa anafanya. Kwanza anaangalia kama ni miradi gani ambayo anataka na malize by August. Mimi nangoja hapa tuje tufunguliwe barabara hapa Changamwe hapa. Kuna barabara nyingine kubwa sana inajengwa hapa. Tumeelezewa kwamba before elections Uhuru atakuja kuifungua. It was called a causeway, Changamwe Causeway. I believe kama mshaifika Changamwe hapo pale nini vile island nini vile barabara ilijengwa wakati wa 1904 na wazungu. Wakati huo, this time it will be a bridge. Ile nyingine inavunjwa, ndio Mombasa sasa ndio ijulikane kama ionekane ni island, kwa sababu ilikuwa imeziba, ni mchanga ilikuwa imejazwa. Hivi sasa nini vile itavunjwa, hiyo bridge ifunguliwe. So kwa upande wa hiyo campaign si lazima Uhuru azunguke na Raila, lakini najua nini vile Uhuru yuko behind the curtains and he's the chairman of AZIMIO. Hii nyingine mambo ya Kalonzo, nitasemaje sasa? Kalonzo hivi sasa kuna wale ambapo huwa ni supporters wake. Tayari kuna wengine ameshawapoteza. Mimi kwanza wakati wa ile siku anaitwa nani Raila kusema ya kwamba Martha Karua atakuwa presidential, atakuwa ndio deputy wake, running mate. There were two people. Actually, there was first person was a Kikuyu. He texted me at night, akanambia amehama. I just laughed. I burst into laugh, seriously. Nilicheka tu nikasema nikamuuliza mbona bwana umehama bwana? Akanambia bwana, I know Karua. Karua is a good person, maybe even like that. He's from Nyeri, by the way. That person is from Nyeri. Another person ambaye alikuwa yuko UDA ni Mkamba, na mimi nafanya naye kazi, na ni mwanamke. Alivyosikia ya kwamba Karua amechaguliwa, hiyo sasa hiyo ndiko ni kesho yake sasa, because it was on, I believe it was on Monday ndio Karua sasa hiyo kesho yake kutana ofisini. Yeye mwenyewe anasema AZIMIO, anasema mama amepata, basi mimi pia nafuata hivyo, na familia yake wote wako ndani ya AZIMIO. So actually what is happening is that hiyo kuchaguliwa tu kwa Martha Karua kumekuwa na a very big gain, not only in Central but the whole of Kenya. Those who are undecided, wale pia walikuwa wako upande ule mwingine, kwa sababu kuna wale walikuwa upande ule mwingine wamevuka upande huo, because wakiangalia upande huu wanaona hapa ni watu wako na good credentials, hawa wengine wako na questionable characters, both of them. So actually for the viewers wale wanaangalia mpaka hisa na wako UDA, please ingieni kwa mitandao, Do your own research. Do not be lied to by those politicians or UDA wanasibaba wakiongea hivi na hivi. Ingia each of them, angalia historia yao, ujue huyu mtu ako vipi. Jambo lingine niko nataka kusema nini, mpaka hivi sana nasahau. Jambo lingine lile niko nataka kusema ni kwamba sisi kama wana Azimio, anywhere ambapo unapata kuna mjadala ambapo wa siasa, haswa sana sana nini hapa mitaani, unaweza kupata watu pali wameketi nini vile seti, wameketi wamezunguka yule mtu wa kuuza magazeti, wamemzunguka hapo, na unasikia watu wanaongea siasa. Wewe bwaga lako 1 2 3, alafu uende zako, unaacha mtu hapo akijikuna kichwa na bwana, huyu jamaa amesema kitu hapa na ni ukweli kabisa. Uzuri Azimio, mtu yoyote ambaye ni Azimio, kicho chochote anasema ni cha ukweli. UDA yao ni propaganda. Kuna hili jambo ambalo pia nataka kusema haswa, wale ambao wametekwa nyara na na haya mambo ya UDA ni young tax. Most of them are young tax, the age of, let's say, maybe 20 to 28 kwenda chini. For those who are above 30, wale ambao wametekwa nyara na hiyo, mimi naamini okay, what I want to explain, wale wako under 28 kwenda chini, wengi wao ni wale wamemaliza kusoma na hawana ajira, so they are frustrated, so they can be wanaweza ni easily kudanganywa. For those who are above 30, uko na familia yako, uko na kazi. Those who are supporting UDA, and I'm sorry to say this, Mr. Duke, I'm sorry to say this, but this is what actually mean on it's like now it is, I believe it's like that. Those who are over 30 years like me, na wako kwa hiyo mrengo wa UDA, for them they believe kupata mali kwa njia ya mkato, si kupata mali kwa njia ya haki. Utoe jasho yako ndio upate mali, kwa sababu ukiangalia Ruto ni hivyo, yeye yuko hivyo. Aulizwe if kwanza, ninangoja wakati kama kutakuwa na hiyo presidential candidate, nataka aje aulizwe tu kama anaweza sema mali yake ni pesa ngapi, na Raila aulizwe mali yake ni pesa ngapi. Baba atasema mali yake ni pesa ngapi. Raila Ruto atashindwa kusema mali yake ni pesa ngapi, kwa sababu ameiba mpaka hata hajui ni pesa ngapi. Hajui ameiba pesa ngapi, hajui.
Daktari, tamatisha tafadhali.
Amebarikiwa. Sikubarikiwa Mr. Bernard bwana, sikubarikiwa.
Baraka zimekuja kutoka pembe zote.
Sikubarikiwa. Na kama Mkristo yoyote ile, kwanza unajua nini Mr. Bernard, wewe hapo ni pastor. Mkristo yoyote hata una nini vile iko kwa Biblia, mkono mmoja ukitoa, huu mwingine usijue. Kwa ufupi, hata kama ni mambo ya ni kutenda mazuri kwa kanisa, ni kutoa, unatoa pesa kwa kanisa, si lazima utangaze. Si lazima utangaze uonekane ya kwamba umetoa pesa kadhaa. Nitalinganisha na watu wale ambao huwa mtu kuna watu aina mbili wa nini vile, kuna walevi aina mbili. Kuna yule mlevi ametumia amepata jasho yake, amepata pesa yake kwa jasho yake, na kuna yule mlevi ambaye amepata pesa kwa njia isiyo haki. Wote wakiingia pale wakiketi, yule ambaye amepata pesa yake kwa haki, ile pombe ile akinunua ile pombe pale, ananunua moja moja na anayakinywa na isikia utamu sana, na hata nunulia mtu mwingine, labda akinunulia mtu mwingine, labda anunulie mwenzake yule amekuja naye. Lakini sasa kuna yule mwingine sasa amepata pesa hizo pesa si za haki, corruption. Akifika pale pewa round, yanunulia banzima, bartender napigwa tips. Mtu ambaye amepata pesa kwa jasho yake haezi tumia hiyo pesa hivyo. Hakuna mtu yoyote na akili zake anaweza fanya hivyo. Hiyo mimi ndo naaminia, kwa sababu mimi hapa niko na familia. Siwezi sema kwamba naenda piga starehe na huku familia ya nini, ile pesa ile pesa naenda kutafuta. Natafuta pesa ili nije nilishe familia yangu, nilipe bills zangu, na kama Mungu akinijalia itakayobaki nifanye nayo investment. Iko hivyo.
So wana Kala.
Yeah.
Kwa kifupi
nishamaliza tunaona.
George Maganga anauliza siasa za Mombasa. Nilisikia Jijo Pevo akisema hata mkinichagua msinichague sitishiki. Kuna
mimi
niko Nyali na
mimi niko upande wa Kisauni. Kisauni ni Azimio, na Kisauni pia imepakana na Nyali imepakana na Nyali. Kwa upande huu nani Muhammad Ali sioni akipata, kusema kweli, kwa sababu pale akona kazi kubwa sana pale. Alikuwa amependwa last 2017 alipokuwa ameingia, watu walikuwa wanajua ya kwamba ameingia yeye ni ana support Raila. By the way, watu walikuwa wanajua huyu bwana ana support Raila. Ni kama vile Aisha Jumwa hapa Kilifi, watu walimpatia kura kwa sababu alikuwa kwa ODM na ana support Raila. Hivi sasa mambo yameharibika kabisa, mambo yameharibika. Upande ule wao wanapigana na paa. Lakini sitaki kuongea mambo ya Kilifi. Mimi niko huku Kisauni. Kisauni huku ni Azimio. Mombasa huku ni Azimio. Sonko yeye bwana hapa hayupo.
Na Madam Sarai
hapa sasa siwezi sema vizuri. Sio sasa kwa upande huo sijui kwa upande wa Madam Sarai. Hakuna haja niseme uongo.
Anataka ugavana, alilia sana Sonko akikuja huko.
Nani yeye? Ya ndio lakini upande wa Sonko hatapata. Sonko huku atapata. Huku bwana tuko na nani vile Abdul Samad.
Okay.
Tuko na Abdul Samad.
Asante sana kwa kutupatia huo.
Hebu acha nimsalimie Mama Selina, nimemwona ameingia. Hapo ni veteran hapa.
Yes.
But they Duke always uwe unakuja. Hivyo tu. Mimi naaminia mazee, by the time ifike Julai tutakuwa pamoja mazee. Sawa?
Duke unataka kuhamia Uganda nini?
Come on, Duke, thumbs up.
Yeah. No, I'm in Kenya, but I'm very firm in my stand. I've made decisions after considering several factors.
Okay.
So I don't get swayed this way, that way.
It's not
no problem.
It's a matter of kujua ukweli na ukweli na kuweka huru.
Haya bwana. Nyinyi bwana, usiku mwema. Mimi hivi nitakwenda kulala sasa.
Sawa. Thank you bwana Kala, tuzidi tuendelee nchi hii yetu. Hosero. Bwana Hosero, namna gani?
Oh yes, good evening.
It's good morning, Nairobi.
Oh well. Good evening, Selena. Good evening, Roba, and good evening, Duke. Oh, good evening,
I'm in
Bernard.
Kenya. I'm in Kenya, so it's good morning here.
Oh.
Yes, Duke would always tell you, Duke would never tell you where he is. We know where he is. He's still saying
Virginia.
it's in Kenya.
Virginia.
No, I don't think so. He's not. But
Can,
that's,
can I
that's right.
can I give evidence?
Yes, please.
Huh?
Yes. Demonstrate.
What if I saw you darkness outside? What's the time there in the US?
It is something like 8:20.
Where I am is 5:35, so there are 3 hours ahead of me.
That can only be near the equator somewhere.
Duke,
I'm yet to grasp what is going on, especially regarding the topics. But straight away, if I just pick what Murathe is saying, I think maybe he didn't even need to say that, because what is going on now is very dynamic. You cannot have a specific that you want to do this. What you do tomorrow depends on what happens today. What will happen on Friday will be determined by what happens on Thursday. So for Murathe to tell us that he will not is very unlikely. And in any case, if he changes his mind and joins, he would not have offended anyone. Now, as for the next one, I think the next item is Kalonzo to drop his bid. Now, I think it is clear to everyone that after the Wiper NDC, which was sometime earlier back, it was before the political parties bill was passed. And I suspect that the handlers of Kalonzo had foreseen what was going to happen. And what they did, they went ahead and presented Kalonzo's name as the Wiper presidential candidate, the same way the NDC had passed. And that was way back before the political parties bill was passed. Now that is why when it came to presenting Kalonzo as the presidential candidate, later on he joined the AZIMIO coalition. But remember, they were saying that they would go to court to challenge AZIMIO's agreement. Now, the grapevine has it that they have been advised by IBC that as things stand now, nobody has complained that Kalonzo has presented himself as a presidential candidate. And even when he did before the deadline. He was entirely in order. Now, if in the event somebody goes to court to challenge his joining as a new coalition party, what's going to happen is that he will be given the option to choose which one does he want. If he chooses that his claim is that he presented his nominations before the political parties bill became law. So if he chooses that he's a Wiper presidential candidate, imagine he will get away with it. Because joining the AZIMIO came later, after he had presented himself as a presidential candidate. So he can weigh his options and decide whether to take the chief minister's position or not. And between the two, it is up to him to choose which one he prefers. Now that is my comment as far as that is concerned. Then the next item is KK in NAKURU. I do not have anything regarding that. But regarding the AZIMIO campaign teams, I think the coming on board of Martha must be seriously, was unexpected, but is seriously adding value to the campaigns. And especially if you consider the strategy that she has taken. She does not offend anybody. She does not talk ill of KK. She does not abuse anybody. She comes to the campaign trail with a lot of humility. She has actually learned the strengths of AZIMIO, basically of Baba, so to say. And that is what she concentrates on. She concentrates on selling Baba. She has adopted the 10-point agenda like it is her own. If you see what she's doing, it is really attaching the common person. She really highlights the strong points of AZIMIO, starting way back with the what Baba played, the role Baba played in the second liberation. She seriously highlights the struggle to get the free press and free association, freedom of association, and free speech. Then she really highlights the role Baba played during the Kibaki government when she was Minister for Roads, how he is the brain behind all the infrastructure, especially the roads. The introduction of this thing, what now you call Kenya National Highways. Then she really highlights the role Raila played in the multi-party change of the Section 2 and the multi-party democracy. And then she caps it up with how he shelved his own ambitions to contest for presidency and supported somebody else, seriously demonstrating a lot of selflessness when it comes to leadership. Then she goes straight on to the 10-point agenda, seriously highlighting the benefits of the Social Protection Fund, which by demonstration you can see in a number of African countries and especially in the West. Then, of course, the issue to do with the health, the universal health care, and now the integration with the insurance. I think is it NHIF to give everybody the so-called Baba care. Okay, you may well copy that maybe it's coming from the US or from if you check the genesis of the Obamacare, which has really actually proved a success, although it has a lot of resistance as well. Then this idea of creating jobs by challenging each county rather, to come up with a product. You have seen the Kituis, the Makwenis have actually are on the right road to that. Imagine if each county in Kenya was to be proud of a product which they can call their own, and they are supported by the government, the national government, and the development partners. It will really bring a springboard to the creation of industry, okay, call it industrialization, and hence the creation of jobs. Well, having said that, there is something I was doing.
Conclude, please. Hey.
I think I may just stop there, and then I'll come again with I have some analysis regarding. I hope you did see what I had sent over. There is some analysis regarding central and coast, current voter registration, and the predictions regarding the voting patterns. It is quite detailed, but I think that will require another time. So for now, I think I'll leave you with that.
I would want you to do that with Keep when Keep is around.
No problem. I can share the files with him.
Yes.
Then you allocate us time.
You, Keep, and Alex, you are the data people.
Bernard, waja niombe huyu jamaa endelee kidogo. He was doing wonderful job. Kwa unyenyekevu.
Well, Bernard, you agree. It's called public demand. I'll just touch a little on the analysis for the.
Although my time is up.
Well, I'll
just 5 minutes.
Just 2 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. Now,
Okay, if everybody wants 5 minutes, take it.
basically what's happening is that as we speak today, the total number of voters in the IEBC register is 22,152,441. Now, if you put them in order, Rift Valley is leading with 5,344,217 votes, followed by Central at 3,154,704, followed closely by Nyanza at 3,081,981, followed by Eastern at 3,050,106. Then Nairobi is number 5 at 2,505,199. Number 6 is Western Province at 2,196,696 voters. Coast is number 7 at 1,953,528. And then the last and not least is Northeastern at 866,086. Now, something which I just want to touch on is to do with Eastern, where there seem to be issues regarding Kalonzo Musyoka. Eastern Province, which is Makueni, Kitui, and Machakos, as we speak now, they have a total of those three, they have a total of 1.6 million voters. Now, you do realize that every other time comments have been made here saying that, oh, Kalonzo has 2.5 million votes, which is controlling. And I'm sure a number of us, some people here, Duke one time said that if Kalonzo is not the deputy president, he's going to, AZIMIO may end up losing 2.5 million votes. Maybe. But I think those who are talking about 2.5 are adding what they call diaspora. If you take Makueni only, Machakos and Kitui, the total number of votes that Raila Odinga got from there was only 968,000 in 2017. Now, it follows that then, at the same time, Uhuru Kenyatta got, I think, 237,000. The total voters cast was in Makueni, Kitui, and Machakos was only 1.1 million something. Now, you do realize that what you can conclude from that is that Kalonzo Musyoka is seriously, unfortunately, too overrated in terms of what he brings, call it on the table. I don't know which table, but whatever comes on the table, as we speak now, is hardly cannot be more than about 1 million votes. Now, in the event that he doesn't come to AZIMIO, maybe he chooses to contest. I think I've given a brief of the possibility of what might happen, because on 6th, when presidential candidates present their papers, as I've said, Kalonzo can actually bring on board and say that he's a wiper presidential candidate. But don't forget that he had joined AZIMIO, which has those restrictions. But then the IBC position is that the two are already there, and AZIMIO agreement came after he had presented his papers. That was what they were hanging on when they said that you're going to put his name, his running mate, and hope to go ahead. So the way things are now, the reason why he went back to his Yatta home is to keep away from the so-called handlers, which most panelists here believe are confusing him. In the event, now they regroup and decide. They'll have to decide whether to go with the wiper as presidential candidate, which is free to do so, or join AZIMIO, and actually it's like enforce the agreement, the AZIMIO agreement. Now, those analyses are already in the pipeline, and actually I'd present a detailed analysis county by county and in fact including which ranks, which, for example, you go to coast, talk about Kilifi, talk about Lamu, talk about Taita Taveta, talk about Mombasa, and the other one is which one? Each of them have been analyzed according to county and the number of votes in each and how they are rating in terms of number of votes. So if you look at it, Mombasa is actually the one which is leading there, followed closely by Kilifi. And then the last one is Lamu. So if in the event that I get to talk to Kip and Alex, then we will be able to come up with a very detailed analysis of where the votes will come from come the next general elections. Then those of us who want to make predictions, then you can do your prediction based on real figures. But the analysis is based on the current IEBC voter registered voters numbers, which is 22,152,441. So anybody with a question before Bernard comes back, I think he'll be able to take it. Yes.
You mentioned about you ranked. Where was the first region again? You say Central, or where did you say? Where was the leading?
The first region in terms of region in regional terms, you know the analysis in per region. Then in each region, you also have the counties ranked. So you will be surprised to see what happened in Rift Valley, for example. The number one region in Rift Valley, of course, is Nakuru, but then followed very closely by Kajiado and Kajiado. I don't have the data sheet right here, but I will be able to share it with the rest of the team once because I'd given a portion of it to Bernard for them to go through so that we can have a discussion on the same as the entire panelists.
Can you send it to me at skcheraisi@gmail.com? skcheraisi@gmail.com.
Send to me on my line. Ask Bernard to give you. You remember Bernard is saying that we need to share with the Kip and then we share with Alex. Then for me, I think we need to share with the entire panelists, those who are interested.
Sure.
But you'll be very interested to see where how the votes were distributed. Like in Rift Valley, is very interesting that Raila got more votes in Baringo even than in Kericho. If you go, because each county is analyzed for each candidate, so you can see where the votes for each candidate came from. And it's the same too with Central, because you realize that Tharaka Nithi, for example, is only 231, I think, thousand votes compared to 1.1 million in Kiambu.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, maybe if you think about it, then you may see why our friends in KK have to go with the Chagwa instead of Kindiki.
Yep.
Because the votes in Jerry is almost 3 times as much as the votes in Tharaka Nithi, you see. So for now, we can leave that. But once Bernard assigns us time, then and I've shared the figures, then we'll be able to do a very detailed analysis. And I'm sure from there on, all of us will see where the predictions will be coming from.
Yeah, all of us to answer Salamiana when the reality is.
Oh yes, I can assure you, you will see the results before the day. Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Thanks, Bernard.
Asante sana. Thank you.
Welcome.
Done.
Okay, can we have Henry Stanley?
Jambo na wasalimu nyote.
Tumesalimika vipi?
Mzuri, nimekuwa na itirafu kidogo, lakini pia nikawa na again kidogo, ndio maana you were seeing me on and off, but I appreciate you give me the chance to give my sentiments too, and I'm happy for some days like today. I see people contributing good enough, and that's all we need, like I said yesterday. And I've seen people are saying about Gachawa, they are saying about propagandas, and in most cases we can see the UDA guys, when they are contributing or wherever they are on the arenas, they don't give direct answers. I think you have seen even in TV shows, when somebody's asked an answer, like Soleil, she's asked on TV, and the way she responds is contrary to the question, and they don't want to give that space so that you repeat the question, or you want a direct, like we viewers, we need a direct answer. Like if you are asked why this and that, instead they just want to contradict things. And I've heard one of the guys say, I think it was Duke, that there's rigging, propagandas. This has been there when Raila was fighting for the 2013, 2017, when he was crying this fall in IBC. Ruto was the first one saying, "Oh no, we are going to defeat them 2-8 in the morning." Now the IBC which were there is the same. Why is he complaining? He knows the games which have been playing there. He knows everything. As he say, he's correct, and I accept what he says, because he was in the game. He knew how they did it. Now the goalpost has been changed. Now he say they are the same players except the goalpost, because he switched from here, like Mateng was saying. Okay, I was there when we were campaigning for you for 2013. What has changed? And now they are just shouting. They want to make the crowd feel that they are going to win, except their votes will be rigged. Those are lies. They want to create a concept to people that, you see, we had a crowd, we were doing this. And I said this yesterday. I feel uncomfortable when all the time they are talking of AZIMIO, but those who are fighting for seats from Raila, now they came to Mata. From Mata, they are coming to Kalonzo. Can you start the agenda? And I'm happy of what I'm seeing from them, and I'm happy. Even from before, the ODM with the 2017, the coalition with the ODM 2013 and 2017, they way to handle issues. When they ask that question, they need your audience. You need to listen, not like we want to argue so that we are seen we are there. And I said also this yesterday, they are good in talking, but we don't want your good speeches. We want to see something coming out of that speech. Even if you don't speak, but you do something. We see sign language people. That's like you can communicate even by speaking or by writing, by whichever means you use. If you want development in our country, just do it. Ruto has been in the government for all this time. He's good in talking. And I said this, we have not seen anything coming out of that. So let us not pretend that on this side is good because you are supporting it. And if you are asked why you support it, you don't have a reason why you are supporting, because of the good speech. There are so many things which are following these guys. Like they were saying, within a certain period, people are saying, I'm supporting this because, I was given something. So tukifanya hivyo, they don't know they are spoiling the economy. Na ikiharibika sio mimi peke yangu ama yeye peke yake. Wewe umesaidia mtoto wako kama 10,000. ameenda shule. But now wengine wa maskini, what do we do? What wamenyang'anya mashamba. These things are not just put in the public. Ukienda kotini, nilisikia mwingine hapa akisema kama mtu hatauliwa basi wataenda kotini kuonga huko. I don't know who was that. I was listening. So this is not the kind of government we need. We need a government whereby there's transparency. Mtu anasema ukweli kama ni mambo ya kotini, and this is what I don't understand. Kesi ya shamba inakaa kotini miaka 10, 20. The land is there. What are the lands people doing? Ni kwenda na kupima shamba huko waseme it is 275 per 800. Walete kotini. Mwenye ameandikwa kwa hiyo shamba ni fulani. So because of corruption, that's why all these things are happening. Mashamba ya shule, makanisa, personal lands zimeenda sababu uwezi kusikika. Wanasema because that's why people are just striving to see that they have been put somewhere to grab. Mtu anaambiwa wewe ukikuja hapa unajua sisi ni kama pembe zinashikwa au kojini kukamua unashindwa. So let us not, there are some things we argue because we are arguing. Argue because you want something come out of your argument. Sio una argue usikike tu, tuko kwa TV, watu wanasikia, kila mtu anasikia, alafu yale unaongea they don't add up. In a sense, let me use this word, I'm sorry. In a sense, it doesn't make sense for you to argue that we are going to, my side is going to win, and you know, when this comes, this is going to happen. Me, I can give examples from the time, although from the time Raila has come into from the time I knew in politics, I've seen so many things change. That's why I had even yesterday and the other days, some of us say we are enjoying this privilege because of Raila. Even those who are just fighting him, they went under him. They learned how he does things. Now they want to hit back, but it cannot. So let us, if we want to improve the economy, not kutoa pesa, I don't know from where unapatia watu na panga laini. Nisikia mwingine hapa akisema, oh, my cousin told me kuna pesa hapa. Na hiyo pesa inatoka wapi? Uko kwa serikali unatoa hiyo pesa, unaambia like I had the governors, pesa za miradi za county kama ni milioni 120 inaenda hapa, ama 40 inaenda huko. Alafu hizi zingine sasa unaambiwa it is you, it is up to you. Ile itafanya kazi na ile utatoa yako. This government, hakuna mtu sio mwizi. All governors look from before the governor na what they have done now. Wako na magari kubwa, manyumba kubwa mahali, mapangaro, wako na mapaa, and I was there some 2 months ago. I'm told this part is for so and so. This hotel is so and so. These apartments are for so and so, and those apartments are taking millions. Hata kama ameingia kama MP, hiyo pesa yake yote haitajenga hiyo manyumba like 50 na not 1 2 3. Before that hakukuwa na hiyo. Serikali mbona iwezi kuingia isaidie? So that's why we are saying serikali mpya hii Azimio, ukweli kabisa, hata kuna ndani ya Azimio kuna wezi wameibia serikali, sababu hii ni ugonjwa ilipandwa. So we want to reduce. It is like vile corona ilikuja wakasema they have introduced a vaccine. Hata kama iko, but at least imepungua. Hii serikali yetu inaingia. I request, and I know most of them listen to our sentiments. Kama wataweza, at least Kenya is the richest in Africa. Angalia, even most of the things hata ndege from other parts of the world, most of them sinapita Kenya. Hata if you look at the network, there are so many things. So because of that, angalia, I had that hata hiyo mafuta ilipatikana Turkana inatolewa huko inaenda nje, alafu tunanunua kutoka nje. Sahi mafuta hatungekuwa tunakuwa na shida. And I like the way Manyora is educating them, but the problem is they don't understand. Manyora tells them the truth. I've never seen them call Manyora and say, okay, we see you have an idea which can improve our economy, can improve our country, but they don't want him because of what is even say so and so is a thief. If they want to bring me to prove me wrong, let them call me. Let me invite me so that we challenge each other. They can't do that because of what? Wow, wanajua what they are doing. So waste in wink. So that's my contribution. Let the other contributors go ahead. Thank you.
Mwanathemba vipi?
Salama, habari gani?
Niko salama nashukuru.
Nimepata, sijui ulikuwa umeacha nani? Nimeingia tu saizi.
Nimeacha huyu Henry Stanley. Yule amesalia ni Adams eh?
Na yeye simuni hapo.
Okay, yeah, ukimaliza na Adams eh? Cheza kiwewe. Thank you.
Sawa. Hosea, ulikuwa umeinua mkono? Unmute and talk.
I wouldn't mind to do a comment, although I raised my hand, I was greeting you. I was greeting you, but I can add something on corruption, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
You see, our friend commented that, was it Stanley, that all these governors are not clean. Now, I hope it is not in the same context that KK wants to say it. You know, if you point out any corruption activities on KK, they like taking some soft landing, saying that, you know, all of us, all of us are corrupt, which is not the case. But to explain, to dilute the matter, they keep saying that, look, everybody is corrupt. But I don't think it is in the same perspective that Stanley was saying it. He did say that basically all the governors are corrupt, one way or the other. Something which I believe is fairly true. Now, for me, I think the best way to deal with the corruption, because you see, it is so deep-rooted that imagine you go to the court. You remember when the Rainbow Coalition came into force, corruption still that time was very threatening. And what I think the Kibaki government did was to come up with this judicial, what were they calling it? It was, you remember the way they cleaned the judiciary of corrupt? They were trying to, although they did quite a good proportion of it. Almost 70% of the job was done. But the 30% that remained continued with the thing, and we are almost as if we are back where we started in 2002. Now, the judiciary will require serious overhaul. The challenge is, how do you do it? The police will require serious overhaul. The challenge is, how do you do it? Because remember, if for those who are in Kenya now, you have always heard that it is the people, the police bosses who send their juniors, they actually give them targets. Now, under the circumstances, later on, when the junior themselves are promoted, you will do the same. Now, that follows that for you to finish corruption in the police force, you almost need to have a complete overhaul. I remember it now. They were calling it judicial surgery in 2002. They need to do that in the police force. Find a way how to retire most of the senior fellows who have wenye wametajirika sana through corruption, so that it will be difficult to have somebody who has benefited from corruption to fight corruption. It is almost next to impossible. So maybe once, if in the event that the new government comes into force, we need to strengthen and maybe even through constitutional changes, the issue of IEBC, is it anti-corruption, and how do you get new judges and that kind of thing, so that you don't get tainted people being in top positions. Corruption will never end. Now, again, in the government, these people, I do not know what happened to the declaration of wealth when people are appointed to public offices. If it was to be followed, so that when you come in, we want to see where you are, and when you go out, we want to see where you are. Something else which I strongly feel should be added there is that people should not be allowed to own things through proxies. It should not be allowed. You can create a law. It will, because of where we are now, because of corruption, a law should be created so that if you choose, there's nothing like you own something through your children or through your relatives or through your friends. It should be an offense for anybody to own anything which they don't want to put in their own name. I do not know how to further it, but I think so those drastic actions and new laws to that effect should actually help in fighting corruption. Yes, I think let me stop there for now.
Yes, Cheraisi.
I just wanted to add something on corruption, Mr. OC, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy is a very impressive guy. You know, I've been liking to listen to him. Yeah, I'll add one thing on corruption. I think corruption in Kenya it's become a culture. Like there's two perceptions of corruption. Like for the regular corruption, we hear from the politicians that okay, so and so in high office is corrupt, and then they need to be taken out, or the police, so and so in high offices of the police is corrupt. But
Please, what do you mean by regular? How can you say?
we fail to realize that corruption starts with the people. It starts with the elections. You know, I'm talking from example. Like when somebody goes to seek office, for instance, you know, almost everywhere in Kenya, they have to the wananchi themselves demand to be bribed in order to vote. You know, in order to vote for somebody, you know, you speak to them. Let's say you're trying to sell a policy or whatever. Before it ends, like okay, na yetu ya soda, you know, yetu ya corruption starts there, you know, and then you, as you said, we need an overhaul in judiciary to fire them all and all that. If we are firing and we are going back to the same pool of corrupt citizenry, you know, we still end up with corruption. So it's a culture, you know. We can legalize all day. We can legalize and do all that. But if we can't legalize morality, you know, we have to change as citizens, honestly. We have to change. And then also on our side, we have to stop defending so and so because they are on our side, you know. Like, for example, if I say Raila had questionable deals, if I say there was some things to do with Pandora box papers and stuff, people come on my neck. Or if you say Ruto, you know, ask questionable stuff, we attack you. We need to stop that. We need to stop that as one entity. We need to take it into our hands as Kenyan people, you know. And then there's a culture of glorifying somebody who drives to your village with a Prado. You know very well they have no job. You know very well they have no business anywhere, but because they're driving the highest of the highest end, a new Prado, that is somehow the man, you know. And those who work hard, maybe they're teachers or they're honest businessmen, they are nobody. So we need to stop that. It's a culture thing. I think our culture is rotten in many ways. So it's not political to me. It's a culture thing. We need to just fix ourselves. Asante sana.
Yes, Robert.
Hey, Bernard Bali, I'm happy to see you. So, even with corruption, in fact, I've been talking here, and in fact, it was city yesterday. I remember when I was talking to you, Bernard. Bernard. I told you, I think one of these days we should have a topic how we can end corruption in our country, because we keep on talking about corruption, but we don't have how to end it. Because I think ordinary people like us, we should just play a major role to influence what might take place. We have a lot of ideas. We have a lot of, some of us maybe, I don't know, maybe have experience. But at the same time, maybe this is the only platform we might be able to do it if we can. At least even if it means we are just talking about it out there. So the one thing I disagree with some people, and I find it maybe most people didn't like it, this one thing I always say is I cannot say someone's guilty until he is proven guilty. So this idea of saying maybe because somebody is accused in the court of law that he should not be allowed to run for election, I think that's wrong, because he is accused. We don't know whether he's going to win or not. But the bottom line is, let us give them their day in court. So I'll be looking forward when I see people cheering up and down and say now Ligati, because I don't, me, I don't prescribe with him and Mr. Ruto. But at the same time, he has not been convicted of anything, and they should be allowed to run. If you want to blame the courts of the country. Some of these cases have been trying in the courts for years. I can give you an example. I have a case since 2006, a rent case of mine with the Mbakazi Lunching Company. I've spent money from years. They tell me the case is what I take a ticket. I went 3 times. You get there the night before, they tell you somebody died. So somebody died. What has to do with the case? They just lied to you. Our system's doomed. Imagine from 2006 up to days 2022, I've never gone to court. I've never. They keep on postponing. That's how some of us, we take that country. The system, we have what it takes. We put some things there, but we will never go how the system works. Some people think the system is meant for other people, not for them. If, for instance, I can tell you, Denver, if somebody can go to Miliman Court and go to my file, whatever we had filed there, and they change some documents. I mean, which country are we talking about? Yeah. If, for instance, you have a very good lawyer in Kenya, so the side you are fighting with, they go and give him money, then he turns against you. That's how corruption is in Kenya. And that's how far they have gone. Even your own lawyer is ready to cut you your head. I mean, I'm so about when it comes to, that's why we keep on saying institutions. That's fine. But these institutions, when are they going to work? When? They say we have judiciary and independent. I see the big cases. This is PBI thing. Okay, the PBI, I was not for PBI, whatever it is. I see that and I respect them. Why can't you also do something about smaller cases, like my case? Why can't they do something? Why should I not be in the court of law? Not even a trial since 2006 up now. And when you make a forum, they just tell you, you know what? That's why Kenya, there are many cases before you. And yet, those who are rich and those who have the money, their cases cannot even go 2 weeks. That's not fair injustice in that country. I'm sick and tired of what they are doing. They say they want to have a commission to sit down. I've never seen that commission. I mean, it's not only me. There are other people. But what you want is fair hearing. I'm not saying the other parties hear it or what. But give us a fair day in court. That one does not happen in Kenya. It does not happen. Even if we just come here and we say, oh, this government, they are full of crap or everybody. All of them, they are full of crap. I can tell you that. They are full of crap. They are messing up the country. We want fairness. We want fairness. The court system is not working. Too much corruption. It's too much corruption there. And we know what it is. It's too much corruption. And that's why even this election, I don't, when they tell me they want to see on the, you know what, at the same time, I don't care what the result says because I know what's going to be the results. But if we want to heal our country, even if it means somebody's old, somebody's a cripple, somebody's like disabled, rich, poor, we should be on the same ship. But we can't have a just way it's favoring the rich people. Rich people, their cases are hard, but my case for almost 15 years. And people then, they're just right there. They just tell you, you know what, that's how the system works. I hate, it's disturbing. Thank you, Temba.
Yes, Abuya.
I just want to mention something to Robert. I don't want him to get discouraged there. One thing I can assure you, the judiciary is not perfect at the moment, but it has changed drastically. And what you need to do, I will advise you, change your lawyer. Last year, I sued a certain company, and next month I will be doing submissions and the ruling. I've already gotten dates. I have never gone to court. I've always been prosecuting my case online through Zoom. So I find it strange that your case has taken that long. And if it has taken that long, you are free to go to try and write to the office of the ombudsman and also the registrar. Your lawyer is duping you. I'm telling you. The judiciary is doing extremely well.
Thank you for the advice. Okay, I can argue with that. I've changed the lawyers. I did change it. I got the second lawyer. I'm not going to mention them right now. If I tell you, my friend, we speak for the last 2 years, I have the best lawyer in the country. The best lawyer who has gone some of the lawyers, I'm not going to mention the name, but they were there arguing about the elections and they won the elections for 2017. That's the role firm I have right now. But at the same time, I just feel like there's something that's not right because I had the opportunity to go there last year. I went to Miriman Court. I went inside there. If you go there and you see the way those things, the files of people from 1982, what. And yet, those people are being allocated a lot of money. A lot of money. People's files are just all over the place. The place is dirty. They can't even just wash it. All they do, even judicial, they are just taking our money. Everything needs to be washed out. Like Zoom, you just been talking about Zoom. I've been in Zoom cases even as far as last week. You are told the next time they tell you, even the judge himself, they get bribed. When the judge is about to sit your case, the judge, he went to a funeral. Then the next thing you get is the same judge. Oh, he has somebody else. I mean, they're just playing games. And that's what I've been seeing all this time. I have people on the ground, like you said, but at the same time, it's not working. It's not working. I want to be sincere with you. It's not working.
Okay, Robert. What I'm picking are two stories of different people. Okay, so there's Robert's experience. I can imagine how you feel with your case, and you're saying about the delays and that, and also we can hear the other Robert Abuya saying that there could be
other challenges more than just the ineffectiveness of the judiciary. So it will be appropriate probably, because he has said two things. He has said, one, you change the lawyer. Two, you write to the ombudsman. There is the office of the ombudsman, which people can always petition. And of course, on this platform, we cannot. We can only recommend. And we are hoping that beyond that, you can take the next action. What I can tell you is it was worse. There's lots and lots of improvements in the judiciary since Maraga came in, and there's a lots and lots of changes that have taken place. But as any other institution, improvements is still necessary. So I hear you and we feel you, but again, also you could try that and also probably consider getting in touch with other people who could help you probably get to the office of the ombudsman, and it is noted that improvement is needed. I mean, that is the bottom line. But there's a successful story of Abuya of improvement, and also yours of another person who has not, gotten addressed as much as he has changed the lawyers. So probably you need to consider your options, because I can imagine you need a response, you need an answer, and your case requires attention. So hopefully you will receive that. Yes, Jose.
You see, a number of us, I believe basically the entire panel here have had the kind of the dissatisfaction that Roba has actually gone through. Some of us have witnessed much, much more than that. Now, it pains you. Roba has just said that, you see, like now the issues around Gachagua, the issues around Ruto, and all these other fellows who have issues. Remember, you remember the Migori governor, Obado? You remember those issues are true. But you can see how false the Kenyan legal system is. Believe me, something must be drastically be done. The sort of thing that the Kibaki government tried to do with this judicial surgery. Imagine, sometimes people disagree out there, and then you overhear them challenging each other. Okay, take me to court. I have the best lawyer. Well, he will tell you, take me to court. What he keeps trying to tell you that, why, even if you have the best lawyer, why worry if I can buy the judge? There have been those comments in public. Okay, you have the best lawyer, but I'll buy the judge. You remember the 12 billions, for example, let's just take as a case, the Gachagua case. If it is true, he has his hands on some 12 billion, and the matter goes before some judge, he can easily buy his way out. That is the thing. Now, the beginning place is how people acquire these things. That is where the problem is. If each of us, whatever you have can be traced, you'll find that corruption will die. Now, what do? We want to come up with a law. When the next parliament comes, we can petition Baba. Let them come with whoever they want. But something should be there that people should not own things which is not in their own name. So that way, people will have nowhere to hide stolen wealth. You'll have nowhere to hide your stolen wealth. I do not know how they'll go about it, but I'm sure Parliament can enact a law to deal with that. When matters are taken to court, if you are dealing with the people on the ground, you'll hear some people saying that, hey, who knows the prosecutor? Which prosecutor is going to be prosecuting this and this case? And all those prosecutors, believe me, they have a price. They have a price. So as much as Roba is saying that let the matter go to court, okay, it can go to court, but I'll still beat you there because I just know how to go up, how to buy justice. Kenyans are buying justice the way they want. There is no justice which is done there. They all buy justice. The issue is the seriousness. Just 1 minute. You see, Pemba saying that Pemba and Abuya are saying that things have improved. That is true. But we are very, very much far away from getting anywhere, even to half what should be done. You know why everything do very well in the US? It's because every single anything is registered. Anything is registered. Even if you are a Kinyozi person, it is registered. And why? Once you have a registered business, you can monitor what they do, how they create wealth, whether they make losses. No wonder, you see, for example, in the US, if you take, for example, what I've seen here in Virginia, where we stay, you want to even go to a restaurant, you Google it out, you will find all manner of comments, dissatisfaction with the customers, the rating, the ranking, and what have you. And all that takes place because they have the database where you are registered, performance is registered, how you do well is registered. Even they can tell you how many number of staff these restaurants has changed since the year began. How many people have been dismissed, what crimes they have encountered, all that is there. Now, if you remember what this Sodoma number was trying to do, was trying to create a very, very useful database. But don't be surprised that it was killed by the judiciary. Okay, they put it on hold. Very, very suspicious claims. Very, very suspicious. If you have the database, you can monitor things, then you will be able to streamline everything. Today, you see the person, Cheraisi was saying that you see him coming with the latest Prado driving around. It will be very quite straightforward if he has acquired it properly or not, if the database existed. So long as you don't have that, people have this and this way to hide things. Why would anybody who is honest buy a Prado, for example, and register it in the wife's name? You all know what happened in the previous Nairobi governor. His cases are in court. But believe me, those assets are nowhere, are not there, are not his. Yet he's a very rich person. Right now, where they're campaigning, well, I'm sorry to say, but I don't think that lady will beat him because he is rich, but you cannot trace the money. It is all hidden in relatives and friends and what have you. And according to the legal system, that's the reason why I'm saying that the Kenyan legal system is really, really very disappointing. You cannot trace those things. You can't. So how would you do? It's just a matter of time before his cases are dismissed. I know that. But that is notwithstanding that he can actually choose to buy the judges because he has the money. The judges are equally hungry. I think some of them believe they are underpaid. And there lies the corruption.
Temba.
Yes, Rob.
Yeah. So that's a nice discussion. Also, let me just give you another example where you can see we have things in Kenya, but they don't work. I'll give you another example here. So I go there. I go back. I went to Nairobi. There are others over there. Then I went to housing and finance. When I found out my account is closed, the money was taken out with I think the body which is correct, like the assets body. I don't know how they call it, where they collect assets.
They call it an unclaimed assets.
Yes, unclaimed assets.
Yeah.
So I didn't know anything about it. So I go to housing finance. I told them what happened to my money here. They said because my bank was dormant, I have to go there, the unclaimed assets. I went there, obviously, somewhere in the middle there. So I went there. Then they give me the forms, but they tell me you don't need to bring the fiscal forms in here. So what do? You have to apply this thing online. But you need to get a main letter and everything from the bank to say that that's you and other things. The ID, the Kenya ID and everything, Kipande. I got all this, everything. That was almost 3 years now. I applied to them and I gave them information and it was approved. After 3 years now, they have not even paid that money. That's how frustrating it is. When you call them, they say, "Oh, we are looking at it. We are looking at it." I mean, it's frustration. It is frustration. And still they have that man of mine. So next time I went there because of COVID, the office was closed. Maybe next time when I go there, it won't be. I'm telling you the truth. I will not move until that man is paid. I won't make noise when I get there. I will protest until people know that you can protest until things are done. And I promise I will, because that's being unfair to some of us. I mean, they have just said, bring the letter from the bank to the application. You call them, it is approved. We are in the process of paying you your money back. They never paid nothing. And now they are holding it with the application and everything. That's how the system is there, but it's not working.
Yeah, Robert, I'm sorry, Temper, for jumping in. As I said, corruption in Kenya is a moral rot. Ni kuoza kwa morality ya Wakenya in general. Si mtu moja. People in Kenya, when they wake up, wakiamuka asubuhi, wapate kazi. Let's say you hire somebody in your business. They see it as an opportunity to milk. They don't see it as a career building opportunity. Wanaona kama any chance kukula, it's a chance to eat. Whether they're in the bank, whether they're in education, whether they hata hospitali, hata pasta nakwambia, if it's not fixed, ni shida ni yao. Sisi, I'm sure most of us here right now tuko hapa. That cancer will kill them. It will finish them. Sio sisi, they always look like sisi wa diaspora, we don't know anything, we are disconnected from reality and all that. It's them who are suffering. Na sio sisi. They need to fix it from the grassroots to the top. Philo umesema Obado will win because he has money. Yes. Why? Because our people will go wait to be given 50 shillings, 100, whatever, and they vote for that one. It's unfortunate. Asante.
Alex, habari gani?
Mzuri.
Karibu.
Yeah, I have two quick things to spell out. The first one, first of all, wacha niwasalimu, hamjambo nyinyi wote. Chiraisi came and said, you cannot legislate morality. And it was after one of the panelists spoke about corruption and the way they explained corruption. He had a point, but he did not want to hit the hammer on the nail. He didn't like the way we spelled out the corruptions of William Samoei Ruto. And I left. Now I have come back because, and he has spoken, and I'm wondering if it's the same person speaking, say, those people sasa wamekuwa wale wa nyumbani na sisi wa diaspora, as if we are totally different people now when we are talking about corruption. Yet you are the same person who was saying we cannot legislate morality, and you tied morality to corruption. I don't even know why you did that. First and foremost, some countries like China, Malaysia, Singapore, South Korea have legislated it to a tune and point whereby even before you think of resigning, some of these people commit suicide because they know the heavy price for it. They can't bear it. First of all, it's not the fine to them. It is not even the jailing. It is the shame that pushes them to commit suicide. So somehow they found a solution to a global phenomenon which exists even in this country. Because I know a place and a time whereby a man who had a PhD was asked for in this country. And there is a state that I live that he was asked for a bribe so that he can get a job in America. So it's systematic in every country. Now, when we were given a solution to the thing of corruption that was going to be an equalizer, a formation by William Samoei Ruto started playing politics with it. And I'm glad that Jose has said it. The so-called Huduma number, we like it or not, we politicize it or not, was the greatest reliever of the so-called corruption in our country. Because one single, it's called a single, how did Matiang'i put it? It's a single whereby it can give all your information in a single unit like a social security. Your title can be there, your logbook can be there, all your documents can be identified using one single identifier. We took it to court, we played politics with it to the tune that when the system that we have, as Roba has said, if you have ever, we have gone to court. We recently finished a court case that went for years, of a land court case that went for years and years, and we still have another one, inheritance cause. I don't know how long it will go. You go to court, and by the time they remove your file, you wonder if the fines and everything that are being paid to that court really work. A file is so dirty, so torn up, the person going to get it, it's a hole whereby I don't even know how the patience they have, they can remove mpaka huko mwisho. You can, let's say it's a room 10 by 10. Somebody will go and search for it until they get it. Finally they end up getting it. And yet we refuse to do migration to digital. Yet we did TV digital migration, but the judiciary has totally refused to do it. Why is it so? And I wonder, even Robert telling us he's a top-notch lawyer. There's no top-notch lawyer in that country. It's the person who bribes the justices most is who are given even the so-called senior counsel. Let's be right with it. And I will spell one out. I don't know how Cliff Ombeta, my homemate, can be a top-notch lawyer. He qualifies not. Because you see, Cliff Ombeta takes cases like Obado, yani weird cases. And for some reason, those people don't look for him. He runs and looks for them. And for sure, he knows the courts he goes to. And within hours, those people are out. He recently defended one of his cohort and cabal in the judiciary, you know, Asha Nyakundi, who shot his son in the car, and somehow he got away with it. We all know that. He rightly defended him, and the man is out. He still has a license to practice law. He still has commission of oath. We see those things. So this called learned friends, they coined this name to tell us, you know what, when I'm a lawyer, I school with the judge, and the judge also school with the justice. The justice also school with the chief justice. Basically, we are friends. So the prosecutor also went to school with them. So we have a disadvantage in Kenya whereby when we find a single solution like Huduma number, we take political sides. But when it hits us, we come here, then we start speaking like we are one tribe and the judiciary is another tribe. My friend, until we stop politicking in some basic issues like education, like health, like corruption, there will be another tribe, we will be another tribe, we will be the hustlers, their dynasties, but you will think that they are the hustlers. And that tag, you will think that they are the ones suffering. My friend, let us not politicize corruption. Corruption is corruption. This solution is we need a single identifier. When I go to court, I don't need a court clerk to start searching for my file. It is a click. And I see my case, what was done last time, who is my prosecutor, who is my judge, and the record shows if a judge is missing 7 times, I can remove myself from that judge. I have an option of getting a new prosecutor, so on and so forth. That's the good thing of the digital thing. But in Kenya, for you to get a new prosecutor, you need even to bribe again to get a new prosecutor. So let us not politicize corruption. And that is why I say the greatest gift we have gotten this year is Martha Karua. And that is why UDA went to Central Province when they realized we are winning over the war of corruption, said it is not against Martha Karua and Gachagua. That's the narrative that now they are starting. My friend, it's against a corrupt man who has corrupted the whole country, 47 counties, and a woman who did not finish her work and must finish her work. And I think, Cheraisi, you need to come on our side if you truly believe that corruption is a menace. We have to deal with it. The party and the formation that is dealing with corruption, the way you have spoken, is AZIMIO. The people have said corruption is not the agenda, is the person you are supporting. I want to know and reaffirm from you, where do you stand? You can't start saying you are in diaspora. No, it's not about diaspora. We are Kenyans. Are you pro-corruption or anti-corruption?
Temper, allow me to respond because, he has mentioned me over and over. I'm sorry for pressing my mic without permission. Again, I should not be doing that. Anyway, Mr. Lex, one thing I want to clarify. Maybe you misunderstood when I said we cannot legislate morality. It's a saying. What it means is that we can fix all the laws in the world, okay? But we cannot fix the hurt. We cannot fix your human being tendency. Like even right now, we have a law against murder, but people still murder people. So that one goes to individual morality. So I was saying the moral fabric of us has to be fixed. Although we are talking about how to fix that, that one is a different case. We cannot fix that with the law. So we have an issue there, and we have to agree on that. That's not a political issue. We have to agree that from the bottom all the way up, there's something wrong. You've talked about the files that disappear, and you have talked about the fees that's paid, but nobody even keeps that place. And mind you, there are people hired, but they don't do their job. It's a rot in ethics in those people. Okay, my stand on corruption, on my side of UDA, we, before I supported my side, we asked that question very well, and the stand is we should never politicize that issue. We should strengthen the institutions. That is the stand of William Ruto. We should strengthen the institutions and give them full power, because sometimes you will also agree with me that this issue has become a political wage, whereby, you know, when I want to be convenient, I can smear Karua, for instance, on the BAT case that she was accused way back then. You know, it didn't go to court, it's in the newspapers, but I can conveniently say she's corrupt. You know, I can conveniently say Raila is corrupt over molasses and all that. You can also conveniently say Ruto has been mentioned. So we have this mention. So when it's convenient for us, we can tag on anyone we want. But our side is, let's strengthen the institutions so that they can prosecute these things effectively, fast enough, so that we don't have cases dragging like Rigathi's and all that forever for political convenience. That's the point. Asante.
Kiresi, allow me to ask you a question.
Thank you.
I've been waiting here, and you have said something there. Now, tell me, when you say you are politicizing the fight against corruption, can you just explain that to me in like you would a child?
Okay, when I say we are politicizing corruption, is when we use it as a label to besmirch your candidate. It's just like regular anything. Like when you want to say, oh, so and so is a murderer, or so and so is a thief, or so and so is something. That is a label, labeling your opponent for political points. That's
okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough answer.
Mm-hmm.
If you can mute your.
Let me mute.
Yeah. At what point does a politician stop being a politician?
Is that my question? Yeah, at what point does a politician become a politician? You know, when they retire, you know, when they are no longer practicing politics. That's a simple question. Answer.
Okay, good. So therefore, it means that you can mute because of the feedback. Therefore, sure. It means this politician will be a politician today, tomorrow, and even next year, right? Okay, let me just assume it's a yes. Now, is there when a normal are there court processes going on for other wananchis? Are there other people in Kenya right now during political times who are being taken to court?
Yes, sir, they are.
So therefore, according to you, it's only become politicization when a politician is being taken to court.
No, when they're being taken to court, that's a court process. When it's politicized, is when it's used as a political tag during political competition. Let's say when I come today and say, you know, give an address and say Raila is a thief, he stole molasses plant, whatever, molasses land, or Martha Karua was bribed by BAT and all that, you know, for the regular people who are listening to me, you know, those who are not inquisitive like you and I'll win one person or two using that. It's a tag. It's a tag, it's a label.
I find it interesting because now whatever you're calling politicization of corruption, according to you and the explanation right now, it's not what you principals and others mean when they say politicization of corruption. What you mean? What? Hold on. What you're talking about, according the way I've understood your explanation, is that it's people should not say that Gachagua is in court, has court cases. People should not say that Ruto was mentioned in a corruption case somewhere. Or hold on. according to you, because it is politics, we should not talk about them, we should not mention them. That's what I'm understanding from what you're saying.
No,
However,
you're misunderstanding it. You're misunderstanding it. I'm saying.
Okay, hold on, Chiraisi. Maybe I misunderstood you. Let's hear someone else. Probably if they understood that different.
No. I'll have to explain my point. Nobody else can explain my point.
No. Hold on, Chiraisi. You have answered the question. I've told you they understood.
You did not understand it right, unless you want to keep it that way.
Hold on. If you explain it the same way, I will still misunderstand it. So let's have someone else also share. If they have a different understanding of the same thing you have said, then we can have the debate progressing. Okay? Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Hosea, and then Ruba.
Well, Chiraisi, what you have said is, to say the least, very interesting. You are saying that if you are a thief and you steal and we are in a political competition, your opponents should not use it because they will use it against you so that you lose the political competition. You know, that is basically what you have said. You have said that in a political season, remember, you did say that in a political season, it should not be brought up because it will be used against your opponent. Well, you want to re-say what you had said, or what? Or let somebody else say what?
Don't twist.
Let somebody else say what they understood.
Don't twist it.
Okay, hold on, Chiraisi.
Black was not there.
Let's hear Roba and then Alex.
Don't twist what I say, though.
Okay, you ask a question.
Chiraisi, we have been behaving well, so we don't have to.
Let's do it.
No, calm down. We don't have to heckle.
Cool. I'm cool. I'm very calm.
Can you mute? Can you mute?
Okay.
Can you mute? Just mute and then you hold on. We'll be back to you. So don't unmute and talk before I give you permission to talk. I think we just need to remain with that kind of a sober debate. We listen. You hear the person talk. We don't have to heckle. It's not amount of heckling that will make your point go home. It's how we listen to you. You listen to us. We differ. You differ with us. Then we agree. And then we can agree to disagree. That's how a debate goes. We don't have to really go to where you are saying. It's our understanding of what you have said. So allow us to express ourselves to it, and then you can have your time to respond. Robert?
Yeah, just before I go to about this corruption here, Alex, and before that, remember Alex was talking about going to some offices, like the RAND offices in every county, and you get all these files. I was about to have a solution. Here's the problem. You get people who are working there, people have been there for 55 years. Some of these guys can't even know what a laptop is. And yet, we have kids in the universities who have the technologies, who are computer ready. Instead of being hired, and they start this new system of bring them in so that now everything goes with technology and everything. Instead, it's all corruption.
Robert, hold on. Yeah. We are prosecuting Chiraisi's perspective. Then we'll come
that's
back.
Why I was going to come there. I was going to come there next.
You want to go straight to Chiraisi first? We're going to come
down. I'm on there right now. Okay. Samuel, I've been seeing you here, and Mr. Brack, you are defending undefendable. So my question to you is this. Do you think William Ruto is corrupt? Has he ever stolen anything? I mean, as a presidential candidate right now, compared William Ruto and Raila Odinga, in terms of who you can trust when it comes to corruption, be sincere. Will you take William Ruto or Raila Odinga?
Okay, just hold on, Chiraisi. We need to hold on that. Alex?
Simply stated in 1 minute. This is what Chiraisi said, because I have two phones here. I've gone back to Hindsight to listen to him while I'm also listening here. This is what you said, and you should go back and listen to yourself. If you're a politician, you have a court case, you are even saying no before even I start. This is weird. Cherais, this is really weird. You know, I respect you. I don't want to treat you like Kiptum. I mean, your mindset is really refined. So this is what you say. If you're a politician, you have a court case, your opponent should not use it against you. Simply stated, that you said, clear. Go back to the hindsight.
Unless you wanna change that stand, Chiraisi, because all of us cannot be wrong. But I wanna give you 1 minute. If you wanna change it, that's fine. Go ahead, Chiraisi.
Let me respond to Robert first. He asked a question, a very good question, whether I will go with Raila or Ruto when it comes to corruption. As far as if that's what I'll use, I'll go with Ruto. You know, he has less corruption allegations leveled against him than Raila. Raila has like a lot. You know, to the recent
example. Give me examples.
Give me
example.
To the recent Dominion farms where the white guy just came and complained that Raila basically chased them out and took that land. The case has not been in any court. It's just a public opinion court, and that that's a big old chunk of land. So I will not trust it. I'll not trust him for a second on that. And okay, Mr. Lex said restate my case, or Mr. Temba said let me restate my case. Okay, let me say it. I said on our side, on a matter of corruption, we emphasize that the institutions dealing with corruption should be strengthened to deal with corruption. And we should not play politics with it. I did not say if you have a case of corruption, and you are running for office, you should not be mentioned. No, I did not say that. I did not. So I say institutions should be strengthened. Number two, we should not play politics with. We should not make it like so minute political ping pong. Where it doesn't go anywhere. If we strengthen the institution.
That's what you just did with my question, Mr. Cherio. That's what you just did with my question.
And prosecute the cases, that's fine. I answered your question. I'll go with Ruto over Raila because Raila is more corrupt to me than Ruto.
Okay, I will let the matter rest because I realize we are not making any progress. So let's just leave it right there. What is it that you wanted to say, Black?
Hello everyone, first of all, Jambo. Well, I want to say in a way that I kind of agree with Cheraisi. Allow me to explain in what way. Now, when it comes to politics, and we're trying to mention names as a basis of fighting the other, to gain votes and to make the other one lose votes, that is politicizing it. Because now, if we are to talk as Kenyans, people that do not align ourselves with either side, and we call things as they are, straight from the middle, then I believe if we are to come up with a list, we'd come up with a list that would include both sides. Now, when we address this issue of corruption, it is best we address it from a Kenyan point of view, not from an Azimio or as a Kenya Kwanza. Because if we really want to have a change in Kenya in regards to addressing this issue of corruption, you should be ready to call even your own blood brother a corrupt individual. No. Once we get to that point whereby unaweza taita ndugu yako mfisadi.
Blood, you're making the same kind of blunder that Cherezi made. We asked him, he could not demarcate. You guys are not able to isolate the term where we are using politicization of the fight on corruption. Politicization of the fight on corruption is not the reference of you are being mentioned in corruption in a political campaign. Politicization as perceived and as intended, and the intention that you guys are using is, for example, when you guys, and that is in my view a propaganda you have used. The case of, I want to take Gachagua as an example. His case has been in court. He's been having court cases for the longest. But as soon as he wanted to join UDA, the thing he said when he was taken to court, he said it was because of his political stand. That is politicization. Politicization is when someone goes and says that Gachagua is corrupt, Uhuru is corrupt. That is not politicization. So when you're coming to say that your opponent ought not to use that, then what is your person doing? Your key guy doing? He's saying when he goes to a political rally, what does he start saying? Sidiwale jamaa wa kutupa mawe. That is politicizing a very bad past of a country. You are actually politicizing. That is now, if you go by what you guys are saying, you are politicizing a post-election violence time that people don't want to remember. So for me, I would want to tell you guys, in a political competition, it's about getting the numbers. Politics is one, it's about numbers. I want to remind you, Chirais, where you are in the US, when Obama was fighting, was fighting to get the ticket for Democrats, Obama and Hillary Clinton. One of the things that he raised so strongly was that Clinton has been a player in the White House, and him is going as a fresh blood because he has not been tainted. And if you can go to the primaries for all the parties, you see how much they highlight on the negatives of the other. You cannot say that in a political competition, someone ought not to highlight the things you have done that are negatives. Is it right that the deputy president stole land from Moteshi? It is not right. We highlight it. Is it right that Anne Waiguru stole from NYS? It is not right. We highlight it. So when you're coming here to say that because it is politics, we should not mention, you are cheapening the fight on corruption. Now, you need to delineate. A politician will always be a politician. So if you're saying if a politician is taken to court is politicization of fight on corruption, I don't understand you guys. And then I'm even surprised. That's why I couldn't even respond to one Chiraisi, because he's saying that I can choose Ruto over any over Raila because of corruption cases. Surely, who even a child can reason like that, born in Kenya? It clearly shows your bias. So even if we would argue here until the cock crows, you will not get out of there. So it doesn't really make any progress. Same to Black. Black comes in and then he falls into the same kind of argument and starts saying politicization is using it in a political podium. That is not what they mean. Political podium will highlight as many things. In fact, the collection of most of the corrupt people are in UDA, Kenya Kwanza. The collection of them, a majority of them. Ombado, now I've not been talking black, just relax. Ombado, who stole from Migori County with his children and his wife and everybody, is the one leading the UDA campaign in Nyanza. He's leading the UDA campaign in Nyanza. And then you are coming to say that...
Temba.
Yeah, hold on, Robert.
You just said something. That guy is a murderer. He murdered somebody. He murdered somebody.
Hold on. Let me make my point, and then I'll allow you guys to talk. So for me, when we talk about politicization, is there a time when a politician will stop being a politician? And that's where now we came, I think Alex came and said that Cheraisi is arguing from both sides of his mouth. He's saying one time he's condemning corruption, and the other he's supporting the corrupt team. So you find even the solution to it cannot come with such a kind of a mentality and an attitude. We need to delineate and differentiate. You are talking about institutions. Those institutions, whether strengthened or not, they'll still pursue the politicians, and the politician will keep saying it is being politicized. What will a normal person say? A Christian will say you are Christianizing corruption. The church people should start saying that now you are targeting our church. If a pastor is taken to court for corruption, if another person in another social group will start saying that now you are targeting these people. We need to start delineating and stop the cheap argument about politicization. Even it is in Kenya where a politician is taken to court and they ask that their case be pushed until they are done with their campaigns. I think everybody else should say that push my case until I'm done with working. We cannot cheapen the fight against corruption to the level in which you guys want to start saying. You can't strengthen an institution while yourself you're weak. There's no way Ruto can strengthen any institution. Which institution can he strengthen? Which one? If he can actually go and buy land without checking, went at both Western land without checking at his position, he could not even counter-check that land is in another, civil aviation land. So he comes and says that, I bought it from a third party. The same thing of Moteshi land. So if you cannot have detail, what institutions will you build? Let me allow Alex, then I come. No, hold on, Alex. There's something Black
Temba, I
was
have a
saying.
question for you.
Okay, if you have a question,
Black is gonna take you round and round. I'm telling you the truth.
It's just a question for Temba. One question.
Go ahead, Black, and then I bring Alex.
When you say that our side has the most corrupt people, do you know that today the DPP released a report of all the politicians that are currently running that have court cases, and out of these 25 was the total number, and 10 came from AZIMIO and 8 came from KKA. Are you aware of that? So if we are using the word most, our team having the most, what would you understand by the most? By the word most, in my way of understanding, is we have the majority in number. But the report says otherwise, that 10 are from AZIMIO and 8 are from KKA. So you are in excess of...
Robert's question was between Raila and Ruto.
You're in excess... No, there's a sentence that Temba said that he doesn't understand why we support Ruto when in our side we have the most corrupt individuals. So that's why I came up with this report, which are substantiated, whereby 25 out of those that are gonna vie in this 2022 election Yes, thank you.
Black, I got your question. I choose not to answer. Alex?
He's being economical with the truth. I have that report in its whole entirety. And you're taking the first part, you're not reading the whole report. And I don't know, I can send it to all our WhatsApp groups so that people can see how you are politicizing what again was given to us today. Anyway, Cheraisi, I'm not going to let you go with this. And on a serious note, you can't come here and say that Raila has a case with Dominion, that he took a big chunk of land, and you think you're going to get away with it. When the kids in Langata Primary School went and protested, they were doing something behalf of the whole Kenyans, and we saw they were tear gassed. When we went and demonstrated against the road that William Samoei Ruto took, and he had a title deed and he was claiming it, we were acting on behalf of Kenyans. When Raila Amolo Odinga acted on behalf of an individual, that Dominion, with all its money as an investor, wanted to take his land by force. Are you trying to say that Raila took the land of Dominion? You're basically lying here. He acted on behalf. Are you a visitor in Jerusalem? You can't come here and say that Raila took. If Raila could have taken that land, today we will be having APRO and all Kenya Kwanza will be speaking in clarity, and we know it. Don't lie to us that it's in the court of public opinion. That is a lie. There is nothing like that, Cherais. Stop perpetuating and riding on simple issues that will not help you. The issue of Dominion, you should go read it and be honest about it. If you don't know anything about it, just shut up. Raila has never taken Dominion land. Don't lie to people who don't even know. There are so many people who don't even know the issue of Dominion. So you may make people believe that. You should apologize to us for trying to politicize something. You are the one politicizing the issues here.
He's not politicizing, Alex. You need to be clear with him. He's propagating a propaganda that he thinks should achieve a certain end, while he's saying that people should not propagate certain propaganda. I need us to make some progress. We don't want to mark time there for a long
I need
while.
to respond. I need to respond to Alex, please.
No, hold on, Chiraisi. We need to make progress. Makiadi, karibu.
Thank you so much, Ndemba. First of all, I want to say hi to all the panelists. There's a lot I want to talk about. There's one issue that I really want to address here so that we can put that to rest today. I'll come back to that if I get time. But Cheraisi, let me just ask you for the record. When you say Pandora's, what do you mean when you say the Pandora scandal? What do you mean? I'll want to answer your question within my time so that we put this to rest. Thank you. We can't hear you, Cheraisi.
All right, I was waiting for the captain to give me green light. Anyway, when I say Pandora, it's the public domain Pandora's paper leak that showed money stashed away in foreign accounts, which are suspicious, unaccountable. Before you came in, we were talking about the need to assign property and to trace and to be accountable to Kenyans in general. If you own something legally, it should be clear, for everybody. So Pandora leak is one of them. Most people hide, loot illegal money away where it cannot be taxed, it cannot be assessed, it cannot be accountable to anybody. I'm not saying it's illegal money, but it was something that was highlighted. And then our president was one of them that was adversely mentioned to be keeping a lot of good amount outside the country. So that's what I mean.
Okay, now let me just address that issue. You can mute your mic. I want to read you something here. The problem with us Kenyans is sometimes we don't want to read, and if we read, we deny what is the truth. Sometimes we ignore. Sometimes we are brainwashed. Let me read you what the Integrity Leadership and Integrity Act says about bank accounts outside Kenya. Now it says, Article 18, it says, subject to Article 76(2) of the Constitution of or any other written law, a state officer shall not open or continue to operate a bank account outside Kenya without the approval of the commission. Now, the commission that we are talking about here is the EACC. Number 2, it says, a state officer who has reasonable grounds for opening or operating a bank account outside Kenya shall apply to the commission for approval to operate or to open or operate a bank account. And 3, it says a state officer who operates or controls the operation of a bank account outside Kenya shall submit statements of the account annually to the commission and authorize the commission to verify the statement and any other relevant information from the foreign financial institution in which the account is held. I've read to you the law. That's an act of parliament that regulates who can hold a foreign account and who cannot hold a foreign account. So when you come here to tell us about Pandora's and saying that the president was mentioned by virtue of holding an account outside the country, for you, it suits you because you think you are getting political mileage. But then you fail to go and read the law. There's nowhere, I've just read to you, there's nowhere in that act that a person, even you, Cheraisi, being a Kenyan, if you want to operate an account outside the country, there is law that gives you that permission to do that. So when you tell us it's a scandal of monumental account, what is your basis? Because I've just read to you, because the president, you say that the president holds an account. I've just read you that the law that allows him to do that. So where is the big issue here? Number 2, that's just one. Number 2, I want to talk about the complaints that you guys are making that CS, cabinet secretaries are being involved in campaigns. We've heard that Kenya Kwanza complaining that CS Moshero and Matiang'i and all those should avoid political gatherings, especially that are affiliated to AZIMIO. I'm going back to the Leadership and Integrity Act. And here, I'll read to you Article 23(1). It says, an appointed state officer other than a cabinet secretary or a member of the county executive committee shall not, in the performance of their duties, act as an agent for or further the interest of a political party or a candidate in an election. So when you see CSS is walking around with the politicians here, the law omits that specific position of a cabinet secretary and CEC. CEC are like the cabinet secretaries in the counties. They are omitted. They can do politics as they want. I've just read to you. Why are you shaking your head? Okay, you can respond.
Makiadi, go ahead and educate us, Bana.
No, I thought Cheraisi wanted to speak. You want to speak? Okay, then I can give you time. Then I'll finish.
What is it, Cheraisi? You know, Ishidako Cheraisi, you've never read anything when you come here. You've never
No,
even come with an article. You've
I
never even had any reference. You are just
um
refusing. You are
no.
just, Cheraisi, sometimes kindly,
Let me
Cheraisi, be good to us.
1 second. Okay. Well, Mr. Richie, I said I wanted you to read it again. The way I heard it is, except, go read that about CS. Read that. I want you to reread again for me. 1 second.
Cheraisi, it's called the Leadership and Integrity Act. You can take your time, go through the whole thing. But I've read what was concerning. I mean, whatever I read is what you are discussing right now, and it is one of the issues that is being spoken to right now in terms of politics. And so I wanted to make sure that I educate you there that there is no big issue. First of all, with the issue that I discussed in the first instance, which is the president having an offshore account. There's no law that prohibits the president from running an offshore account. Even you, there's no law that prohibits you, as long as you bring your financial statements to the EACC if you are a public officer. If you're a public officer. Number two, the second issue was about cabinet secretary, and I said cabinet secretaries at the national level and CECs at the county level, they are allowed to participate in politics, and it is only those two positions that are exempt, that are not barred from participating in politics. If you want me to continue reading for you, then that's another issue, but I'll stick to what I told you. That is what is in the National Leadership and Integrity Act.
Now, you, Cheraisi, go read the Constitution and then you'll come, we talk. Now, another thing.
No.
No,
I'm
hold on,
very clear.
Cheraisi.
I'm very
Cheraisi,
clear. You cannot just brush me like that.
Hold on. You can't argue while you're not reading. You can read it and give us your way of understanding it. Secondly, okay, for argument's sake, assuming then it is wrong, okay? Let's now therefore start from a hypothesis. It is wrong. For argument's sake, we agree with you, it is wrong. Cabinet secretaries ought not to be participating in elections, okay? And I know you have sent your person, one Gladys Boschole, to every media station to go and talk and say it is wrong, it is wrong. So was it right in 2013? Was it right in 2017? Matiang'i was campaigning in every state. Matiang'i was all over in every rally, and all those cabinet secretaries were campaigning. So was it wrong then? So if it was wrong then, and you use it, the same wrong, why are you complaining if now they are doing the same thing, but to the same way, to the same person they were employed by the president? That is what Matiang'i said. My employer is the president, and what the president says, it's what I'll do. Okay? So Matiang'i was following the bindings of the president then, who was Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is still the president right now, so they are still doing the functions. So by then, you guys were celebrating. Gladys Boschole was celebrating. There are the people who are saying, in fact, your person, anaitwa Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto, say, wachaneni na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. Yeye si mwanasiasa, sisi ndio tuko kwa siasa. So the politicians should focus on the politicians. Mwachane na CSS wafanye kazi yao. Matiang'i has assured you of peace and security in the country before, during, and after election. So you need to, they're still doing the same job they did then. Mwache kunini, mwache kama ilikuwa mzuri saa zile, ni mzuri saa hizi.
So musiwe na wasiwasi. Black.
But I mean, does two wrongs make a right? You're here talking about how you want to change the country, and there you are. Celebrating excitingly about how the wrongs that may have, I have no proof, that may have been done in the past, that since now they're working in your favor, it makes it right. And here we are talking about how we want to change the country. I mean, when does a wrong become a right? Is it that when it's on your favor or what?
No,
And on those
Black.
grounds, let me just finish with one sentence. And on those very grounds is what I was saying. When it comes to corruption, I agree totally that we may have individuals in our side that have been involved as per court cases, that is, in various graft issues. Fine, totally. They deserve to be jailed. They deserve the harshest punishment possible as the law can give. But you, as a person who intends to have a better Kenya tomorrow, do you take time to look behind at the people that are behind you on your team? They're there also. Now, at the point whereby you'll be ready to turn back, look at the people behind you in your team, and also point them out. At that point only, will we then assume or at least believe you that your true intentions of curbing corruption, zero corruption, would be great? No. They say charity begins at home.
You see, Black, you're being very interesting. You see, the government sets up structures, right? And when it comes to corruption, Raila government, together with Karua, they have said clearly, kila mtu atabeba mzigo. Na baba alisema hivyo, kila mtu atabeba mzigo wake kuja kwa corruption. He has said that. So that one is not an issue. In fact, sisi tunaongea juu ya corruption kabisa. Nyinyi, you guys have come out and said that corruption is not an issue. In fact, you are David D that corruption said that corruption is not in the ballot. So we have evidence that you guys are not going to fight corruption because for you it is not on the ballot, and you don't talk about how you're going to fight corruption. It's a topic your people, your principles don't talk about. Number two, Black. Matiang'i is doing the same job he did, ensuring that the country is secure. And of course, the CSS are working. Who appoints them? It is the president. So they are doing the work of the president. They are actually principally assisting like they did in 2017 and like they did in 2013. Na si mlisema tuachane na Matiang'i afanye kazi yake. Wachaneni na Matiang'i na CS Gisheru wafanye kazi yao. Piganeni na wanasiasa. Wanasiasa vile mlisema the same statement mlisema 2017. Isemeni tu saizi. Mwache kwanza kupiga kelele saizi. Oh, Matiang'i, CSS should step aside. You cannot have your cake and eat it. Ati sasa ile mmesha enjoy mpaka mmeshiba. Sasa watu wengine wasi-enjoy. They are still doing the same job they did for you. If there's something bad you knew they did, let them do it for someone else also. Kama walifanya kitu mzuri, wacha hata sisi watufanyie. Kwani shida iko wapi? Mbona mnaanza kusikia tu vibaya mtu mwingine akiteseka? Msijipende sana Black. Kama mlifanyiwa kitu, wacha hata sisi tufurahi, then tuanze kuongea. After 2022, we will start talking. Haya, wacha nilete Julia. Julia amekuwa hapa sana. Tusikie vile ataongea alafu ndio.
Asante Demba. I would also like to ask Cheraisi some questions, and I will allow you to answer me. If you can say yes or no, and if you don't want to answer, it's okay. Sitalalamika. Now, you said that Raila has corruption scandals. Has Raila been taken to any court for corruption scandals? Please give me an answer of yes or no. And if you don't want to answer, it's okay.
On Raila, haven't been taken to court?
Yes.
Raila not only, has not been taken to court, but he was even.
Okay, good. Stop there. I ask you yes or not. You said not. Next question.
It's not that I know. I will not lie to you that
Okay,
there was
very
a court
good.
together. Yeah.
Next question. Has Mother Karua been taken to court for corruption scandals? Yes or no?
I will not lie to you. Not that I know.
Very good. Has Ruto been taken to court for corruption scandals? Has William Samoei Ruto been taken to court for corruption scandals?
Yes, I know a court case that he went regarding Muteshi land.
Yes.
And that was settled, yeah.
Okay, I wanted that answer, yes. Has Gachagua been taken to court for corruption scandals?
I think there's an ongoing case at the moment, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chiraisi, for being sincere. My point is, we have 4 people whom we hope after 9th, this country, about 50 million people will depend on them. We have either Baba, Namada, Ama Gachagua, and Ruto. Now, Mr. Chiraisi, before we go to the list you just mentioned, that list of politicians who are vying for whatever they are vying, we have 2 people from each side whom we have to depend on to destroy corruption in this country, whom our livelihood will depend on, whom our resources will depend on. Now, you said, I don't want to use the word, I am very embarrassed by what you said, that you really trust Ruto for corruption, to fight corruption. And you've just told us clearly here, you know that Ruto has been taken to court for corruption, and you have said that you do not know any situation that Raila or Mother have been taken to court. And you want Kenyans to trust your duo, Mr. William Samoei Ruto and Rigathi. You want us to entrust them with our resources, with our land, with our treasury, with our finances, with our livelihood, when they have pending cases in court for corruption. That is so much irony, Mr. Chiraisi. Now, I want to say this about Baba and Mother. They have spoken clear, like many of us have said here, Themba and the others. They have been talking and talking and talking clearly in the public limelight that the main disease, the virus we have in this country is corruption. Now, your couple, that couple, the duo you're talking about, Mr. William Ruto and Rigathi, do not have the moral authority even to say they can fight corruption, because they themselves are suspects of corruption. They are suspects of corruption. So they cannot even say that they sack anyone. They cannot say that anyone will be jailed. They do not have the moral authority. So, Mr. Chiraisi, I want to ask Themba and the panel here, you will not get away with it by coming here to lie to Kenyans, to scandalize Mr. Raila Amolo Odinga and Mother Karua with corruption, when you cannot substantiate, when you have no record of any case where they have been taken to court. We will not, Atakamba Themba, after this atanifukuza, I will not allow you to do so. I will never allow you to do so. So if you cannot substantiate anything about Baba na Mama, na kuomba unyamae kimya. Wacha tuongee juu ya watu wamepelekwa kotini, wamenyang'anya watu mashamba, wananyang'anya shule mashamba. Fellow Kenyans, I beg you to pay attention. We cannot trust our livelihoods in the hands of these 2 people. In fact, we are afraid. We are so afraid. Mimi Chiraisi, ninaogopa sana, niko na hofu kwamba Ruto na Gachagua wako, they may even snatch my small little mother's land in Nyandarua County, because they are so untrustworthy. They are suspects. In fact, I'm sorry to say, I think they are jailbirds. Asante Themba.
I think on a serious note, Chiraisi, listen, let me, no, Chiraisi, wait, just calm down. On a serious note, the reason we are here, all of us here, is not just to pass time. Nobody here is just here to pass time. We are here to make a change. You are free within your conscience to choose the person you want to choose. But for the benefit of a better Kenya today and tomorrow, let us call a spade and not a big spoon. So I would just urge us. We Black and you can support Ruto for all we care. That's okay. It's your political expression and it's your choice. That's okay. But let's be a little bit concerned about the Kenya we want to pass to the next generation. They say the present we live today is the future we have borrowed from our children. So how we make it is how we want to pass it to them. It doesn't make sense to just say that I trust so and so, and yet a few minutes ago, Mr. Cheraisi, you are saying those people who are corrupt the country, they are the ones who are going to suffer. And the same people who have corruption cases in court are the same people you are defending. You know, it acts of call them out, at least for all it counts. Just say, okay, fine. Like Black has said here, yes, we do have these cases, but there are also cases of this. So there's that sense of, okay, fine. Let us talk about finishing corruption. We are not telling you not to support whoever you want to support. We are saying, listen, let's condemn corruption, because if we continue this way, Cheraisi, the thing I'm afraid of is we are not going to build a Kenya that is focused on values, not focused on individuals. It is only in Kenya where we put people, then look for what we want to support in them. We don't, first of all, define the things we look for, then now look for people to fit into those values. So I want to urge you that we are not taking you away from supporting your Ruto if you want to, but call out. I mean, it is wrong what those people have done for the country. It is wrong. We can do better as a people. Yes, Biria. Let me bring Biria. Biria has been waiting here for a while.
Yes, nataka kuongezea kitu kuhusu baba. Kitu kimoja ambacho kinafanya baba anapendwa sana mkoa wa Pwani. Hajatajwa hata na shamba ndogo hivi kwamba alichukua na mabavu huko Pwani. Kwa hivyo wale ambao ninawasikia mara nyingi wanapigia kampeni za upande ule mwingine wanapoteza wakati. Kwa sababu baba ye anapendwa tu, hatoi pesa huko. Wale wameenda mrengo wake ni watu ambao wanapewa pesa. Ndio wameenda upande wa mrengo mwingine. Lakini Pwani baba anapendwa kwa sababu hajanyakua mashamba ya watu na hajasikika amechukua mashamba ya watu, na wala hutasikia. Hilo ni jambo la kwanza. Jambo la pili, nilisikia uongo mwingi hata nikasikia kuumwa na roho. Raila amepigania tupate katiba mpya nchini. Na mtu anasimama anasema yeye ndiye alipigania katiba, alizungumza na Moi kuhusu katiba mpya. Hali ni Raila na wengine ambao walipigania katiba. Si huu ni uongo wa hali ya juu? So, kiupande wangu hakuna kitu I can believe the other side. Na ndiyo maana tunasema, ndugu zangu ambao mnapigania sana, hata kusema corruption ni mbaya, mnaona ni vigumu. Ni heri mtaje tu kwamba corruption ni mbaya, na kama mtu amefanya. Kama amechukua mashamba ya watu, tuseme amechukua mashamba ya watu. Ameiba serikalini, tuseme ameiba pesa serikalini. Tukomeshe hali ya ufisadi nchini Kenya. Imezidi. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you. Cheraisi, I'll give you a minute. I give Black a minute, and then Robert.
Let me rush with my 1 minute. Julia, I appreciate your presentation. That was really good. And Mr. Rafael Abocost, I totally agree with all of you regarding corruption. And I'm convinced by what Ruto is presenting as the solution for corruption. As I said, strengthening the institution, I'm convinced on that. I'm convinced on that, not because of his record. He has a record, previous court cases which were resolved. And also, it does not, the issue of choosing the best presidential candidate for me is not one issue. I have a lot of other issues on Raila. Mine, especially, his record in general, like on peace, on accepting the presidential outcomes, the election violence dating back to 2007 until now is just because of it. That's from me. You can have your own different agendas. You can justify aliibiwa, alifanyiwa nini. I'm not comfortable with that. So I have more issues with Raila than I have with Ruto. That's the point. Asante.
Wow. Black?
I want to start by saying first, I totally agree with what Raphael said. I mean, let's call out all people that have been alleged to be corrupt. All. Let's not put a blanket on our own people. I mean, no. Because yes, these other ones, as you're saying, they're going to lead a country, but these other leaders from the other end, they're also going to lead some people. Those people they're going to lead, whether in a constituency level or whether as cabinet secretary level, they're still going to be leading people, not goats. Those people also deserve to have the right people to lead them, because they're going to be entrusted with some resources in regards to money. So hii issue ya graft tuipiganie pande zote. Yes, I wish in one or another all people that in my end that are found to be corrupt in the courts of law washtakiwe na wahukumiwe the harshest way possible. Again, I'm repeating that. I do not support them. But equally, I'll be so happy when people like Julia and the team will also come here and call out people on the end and also condemn them. Someone like Ngilu has been found to be corrupt before. Call them out as much as they're in your team and many others. Hivyo ndo tutapigania ninio, tutapigania hii shida ya corruption. But tukisema mimi nimeketi pande yangu, I'm ready to point 10 of them, but I keep quiet about my side because I support them. That is wrong. Na hapo ndo mahali ambapo mimi nakosania na nyinyi, because you are very quick to keep quiet about the people on your end. But yes, you are right in mentioning the people that are wrong on your end. You are doing the right thing. But go further and also mention the other people on your end as a Kenyan. And that's what I propagate for. And that way we'll get rid of all corrupt individuals in both sides and give Kenyans the best leaders that they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Black. Robert?
Oh, finally, Temba. Whew, I've been just waiting. Okay. Let me start from, just give me this time, from what Makiad said about this Mambaya secretary's campaigning. 2017, I was so disappointed. And I hope you also guys take the same medicine I took 2017. When Matiang went to Nyamira, he campaigned there for the first time ever. Raila lost Nyamira because of Matiangi. I fed it, I went down, I took the medicine, and that's the medicine I want Chirais and others to take at this time, because I know it fails. Let me put that one aside. Chirais, you just said about, another thing you just told you now, you have run away from corruption. You are saying, the another thing I hate about Raila is about 207 violence in the elections. I want to tell you that thing. I was on the ground myself. I was in Kisumu. I left Kisumu there with the police who tell these a bunch of people when we went where I come from, Kisii. But I want to tell you this. When you say fire and sea around Raila, I want to tell me where the Ruo people, they killed anybody. None. Nobody died in the hands of violence or they killed somebody because of elections in Nyanza. That one's there, except the people died in the left ferry. So if we want to talk of violence, your candidate Ruto is more violent than Raila. Ruos never killed nobody. Where I come from, Nyanza, we never killed anybody because of election. That one, you can do it, and why don't do that? So let me come to another thing.
I think he can ask Ocampo.
Was that?
He can ask Ocampo.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true. Thank you for that. So the one thing here, I asked you a simple question and you failed. I asked you, if I give you Raila and Mr. Ruto to end corruption, would you think is going to end corruption? You know what? You failed. And after you failed, Chuli nailed you. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Cheraisi, I think you're just a propaganda machine because some of the things you are saying here, I really don't want to. You don't come here to debate. You just come to propagate. Surely, Cheraisi, how can you come and repeat the same kind of drama people say on the political podium? Honestly, Cheraisi, this is a respectable debate platform. This is not a place where you pick what has been propagated. Surely, who in this platform doesn't know how bad the 2007, 2008 post-election violence was hurtful to everyone? Who doesn't know? There are people who are not living in their homes today because of what happened then. So for you to come in such a platform and start saying, the way Raila refused, surely, Cheraisi, okay, this is what I'm going to do, Cheraisi. If that will be your way of argument, I'm not going to allow you. When I come in, you just disappear. And I start by right now. See you next time. Okay, let's...
Hiyo zembe inaitwangwa outrager.
I mean, black is here. Black has been, wait, Alex. Black has been here. Black argues for UDA. Black gives he protects, he defends his candidate. But Black doesn't come here to start saying, oh, we know the way Raila sijui did what. Kuna vitu wenda propagate huko kwa political podium. Tunaachia hiyo huko. Not here. So I want us to move on. And indeed now we need to start. Black, had you made your submissions? You're muted.
On the topics of the day or on what we were talking about right now? Because I was just responding to what they said, but
you can comment on the topic.
Okay, I will. So should I? Because I did not submit in regards to the corruption, like Julia and the rest and Makiari were doing. Perhaps I could then also make my point. Get home.
No problem. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. On the issue of corruption in AZIMIO, I'm talking from a UDA point of view. It doesn't have to be necessarily with Raila Amolo Odinga and Karua. I respect them so much. To me, I think they hold a high integrity. Those are my personal views. But the people behind them, some of them are not clean. And just as much as you may have 100-liter jerry can of clean water, and then you just drop some impurity into that water, it makes the whole water unclean. So I'll go again with an example of, let's say, Ngilu, because I had someone mention Ngilu. Ngilu was a minister of water in her days. She was involved in some scams which I'm gonna substantiate, because I never like mentioning names without substantiating with examples, definite examples. Otherwise, it will be just propaganda. Now, while being a minister of water, she was involved in various fraudulent procurement practices. Among them, the most common one was where companies that were owned and registered by her own relatives were getting tenders. You see, now there already we had conflicts of interest. I'll go ahead and give you an example. We had Kite Michaels Consulting Limited. This was owned by Ngilu's second born. It was registered in May 2008, getting tenders immediately after, and it got millions of shillings in regards to tender. Among them was a 1.3 million tender to supply polo shirts, caps, executive pens, carrier bags, and ties to Tamathi Water. People can go and do their research on this. As well, also the same company, Cat Michaels, got a tender to supply big and small diaries at a unit cost of 2,500 for the big and 1,500 shillings for the small diaries, for a total of 800,000 shillings. Another company, Broad Vision Utilities Limited, owned by Bill Indeche. This is the husband to Ngili's firstborn daughter, called Lunde Jamii Mwendwa, was registered in April 2008, but was tendered to do again business with Tamathi. Another one is GL Williams. This again would be implicated when she was the Minister of Lands. There's a lot. Now, what I've mentioned there is just substantiation, so that by the time I'm saying that Gilu, just as the first example, is involved, is a corrupt individual, I've substantiated with why I've called us a corrupt individual. Because now, these were cases that were there in court and still. So I'm talking about something that's existing or existed. Propaganda. Whoever is watching, they can go and do the research on this. Now, Gilu has been very prominent in campaigning for Raila Odinga, very effectively. As much as I can also say that she was very influential in pushing for Martha Karua to be picked as the DP, or rather the running mate for Raila Odinga. But you see, she has all these court cases, or rather she has had all these issues of corruptions behind her. But just because she's with Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga, does it make her clean? The answer would be absolutely no. And I would be looking forward to the time whereby my fellow brothers and sisters on the other end of AZIMIO would be equally be willing to point out such vices on their end. And that's the proper way for us to go. I don't want to waste people's time because I know there's a lot for them to go forward. But tujaribu kuangalia vitu deeply. Hivyo ndo tutapigania hii kitu ya corruption. Mtu akiwa pande yako haimaanishi ni mzuri. Ni mbaya, ni mbaya. Yes, I know. Again, I'm repeating. We have bad apples in our group. They should be in jail. But equally, as a Kenyan, not as a person that supports AZIMIO, you should join in the fight. Point out these rotten people in AZIMIO as they are. Na museme pia hao ni corrupt individuals that are supposed to be in jail. And at that point only, then I'll consider you as my brothers and sisters in regards to this issue of trying to fight corruption. But until that point ambao tutakuwa tunafika hiyo point ya kutaja wale wote kwamba tunajaribu point kwenye jicho la mwenzako na angalia lako la kwako, I'll just call it politics. That's unfortunate. Thank you.
Black. Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for highlighting. I don't know if you listened to Julia. Did you listen to Julia?
Yes, I know. She said that how can we entrust the country with persons who are corrupt in fighting
No,
corruption?
did
Because
you listen?
I would have.
Did you listen?
That was part of what she said.
Did you listen to her? Because I think she summarized the whole of this thing, and if you listen to her, probably you would have made a different submission other than what Julia said. There are 4 people that we are entrusting our country to. 4 people: Raila Amolo Odinga and Karua, and the other group is Ruto and Gashagu. Between these 4 people, among us, these two tickets, because the combined ticket of Raila and Martha and the other one. When you look at both of them, which ticket looks like is serious about fighting corruption? When you start looking at auxiliaries, if you look at auxiliaries, it's a good thing to waste time in argument, but it might not add up to what we are trying to move to. So you've already agreed that Raila and Martha, compared to the other tickets, are clean. They have not gone to court because of any land anywhere. They have not gone to court because of anything. And the other side, you have those 2 people who have been taken to court. Now we are looking at who looks like they are serious about fighting corruption, right? And the people who have talked about fighting corruption so seriously is the other ticket. That's the point we are trying to make. But who is unmuted? Kind of it. When those are the 2 people we are trying, and that's the point we are trying to make. And even when we are pushing that, which side seems to be talking more about fight against corruption? You see, and that's the plea we are trying to make. Now, as to whether the fight against corruption should be going beyond that, yes, any team that comes in, Kenyans across board, if we have to fight corruption, we need to condemn it across board. So whatever it is that you're saying, the institutions that are involved in fighting, it's not even, by the way, the fight against corruption is collective. The president cannot come and right now the president cannot go and ashike Ngilu amweke ndani, anaweza msak kama yeye ni cabinet secretary, umeelewa? But now the institutions given the mandate to now investigate, prosecute, and nail it now are the ones that do the other job. You see, even those who are out in KK because of corruption cases is the institutions that now we are looking at. So if you limit, I mean, if we can, we'll help the debate when you look at the 2. And then, of course, now we make demands on those tickets as they go, and they become now the head, because the buck stops with those who are at the top. You'll agree with me, Black, right now, the side that has talked about the fight against corruption, the team that has done that clearly is the team AZIMIO. Your side, just agree. Our side, we haven't talked about it. And Ndii has come out and said that corruption is not at the center of your campaign. So I don't know why we are having this debate. Is it for the sake of balancing it? I don't know. Let me just, I really, I don't know, Black, you know, you are an honorable man. So sometimes it pays to yield. Say, okay, fine. On that debate, we have lost. We will win another debate. On this one for corruption, we have lost. We don't have to go round and round many times to prove to you the obvious. Hosea, then hold on.
And I agreed. Nilikubali na nikasema kweli, it's very true. We have individuals that are dogged with corruption allegations, and I accept it. Maana nikasema, nikaenda as far as saying that they even actually deserve to be given harshest terms possible that the law permits, if at all they are found to be, as in wakisha, once determination ishatolewa, patikana guilty, wahukumiwe kabisa, the worst way possible that the law can provide. Hiyo hata sijanini. But it's just that I went further beyond the borders of UDA or KKA. Asa munielewe, not that there is none, no. Nilikubali, I yielded on that.
Now that you've yielded,
My
I
only
think
point was that let's move further than that.
Dako explain
Let's
then.
move further.
Now that you've yielded, I think
You see,
we might need to bring that to a closure. Osea, and then Alex, then we move on.
you see, just what I wanted to say is this. I got a bit worried on the tangent that Charaisi was taking. You see, he admitted that the fight against corruption in Kenya, as we go ahead forward, is going to be so much dependent on the people at the top. Now, as much as a list has been released, some people at this side, others on the other side, the truth of the matter is that the people who will take charge at the top, if they may not have the moral authority to question the other people below them, if they themselves are. Hence the need to start from the top, ensure those people at least don't have baggages on themselves. Now, I remember, is it Martha and Raila have repeated that it may not matter whether the people who they'll come across are their brothers or their sister or relatives. Let's give them the benefit of doubt. At least that is a good starting point. But what worries me most is the Kenyan legal system. I will keep repeating this. The legal system, this idea of allowing people to hide things with their children, their grandchildren, their grandmothers, and what have you, unless that is done, some law needs to be passed. You remember the Auditor General came up and told us that basically all this constituency development fund is called what? CDF. I think only less than 5 of the MPs had more or less tolerated cases of corruption. You can imagine out of 290, 280 CDF accounts had questionable issues. Now, matter is made worse when you realize that the legal system, the judiciary, takes forever to deal with the cases. I remember one of the cases that was in the BBI was trying to put some kind of a time frame to ensure that all cases going to court are dealt with expeditiously and resolved within reasonable time. It does not. I remember some time when President Moi was in charge, issues of election petitions, some were being granted after the 5-year term is over. Now, as much as the so-called judicial surgery was done during the Kibaki's time, I think a lot much more needs to be done. The judiciary cannot deal with these cases the way I said today. It won't. We can only talk about like what Abuya and Roba were saying, improvements. Improvements are taking place, but too little would not do much. So, according to me, there needs to be a law. Parliament needs to come up with some law which will make sure that everybody do not do businesses under hidden names. Let's be the only country in the world where such a law maybe exists. Nobody should do things which is not directly connected with them, because they go hiding from the government. They misappropriate funds from the government and hide it on the other side. You remember what Black has just said. In fact, what Black has told us is that Ngilu has no case. His daughter, the husband's daughter's husband, that is not Ngilu. If you use the Kenyan legal system as said, you will never arrive at Ngilu. You will not. So, anyway, I think let me end my mind there so that maybe somebody else can add. But it is a big war ahead, and unless something is changed, it's a big war ahead. Yes,
Alex.
Hey, Temba, umekuwa mkali leo. Ya Temba, wewe ni ndugu yetu na tunakuheshimu kwa sababu tukija jioni, the kind of moderations we have sometimes inakuwa a little bit ndio maana naita ni kikao cha wazee, kwa maana Bernard handles mayai, mboga nyepesi. Tukija jioni, we handle hard stuff. Hatukunywi bia, tunakunywa Hennessy na JD. Sasa ukiona Cheraisi, I think Cheraisi wasn't heckling or a little bit violent. We could have handled him. It looks bad on us that I think we should bring him back. I think we had cornered him to a point that he was wordless. I think if I was him, after that was read, and he couldn't get it, and he was trying to pardon Makiadi to read it twice, I think he had lost it. So we shouldn't have even taken him out. I think now it looks bad on us. I think we should bring him back, Themba, because he's learning. We are all learning. Like today, I have to confess, Makiadi, you've made me learn. At some point, I thought the way they had demonized the Pandora thing, I was kind of almost, at the borderline thinking, although I knew having an offshore account is not illegal, but I mean, they had almost made me believe that it was, because they had constantly, and I think you have brought it and you said once and for all, you want to put it to a rest. And I think you have helped me personally. As you say, we come here to learn, and some people are difficult to learn, and there are many means of learning. There is simple learning, there is repetition, there is copying, there is reconditioned. And I think for Cheraisi, it's reconditioned learning. It's been reconditioned to something that is not. Now we got to get it out. So I will urge that, in as much as he behaved a little bit weird because he was in both sides, it proved at the point when you asked him about corruption of the leading candidates from our side and their side. And even Black himself has said, when it comes to integrity, our ticket holds the highest integrity level. It doesn't go further. We cannot even question him, because he has already told us that we have better candidates. He's supporting the other candidates because of his own reason. But when it comes to corruption and other things, we have a better candidate. And I think we should have allowed him to continue to be here so that he could even embarrass the other side more and more. That would have been my idea, so that even a person who is on his formation could question their thinking and say, if this is the people who are representing us, even a panel, I don't think I shouldn't be associated with them. If somebody is violent and a little bit too stupid, like Kiptum was today, then I agree. But I think we could have contained Cheraisi. Thank you, Themba. And I'm subject to correction.
but Cheraisi took us to 2007. Something which is so 2007, 2008.
I agree with you, Alex, that there's that probably there would have been wisdom in allowing him to stay, but Jesus walked into a temple in Jerusalem, and he finds people doing sales in a temple, and Jesus decided there would have been wisdom in Jesus trying to to just talk to them nicely and tell them, now listen, this money that you are getting here, can you just decide to take it to the and give it to tithe? Probably that will be a better deal. Can we have a conversation? But the Son of Man at that time decided to chase these people with the money. So as much as the money would have been good to give as a tithe, he chose not to have that conversation with them, and the debate is on. So at times there's always wisdom in certain acts, and for me, that for me was the wisdom at that point. It doesn't say that whatever you are saying would not have worked, but it's an action that I take, and I would take that action anytime. By the way, for no reason, I don't regret that action. When you seem not to appreciate the value of we have said here time without a number that when you come here in the evening, try to appreciate that we are not just coming here to pass time. So when someone comes and when he realizes that I need to talk, you have a reason. You can choose not to support Raila, but when you are bringing certain issues that are clearly propaganda that are being propagated in political podiums, and you seem not to care to even value, come and value the time that people are taking to come here. For me, that matters. But when you just come and it's just like you're trying to make it look like you, I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, that for me, we would rather close at the 8th hour than we go sleep. But when you I respect you, Alex, I respect Adams, I respect people who are taking their time to stay here. Therefore, let's agree. You don't have to agree to come to my side, but persuade us. Give us a persuading debate. Give someone something that you think, okay, I'm defending this side, but with a reason. But if that is his view, then he's still free to come to Mutembe. Only that for me, I will not allow such. I mean, it is just how I would want us, because I really, Alex, I'll do that again. And if someone is not respectful to your time, you take time to read, you take time to go and even look. People take time to even go and see, because you want you are coming here for posterity, not just to waste your time. Not just because you don't want to sleep. You got things to do, but I value your time. So I would want even someone coming here to value the time. There are people who are probably sent that you just go, and when they see down there that that person has made them confused. Now for them, that's a celebration. To us, that's not. We are building a nation here, and you can't build a nation with jokers. You got to build a nation with people who know what they want to do. We are not saying we all sing a choir. No. But come willing to persuade and also be persuaded. And we can also agree not to agree, which is also okay. That's the nature of debate. So I leave it there. And I think, Chiraisi, I mean, next time, if you consider and you are ready to come and spend your time well, but not waste our time, you can always come back. But for me, I will not entertain any kind of such. I think that is my view.
Okay, 30 seconds then, but I totally agree with you. I have never heard, we've been in this panel for so long, I've never heard you invoke a spiritual angle. For today, you have quoted the Son of Man. And given the fact that I thought you're going to quote Socrates, but you quoted my guy, Jesus Christ, I agree to that. Thank you very much.
Philosophy started with religion. Now let's Adams, karibu.
Thank you so much, man. I'd also want just to pick it up from where, not really where, but from the angle in which you've taken this thing far tonight. The argument has tilted towards religion insofar as what we are doing here is concerned. And I've been here long enough today. Today I've stayed here the longest time without getting a chance. But I said, the same Bible you're talking about says categorically, and I quote, I don't know which verse. I'm a very good Bible student, but I'm not into verses. This I know, but it is somewhere in the Bible. It's stated, and I say, I quote, that do not yoke together with the non-believers. Somebody like Cheraisi is a non-believer. So we should not even yoke together with him. We shouldn't. So what you did is appropriate. We shouldn't yoke together with him. Says the Bible.
I may not agree with Cheraisi.
2 Corinthians chapter 6 verse 14.
Thank you.
Adams, I may not agree with Cheraisi, but I do not want to cast aspersion on his belief and faith. So let's let it rest. He's already out of here, and I think if someone has no right, is not there because he cannot defend himself, let's let it rest. Let's just, we don't know whether he believes or not. I mean, we let it go. So that one I think
is
I don't
okay.
agree with.
I'm just when you poke certain holes, it makes me recall back during my days of Adventism and the rest. That's said and done. Even though I still am. Anyway, I've listened a lot, Mr. Themba, and everybody here. By the way, good evening to all of you. I started without greeting her. Say hello. Hello, Roba. I was here, Alex and Makiadi. I appreciate you guys. Now, I've been listening. We have to agree on one thing, all of us here, that most of us, and I believe all of you who are here right now, before you come here, I know you guys normally take your time, not all time, but at least you take your time to do a little research. You watch what is happening, the current affairs, you read, you comprehend, and come up with something before you come in here. So at least you're equipped. It's like going to the farm. Even if you don't have all it takes, but at least you have something in your hand. So the main issue people are talking about here is, when I came in, was corruption. It is a decay that rots our country, everything. And then some people come and say here that because we don't belong to different camps, then somebody come and say, even though this person is corrupt, you guys also have such and such a person corrupt. It is a culture of like trying to balance a vice, because this corruption this side, let's also try to put for you guys another corruption here by saying that Ngilu is corrupt, I don't know who is corrupt, so that this thing can balance. I was reading comments, somebody says, oh, even Raila has stayed in jail for 27 years. What are you talking about? You're trying to balance corruption. You want to make it look like a beam balance. You're beam balancing. It is wrong to do that. It is good to say, I agree with Mr. Black. I don't know why he left so soon. The guy belongs to the UDA camp, but the way he was articulating his issues is so much issues oriented. He's making sense, even though he don't believe your ideology, but he agrees with the points, which is why we are supposed to be here to articulate what's going on, because a lot of people are watching us here every day, each and every time, when they're only coming later on. But that is what goes around. And these people, I may say, if I close the case of corruption, I may say here categorically that everybody in the UDA camp, Kenya Kwanza Alliance, who is visible, the most visible people, the visible figures, all of them except one are corrupt. All of them. The only one who is not been mentioned in corrupt allegations, or maybe it passed me, is one Johnson Sakaja. Only Sakaja, the big people, the visible ones. The rest are all the same. On the flip, this our side, people are corrupt. I mean, people are not so corrupt, but we know we may have some individuals, but they're not even visible. The corrupt people on our camp are not even visible, but I believe they may be there. They are there. But the people can be streamlined, but their conduct, their atrocities is not so gross as compared to the other side. That's why I'm against this thing of comparing the vices that we have this, I did this, also did this. No, we should not be in this tit for tat when we come to streamlining our society. The society is aching, the society is oozing with corruption, and we are the voices. There's nobody else who's going to voice this. It is me and you. It is us. We use this podium. We use this medium to voice our concerns. And it is being heard from far, far over and above the valleys and the mountains. This goes so far away. And it takes a lot of things we say here are being taken seriously by those people. So finally, I also, I don't know whether you guys mentioned about it, but I saw something today in the media when Wambua came and they were kind of saying that they're coming back to AZIMIO. Kalonzo Musyoka is out of the country, and Wambua is saying it is not Kalonzo, it is the party. It is the WIPA, Democratic Movement. He did not even say the Oka thing, it is the party. Whatever the views there was their party's views, not their party leader. Which I may think I may agree or disagree with him, because both their party and the party leader is one and the same thing. I don't think they have different views on whatever is happening. But if you ask me, I think the only advice which I can give Raila Odinga and Martha Karua now, my humble opinion, is because a lot of people say, I've come to this show and said that the best thing AZIMIO should do to Kalonzo is just let him go, let him be. But a lot of people say, hey, we can't let him go because he has some votes. But now today, my humble opinion is this. There is something called use and dump tactic. Let them use Kalonzo to get that votes. Once they form the government, they don't need this guy, they dump him. Because this is a fact, but I'm saying it bold. It may look bad, but this is it. Whether you go with Kalonzo in your camp and you form a government, he will still be a pain in the this guy is still going to be something else. He will still not give you people peace, even if you form government with him. The problem will continue on and on and on and escalating each and every day. So the best thing to do with this guy, just use him, get the votes you want, dump him. I think it will be a lesson to him. Let me stop there for now. I don't want to go much.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. I think we have reached that time. We want to come to an end. And kama kawaida tunapomaliza tunaongea Kiswahili. So kwa sasa tunataka kumalizia.
Excuse me, Mr. Themba, 1 second, I forgot one thing. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Sasa tena bana.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Haya, dakika moja.
Yeah, somebody mentioned about Raila Odinga and the violence. And somebody came out very fast, I don't know if it was Robert who told him that the Luos and the kids, he was talking about the Nyanza people killing people with due to political. Let me tell you, there is no record showing anywhere that Luos kill people during political violence. Ever since back then to 1992 up to date, they don't. We've always had people being killed and maimed in Rift Valley and Central and parts of Nairobi. And actually, in Nairobi, the people who are being killed are Luos. It is Luos who are being killed. Even the ones who died in Kisumu, they were Luos who were killed. They did not kill anybody. There was no Kisis who were killed in Nyamira or Kisii town or where, or Nyaribari Church. No, it is those people who are complaining Raila being violent are the people who are violent and perpetuating it, and hence come with force and kill these people, and then they blame it on them. Luos don't kill. By the way, Luos fear blood like death. Thank you.
Haya basi, imefika wakati wa kumalizia na kufunga. Hosea, wewe sasa utangangana na Kiswahili kwa hizi masaa ambazo zimebaki. Asanteni sana wasikilizaji.
Maybe I respond to Adams.
Subiri kidogo Hosea.
Then I proceed.
Hosea, ngoja. Mbona unajipa nafasi ya kuongea? Nimesema ngoja kidogo, subiri kidogo. Najua Kiswahili chako kiko na shida, lakini lazima tujue sote kuongea Kiswahili. Wewe na Alex Roba siku hizi anajaribu, so hamna neno, yeye yako sawa. Sasa Adams yuko sawa, Makiadi yuko sawa. Sasa wewe Hosea na Alex ndio kidogo mtakuwa mnang'ang'ana hapa kidogo na Kiswahili, lakini hamna neno. Wacha nitambue wale ambao wako pale chini pamoja nasi: Mary Jones, David Olo, Nathan Dusi, Black, Chui ulikuwa mpotea wapi jamani? Karibu tena mtandaoni. Kuna mwingine anaitwa Chui alafu kuna Lama. Simuoni Lama siku hizi. Sijui alienda wapi. Nathan Dusi, mwambie salamu ni nusu ya kuonana. Matoma Kandets, asante. Elkana Shivashi, huyo ni Kipusa. Si hapana, si Kipusa. Samahani. Huyo ni rafiki ya Makiadi. Nilinetwa bomba ndio Kipusa wa Makiadi. Na Matoma Kandets, sijui kama washaamua nani atakuwa running mate. Tasubiri. Kuna Saimo, asante. Terry Odhiambo, Alex Yolala, waambiwa hivyo na Terry Odhiambo kule kwamba umelala tayari. Masi Omenge, asante. Kikwetu Ventures, nashukuru. Clevan, ni ile Sara, nashukuru sana. Jojo Nyulo, Robert Abuya na wengine wote wapenzi watazamaji, tumeshukuru sana kwa vile ambavyo mmeweza kuwa pamoja nasi hadi tamati. Sasa tawapatia nafasi hawa ili wajaribu kumalizia. Wanapomalizia tafadhali jaribu kubonyeza subscribe kwenye Mtembei TV. Na unapo subscribe kwenye Mtembei TV pia vile tafadhali subscribe kwenye channel yangu ambayo inaitwa Themba and Lulu Show. Shukran sana kwa wale ambao wameweza kusubscribe. Shukran sana. Nashukuru sana. Jamani, mmebakisha karibu watu 40 hivi mnifikishe 600. Kama wewe mmoja wao wa watu 40, kama huja subscribe nenda pale bonyeza subscribe kwa hiyo channel yetu, tutafurahi sana. Mimi na msichana wangu. Tafadhali nenda pale. Haya. Na Mtembei tunaelekea kufika karibu 1400. Wanasema 400,000. Kwa wale ambao ni wasomi wa Kiswahili wanasema 400,000. So jaribu tafadhali subscribe pale. Kwa sasa nitawapa dakika 2 kila mmoja kutoa hoja zenu za mwisho, alafu kisha ndugu Makiadi atatupa katiba, alafu kisha mtatusaidia kuimba wimbo wa taifa. Si kuimba, ni kukariri. Wanakariri wimbo wa taifa kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Nitaanza na Roba kama kawaida. Kwa dakika 2 tafadhali, mchango wako wa mwisho Roba.
Okay, Wakenya wenzangu, unajua kuna ile saa ambayo tunasema saa ambayo mtu unahitaji usaidizi, ama ile saa ambayo mtu unasema wapi usaidizi. Nchi yetu ya Kenya ni nchi nzuri sana, lakini ufisadi imekuwa kitu kibaya kabisa. Imekuwa kitu kama sumu ambayo mtu kikule naua. Sasa unajua imepakia siku ngapi ndio tukue na uchaguzi. Lakini tujiulize, wenye tutawapatia hii mamlaka ya kwenda kuwa viongozi wetu ni akina nani jamani? Unajua mimi nimekuwa hapa kwa hii network kwa sasa miezi ngapi? Mimi ni mtu ambaye naamini demokrasia. Demokrasia ni kitu ya muhimu sana. Lakini saa ingine demokrasia itaweza sasa matunda ambayo italeta mambo mahofu kwa nchi. Na hiyo sasa ndio tuko nayo nchi yetu ya Kenya. Upande mmoja tuko na watu wawili. Tuko na Raila Odinga na Martha Karua. Upande mwingine tuko na Ruto na Bwana Ligati. Je, nakuuliza kama wewe Mkenya? Na ukipata jibu andika tu kwa hiyo mtandao wa hapo chini. Nakuuliza, je, kwa hawa watu wawili, kwa hii grupu mbili, Raila na Martha, Ligati na Mr. Ruto, kama ingekuwa na wapatia mtoto wako, ungepatia nani? Ama kama ni watu ambao ungewapatia wakuchungue, wafanye nini, wachunge mbuzi yako, utapatia grupu gani kwa hawa wawili? Mimi niko na jibu. Na jibu langu sitaki niliseme, lakini andika hapo chini useme kwa hawa wawili kwa hii grupu ni watu wanu ambao tutaamini wakuwe viongozi wetu. Kitu cha muhimu angalie mambo ya ufisadi. Asante sana Mr. Temba, hata hii Kiswahili cha mtambo inakuwa ngumu, lakini nimejaribu sana hii Kiswahili ya Chikoni jamani, munisaidie. Ni ngumu, Kiswahili ni ngumu. Asante sana.
Asante Roba, umejaribu. Kwa hakika tunakuelewa. Haya basi, Hosea, hoja zako za mwisho tafadhali.
Ya hoja zangu za mwisho ni iko hivi. Hii maneno ya Kalonzo Musyoka, tulijaribu kufanya analysis ya voter registration kwa county ya Kitui, Machakos na Makueni. Nilileta hiyo hoja hapo mbeleni na Bernard, lakini aliniambia ya kwamba nitafute Alex na Kip, alafu hivi karibuni tutaleta hizo analysis, ndio wenzetu wote wale wako panel sahi ama kawaida tujadiliane, ndio tuone vile hizo votes Adams anaongea juu ya ati Kalonzo ataenda nazo ama ataleta, tuone kama ziko na maana na uzito iko wapi. Kulingana na ufisadi, mimi kwa maoni yangu ninaona lazima sheria tujaribu kubadilisha sheria kidogo, ndio wenye wanaponyoka juu ya hii maneno ya kuficha biashara huku na kwa watoto na marafiki, tuzime hizo zote, hizo shimo. Nafikiri hivyo ndio hapo ndio nitakoma sahihi mpaka kesho.
Hosea, nafurahi sana ninaposema watu waongee Kiswahili, manake hata dakika wanachukua chache, manake wanapojua kwamba kidogo lugha tawachanganya hapo mbele wanachukua muda mfupi. Samahani. Makiadi tafadhali.
Asante Ndema, yangu ni machache. Jambo langu la kwanza nitazungumzia chama cha Wiper nadhani wamechukua msimamo mwema, msimamo ambao ni dhabiti. Inaonekana kiongozi wao kwa hakika ni kama amechanganyikiwa kidogo, lakini wao wamemweleza ya kwamba hawatakubali kuchanganyikiwa kwake kufanya wapoteze kura zao, na kwa sababu walikuwa washachapisha vifaa vya kufanya kampeni zao, wamemweleza ya kwamba wako tayari kumvuruta wamrudishe katika chama cha Azimio, kwa sababu hawatakubali kuharibu pesa zao kwa kuchanganyikiwa kwake. Kwa hivyo hao ni watu ambao wako na msimamo, na ninawashukuru sana kwa sababu wameona kura zao zitaharibika kwa sababu ya Kalonzo Musyoka. Jambo la pili ni kuchanganyikiwa kule kwa Kenya Kwanza, ambapo siku moja wanatuambia kwamba wanataka Uhuru Kenyatta aende amsaidie Raila kucampaign. Siku nyingine wanasema Raila Odinga ametupiliwa mbali na Uhuru Kenyatta kwa sababu Uhuru Kenyatta hajaenda mashinani kumsaidia campaign. Kwa hivyo hawa ni wajamaa ambao wamepata Martha Karua anatembea katika sehemu ya mkoa wa kati akitafuta kura, nao wanajua kwamba sehemu ya kati peke yake ndiyo nguzo yao ya kupata kiti cha urais. Nikimalizia ninataka kuzungumza kuhusiana na IEBC. Nimesoma kutoka kwa gazeti moja la Kenya, ambapo IEBC inasema kwamba vituo vya kupiga kura 1,100 havijaunganishwa na mitandao ya 3G. Kwa hivyo wanasema kwamba huenda kukawa na kuchelewa kwa upeperushaji wa matokeo katika uchaguzi huu ujao. Sasa mimi najiuliza, IEBC imekuwa na miaka 5 ya kupanga uchaguzi huu. Ni kwa nini ikiwa imebaki miezi miwili uchaguzi ufanyike, ndio wanaanza kuambia Wakenya kwamba hawana uwezo wa kupeperusha matokeo kwa njia elektroniki ili kupatia Wakenya matokeo ambayo ni ya haraka na matokeo ambayo yanaweza kuaminika. Kwa hivyo IEBC kila siku mimi wanasema hapa, ninasema IEBC ni kamati ambayo kwa hakika inaonekana ni kama imeshindwa kazi yake. Na pia ningependa kuongeza kwamba IEBC inaonekana inaweza leta mushkil kwa sababu ni kama watu ambao hawajawahi kuchukulia maanani ama kutilia maanani hii kazi yao ambao walipatiwa na Wakenya. Mwisho kabisa ningependa kuwaeleza wale ambao wanatusikiza na hata wafuasi wa UDA, wakati mwingine mkija hapa kupiga siasa, jaribu rudi kule chini, kaa chini, soma katiba, angalia vifunguu ama zile nakala za kutoka kwa bunge ambazo zinazungumzia masuala tofauti. Ndio maana ukija hapa kusema jambo umefanya utafiti wako. Saa zingine ukifanya utafiti utajijibu maswali ambayo ungekuja kuuliza hapa wachanganuzi wenzako. Ujifunze bila haswa kuja kukosana na watu hapa. Kwa kimombo ningependa kusema knowledge will make you avoid conflict. Kwa hivyo ukiweza kujifunza mambo mengine utaweza kutopoteza muda wa watu wengine. Asanteni.
Shukran Makiadi, kwa kweli hilo hamasisho ni nzuri sana kwa wale ambao wanasikiliza, wangependa kuungana nasi katika mjadala kila kuchao, manake lazima tujielimishe. Nasema kwamba lazima ujipe nafasi kuzungumza na mwenzako na badilisha mawazo. Adams, karibu.
Asante sana Bwana Themba. Langu la mwisho ni kwamba tuko katika msimu wa siasa. Msimu huu ni wa siasa, na siasa halina formula, inapigwa vyovyote vile imekuja. Hivyo basi ningependa kusema kwamba siasa na propaganda ni ndugu na dada, lakini hata propaganda yenyewe yanahitaji maarifa na elimu. Usipokuwa na maarifa na elimu na unataka kuwa mwenye propaganda, utaonekana mjinga sana. Iwapo watu labda hawatakwambia, lakini itaonekana waziwazi. Hivyo basi, ninachopenda kuwahimiza ni kwamba tujaribu nimejua kwamba naelewa kwamba siasa sio mchezo safi, ni mchezo chafu, lakini tujaribu tu kusafisha siasa zetu ziwe katika viende kwa vile vio katika vitabu ambavyo siku moja vitasomwa na watakaokuja nyuma yetu baada ya siku zetu kuisha. Manake huu ni wakati wetu, wakati wao unakuja. Hata vile vitabu ambavyo tunasoma viliandikwa na wale waliokuwa hapo mbeleni before sisi kuwa. Kwa hivyo tujaribu kupiga kampeni, tupige simu 2123, utumie influence yako hapa na pale nyumbani, uinfluence watu, kwa sababu mimi where I sit, najaribu kuangalia jinsi ambavyo watu wa Kenya Kwanza wanaweza win na bado sioni, lakini watu wa Azimio la Umoja ushindi ni wao. Labda ihepe tu, ambapo sielewi jinsi ambavyo inaweza kuepa. Kwa hayo machache, nawatakia kila laheri, na ningependa sana bado nafanya utafiti kutafuta ile ahadi ya uaminifu katika lugha mufti ya Kiswahili, lakini sijapata. Zile research, utafiti zangu zote nimepata ni kwamba ahadi ya uaminifu iliandikwa tu na lugha ya Kiingereza, ambapo Bwana Themba, sijui kama naweza kuisema kwa lugha kuisema kwa lugha ya Kiingereza ama niachane nazo tu, manake nikashoti tu, mimi naipenda, ama nifunge tu hapo.
Nitakupa muda baadaye, utaisema baadaye. Asante sana kila mmoja wetu kwa ajili ya vile ambavyo tumeweza kutoa hoja zetu za mwisho. Nami pia wacha vile nitoe hoja zangu za mwisho. Ila kusema kweli ni kwamba Kenya lazima iwe ni nchi moja, na lazima sisi wote tuwe mamoja. Manake tusipokuwa pamoja kama Wakenya, hivi tutaangalia sana ama tukaangazia sana ukabila na mambo ambayo yanatuunganisha, na tusahau yale mambo ambayo tutaangalia mambo ambayo yanatutenganisha, tusahau yale ambayo yanatuunganisha. Kuna mengi sana ambayo yanatuunganisha kama Wakenya, kabila zote 46. Kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanatuunganisha, na hakuna kabila moja ambalo lina uzito ama la muhimu kuliko nyingine. Hivi lazima kila mmoja wetu tunapoangazia mambo ya kisiasa, tusikubali wanasiasa watutenganishe kama Wakenya. Waangalie zile tofauti ambazo tuko nazo, waziweke ili kiasi cha kwamba wewe uweze kumchukia mwenzako ambaye yuko karibu. Hakuna siku hata moja ukaenda hospitalini ukataka kuwekwa damu ukasema hilo damu ni ya mmoja ambaye anatoka kabila hili, ama ukamwona daktari anakuja kuhudumia ukauliza huyo daktari ni wa kabila lipi. Ile haja ambayo uko nayo ni kupona, na kama wataka damu ni ya Mkenya. Hivi kama tunaweza tukaangazia hayo mambo ambayo yanatuunganisha kama Kenya yetu itakuwa ipi? Na tuko na nafasi nzuri sana wakati huu kuweza kuungana kama Wakenya, kuangalia wale viongozi ambao tunataka kuwachagua. Tuchague viongozi ambao hawana kashfa, viongozi ambao hawana ufisadi, viongozi ambao ni wachapakazi, viongozi ambao wana nia njema kwa ajili yetu, jamii na hata vizazi vijazo. Tafadhali Wakenya, tunaomba kwamba tuna nafasi nzuri tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 kufanya uamuzi mwafaka, uamuzi ambao unaweza kuleta mabadiliko sasa na siku zijazo. Hivi basi, ile jambo ambalo unaweza kulifikiria, kama kuna mtu ambaye unaweza kuongea naye kuanzia sasa hadi tarehe 9, tafadhali jaribu. Pigia simu, ongea naye ili aweze kujiandaa kufanya uamuzi mwafaka. Hakikisha kwamba una kura yako, hakikisha kwamba uko tayari, na yeyote ambaye anakuja kuongea nawe muulize maswali. Maswali kama yapi? Je, utanifanyia nini? Ila asikuweke kumchukia nduguyo. Asante sana wale ambao wameungana pamoja nasi. Asanteni sana kwa wale, najua wakati kama huu wengine watakuja kunakili Biblia, wakwambia kwamba Biblia asema hivi pale. Waambie pia wasome kwingine. Wengine wanasoma sana pale, wanasema kwamba sijui huu mfumo ambao wanaleta wa kiuchumi ambao unaitwa bottom up, eti uko kwenye Biblia, ya kwamba wale ambao hawana wataishi na wale ambao wanao, walala hoi wataishi na walala hai. Sisi tunasema hivi, mbona wasisome ile nyingine ambayo inasema kwamba naye Zakayo alipopata kumuona Yesu alienda akarudisha mara 4 ile fedha ambayo alikuwa amechukua. Basi wasome hiyo nao pia, manake iko kwenye Biblia. Yote walioiba warudishe, waregeshe wenyewe. Ninapomaliza ningependa kusoma, tumesema kwamba hatujapata nafasi ni lini tutaweza kujadili kitabu, lakini naona bora niendelee tu hivi kuwasomea kwa mafungu tu ili tuweze kuelewana. Machiavelli katika The Prince yasema hivi: men judge generally more by the eye than by the hand, for everyone can see and few can feel. Everyone sees what you appear to be, few really know what you are. Men judge generally more by the eye than by the hand, for everyone can see and few can feel. Everyone sees what you appear to be, few really know what you are. Yote 9:10 ni kwamba tumefurahi sana kuwa nawe tangu tulipoanza hadi wakati huu. Tumefika kaditama, na kama wasemavyo wahenga, kilichokuwa na mwanzo lazima kiwe na mwisho. Hadi kesho sana wakati kama huu. Lakini kabla tuondoke, na muomba Makiadi atusomee katiba kisha tupate ombi la mwisho. Makiadi, karibu.
Asante Ndemba. Katiba yetu siku ya leo tutasoma kifungu cha 61 ambayo inazungumza kuhusu uainishaji wa ardhi. Sehemu ya kwanza inasema kwamba ardhi yote ya Kenya ni ya Wakenya wote kama taifa, jamii na kama watu binafsi. Sehemu ya pili inasema kwamba ardhi yote nchini Kenya inaanishwa kama mali ya umma, jamii au ya kibinafsi.
Shukran, asante. Hivi tu kwa ucheshi namuona pale Clevan yosema tuendelee kubonyeza kengele bonyobonyo, huku tukiendelea kuhamasisha watu hamihami kila kuchao. Pia tuendelee kumuunga mkono Themba na Lulu kwenye filamu zao maalum za YouTube. Hivi kuna wakwasi wa Kiswahili pale chini, asante sana. Hivi Kiswahili chako kimepiku Kiswahili cha Makiadi na Kiswahili cha Hosea. Hosea hana Kiswahili kabisa.
Lakini ameshindwa kutamka jina, ameshindwa kuandika jina YouTube kwa Kiswahili. Angetuandikia kwa Kiswahili kweli.
Hivi basi atafutie yaitwa nini YouTube kwenye Kiswahili, kwa Kiswahili. Lugha ya Bongo waitaje hiyo? Asante sana Clevan, naona Kiswahili chako kidogo kimepigwa msasa. Kidogo kiko na nakshi. Kiswahili kizuri.
Temba, usisahau father tongue.
Hamna bana, sisi lugha nyingine tunawapa nafasi mkaongee lugha nyingine katika
usisahau father tongue.
Mkipata nafasi mtazungumza lugha nyingine katika kipindi ambacho tutaundia nyinyi. kidogo wa Kisii wamesema wako wengi wanataka kipindi chao, tuwatengezea kipindi wa Kisii pia vile vile waweze kuongea lugha ya Kisii, Roba apate nafasi. Alafu kisha pia ndugu zetu Waluo pia kama Adams hivi tengezea kipindi aweze kuongea Kiluo pale. Alafu pia
mimi Msuba bana, mimi Msuba, mimi ni Bantu.
Nataka tuungane na Roba. Nataka tuungane na Roba. Tutafute nafasi ya kutafuta Martha Karua. Hii maneno ya kubadilisha sheria. Hii ya ile kitu tunaita anti-corruption law. Itungwe.
Hiyo sasa tunafungua debate sio.
No, hiyo
Wacha tufunge kwa ombi, na ombi utatoka kutoka Roba utasema kifungu cha kwanza, Hosea kifungu cha pili, Makiadi kifungu cha tatu, alafu kisha tumpate Adams atufanyie loyalty pledge.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki na ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani, huru, na atupate na ustawi.
Hosea vipi?
Sina hiyo kifungu. Umesema kifungu cha pili?
Kifungu cha pili Hosea.
Nitamsaidia tu. Nitamsaidia kama
haya Roba sema.
Okay, amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Na tujenge taifa letu. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndiyo wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Adams tafadhali.
The loyalty pledge. I pledge my loyalty to the President and the nation of Kenya, my readiness and the duty to defend the flag of our republic, my devotion to the words of our national anthem, my life and strength in the task of our nation's building, in the living spirit and motto, Harambee, and perpetuated in the Nyayo philosophy of peace, love, and unity. Good night.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you. Clevan sema shukrani. Nilijaribu kusoma tamthilia, nitapiga msasa na kufanya utafiti kwa kina kuhusu jina la Swahili la tovuti ya YouTube. Hey, hivi kuna Waswahili pale kwenye comment section? Makiadi kuna Waswahili. Usikia anasema alifanya tamthilia, alifanya mnyambuliko wa vitenzi. Tuonaneni inshallah. Mungu awabariki. Hivi kipindi kinaanza kila siku saa 3:30 masaa ya Afrika Mashariki na Kati. Ukikuja kwenye station upate ya kwamba watu wako
sema kuna Ndeto Martin Ndeto anasema tulale salama. Unapoambia watu walale salama ni kukufa. Hatufi. Wafu ndio wanalala salama.
Mlale unaona, unapokuja kwenye station upate watu 10 ujue kwamba station imejaa. Wewe subiri pale, ukiona mtu ametoka ukuje pale mara moja. Asanteni sana Makiadi, Adams. Kesho tena ni siku inshallah.
Inshallah, siku mwema.